Okay, I am live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sunday's live stream. Hi, Kiki, White Angel. Glad you made it. Yay, you're early. I know, my bad. I had some technical issues, so I had to figure that out. Now I'm back. Oh, boy. All right, I'm just gonna wait for a few people to join and then we can get started. So let me see who else is gonna join today. I'm gonna wait a few minutes. I know. I'm so sorry, y'all. I know I said I was gonna come on earlier today, but oh boy. Yeah, today was kind of a crazy day for your girl, but I'm here now. All right, so let me see if everything is working on YouTube's end. Just gonna wait and see if I'm live. Let me just go here. I'll just wait and see. Let me see if YouTube gave the notification. Oh yeah, here you guys go. All right, love from Ganya. Hold on. I hope I said your name right, ma'am. Maame. Okay, Okay, y'all. I'm butchering names. I'm so sorry, but I think it's Maame. It's a beautiful name. YC7 me. Hi, Romy. Love from Ghana. Hey, my Ghanaian family. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I definitely have some percentage of Ghanaian in my ancestry because my cousin did his ancestry DNA test and he had some Ghanaian in him. So welcome. And I'm so glad to have you here. Maggie, hey, you said hi, Romy. Good to see you. Didn't know you had a live yesterday. Oh, sorry. Yeah, yesterday I came late, and today too. Like, just lately my schedule's been like really all over the place. It's not like as consistent as it was before on the weekends because we had to yesterday I think I went late because I wanted to finish the case study and then I had some other stuff to do, and then today Mimi had her first grooming and that took some time. So yeah, finally able to stream, but it's just this weekend was a little off, but usually I will still keep the same schedule. It's just this weekend in particular was really busy. It was a really busy weekend for me. Yeah, so I'm gonna wait for a few more people to join. Who's a PG wait, PG. Okay, it looks like PJ. Oh, PJ. Okay, PJ. Oh my God, that's such an interesting way to spell it. I caught a live, but I gotta go to bed for work tomorrow. That's okay, and I'm so sorry. Next week I promise this time. Okay, I'm gonna stop saying I promise because y'all, whenever I promise something, that's when things go bad. I will do my best to be earlier next weekend. It's just this weekend, the schedules were just all over the place. I had way too much to do in a short amount of time. Kyra Leo, I hope everyone in the U.S. is staying warm from this snowstorm. It's a level 3 in Ohio. Yes, I'm going to talk about that. I hope some of y'all could join because we're going to talk about that. There's just too much going on, y'all. There's just way too much going on. This stream is going to be a little, it's, I try to keep my streams lighthearted, but then I also have to keep in mind that we still live in this world, and sometimes we do have to talk about the hard stuff, right? And the difficult things. Like yesterday's live stream when we were talking about the David musician, the guy. Oh, that was horrible. And today we're gonna talk about some really thing. There's a lot of things happening, very disturbing, but at the same time, it's more to be informed about it. So if you are easily triggered by, what's going on in America and the politics, then I would highly recommend you skip this part. So watch the replay and then we could talk about lighter things. So I'll be talking about mainly like what you see on the thumbnail. I'm going to keep it as short as possible. And then the other things I do want to discuss, we'll discuss this week because I will have this week for sure. Last week I couldn't keep that because there was just too much. I had too many things planned. Mimi had to get her final shots, so she finally got her final shots on Friday. But again, that takes time, and then having to get the videos out. I'm almost done. So the Taylor Swift case study is going to come out as soon as this live stream's done. I literally have like one touch up to do to make sure I don't get copyrighted. And then after that, I will publish it tonight. That'll be the final part of the series. And then I'm going to release the I think there was one part where I had audio issues with what's his name, Matty Healy, and what was the Joe Allen part. I'm gonna publish that too, probably tomorrow. Maisley, the last part's coming out this week too, and then I'm finally done with the case studies that I owe you guys, the backlog. So then that way we can start the new series and we can start fresh for February. And yeah, so and then also I did talk about doing a midweek live stream. That's still gonna happen this week, and then members will get a live stream on Friday. Friday is gonna be the members only live stream. Friday night after work I'll do it. And then still keeping up with the weekends. And then I forgot what I was gonna say. The website, I didn't forget about it. So I know that there are some of you who cannot join the membership. I did not forget about the website. It is still in progress. It's just been a really busy December and beginning of January, almost end of January. But now that Mimi's settled and we finally got her, like, everything done for her, all her shots, everything's good. She's doing well. And now I can finally focus on what I got going on. So I didn't forget. It's just that it's just been really busy, you know, especially with a puppy. Like, she was new and I had to adapt to her. She had to adapt to us. So it takes time. But now life is starting to finally get back to the structured way it was. Kyra. Oh, yeah, Kyra, I already read your comment. Okay. I hope I said the name right. As Ened 9101. Hey, how are you? RKO Love, hey Romy, how did Mimi do? She did great. She did so great. They said that she was really quiet. She was very good. She just didn't, and I told them that before. I said she doesn't really like people touching her face, and they said that. They were like, yeah, I think she doesn't like people touching her face. It was hard for them to do her face, but they said that, like, I just have to keep, like, practicing with her and touching her face. But for the most part, she was pretty good. She was just a little, I think she was anxious a little bit because it's the first time we've left her alone for, like, longer than 5 to 10 minutes. Because I remember there was one time she went to a vet to get her shots, and then, not her shots, she went to the ER, the vet ER, because she wasn't eating. We didn't know she was a picky eater, y'all. You know, we were first-time pet parents, so we were worried about her, thinking, like, oh my gosh, she's not eating. She's not, something's wrong, and nothing was wrong. She just was picky. So what happened was that they took her to the back to give her, like, a fluid, like, because she wasn't getting enough fluid because she wasn't drinking water. And she was gone for, like, maybe 10 minutes. And that's the longest she had ever been separated from us. So I was kind of nervous about it because I didn't want her to feel like we abandoned her. So, but it was fine. And, you know, she took it like a trooper. I think she understood that we were going to come get her. So that was great. And so when she saw us, she was happy. And now she's resting here. She's sleeping. So yeah, I'm going to get used to, like, dropping her off places. She's going to go to daycare soon. So that's going to be a challenge too, because daycare is going to be longer. It's going to be, like, for the whole day. But I just want her to get used to, like, knowing that we're always going to come back. So kind of like a baby, you know, babies always the same thing too, right? Their parents drop them off at other people's houses and then come back, right? So yeah, just getting her used to it. Mary, hey, how are you, sis? How's everyone doing, man? Y'all doing good. Hope y'all doing good. Kay's World, before you go further, I like Nicola too. Brooklyn seems so toxic. Yeah, if you watch my live stream, you would know. I don't think I at first I thought it was her because of because, you know, I try not to judge a book by its cover, and I was like, I don't know, because, you know, sometimes, you know, with some especially billionaire women, celebrities or female celebrities, women, I say women, I don't like to say the word female like in that context, but yeah, so with some women it can be a little hit or miss. And, you know, there was a lot of news about her being, like, you know, not wearing Victoria's dress and, you know, kind of being a little extra during the wedding planning process. But in actuality, when I watched her character in the videos that I showed you guys that not last live stream last night, but a few weeks ago, we did a live stream about them. I don't see, like, she seems like a sweet girl to me. I don't see anything wrong with her. Like, she seems like, she doesn't seem like a sneaky character. So I think my spidey senses are telling me that Brooklyn is using this situation to kind of stick it to his parents. And unfortunately, sometimes, you know, you're kind of in the crossfire. as a woman is true. Like, if your husband has a situation with someone else or with a family member, and you enter into an already volatile situation, then you're going to be looked at as public enemy number one, because they're not going to look at the whole holistic view of the situation from like beforehand. Like, Victoria and David should know their son enough to know that these issues they arose before Nicola got into the picture. I can almost guarantee that. There's no way that this beef is just started. And it's the same with Harry and William. I believe that they've always had this certain sibling rivalry going on, because if you remember, William used to be the golden boy. Like, people loved him. Like, even like women wanted to be with him. A lot of the girls loved him, and Harry was just the brother. He was just Harry, right? And so he would do all of these things to act out. Notice, remember, he had this kind of rebellious phase when he wore that whole German salute suit for Halloween, and trying to get, like, he went through his whole rebellious phase. And I truly believe that it's because William was the golden child, and he probably got a lot of attention in the household, and Harry was probably kind of dealing with that and coping with that. And I believe the same for Brooklyn. I think as the firstborn, there was just way too much pressure on him, and he folded. But instead of him, kind of approaching it in a different way, I think that he's just lashing out right now. And I get it. It's pent up. I think all of that frustration, like what he posted on Instagram, that's not just this situation. I believe it's a culmination of multiple situations, but it's just coming out in this type of reaction. So yeah, we're gonna talk more about that after. But yes, I agree with you. I actually do like her. I love the fact that she has a lot of pets. She rescues animals. She seems like she's very like into animal rescue, and she tries to give back. She's actually genuinely doing that, and not just for like the prop of it. So I actually appreciate that. And she just seems like she actually seems pretty well adjusted for a billionaire, which I was very surprised to see. Brooklyn, though, on the other hand, who Lord, and he a Pisces. My God. All right, continuing. Let me read a few more comments, and we got to really get started because I know it's late. I feel bad, y'all. Maggie, you said yay for Mimi. Hopefully the shots calm her down and she does not bother you as per usual. Let me tell you something. She had that shot on Friday. She was knocked out for like half of the day, and then in the evening she was back to normal. I'm telling you, as soon as she wants to play, my arm is like her toy. But I bought her a new toy today, so hopefully she plays with that instead of my arm. Rose, how are you? CFT, how are you? Happy Sunday. Swetande, how are you? It's been a minute. How are you, sis? Thank you for joining the chat. Rose, you said it's easy to blame the woman. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't understand that. Like, people act like the men don't have autonomy. I don't like that. Just like with the Christy and Desmond situation, where people are like, oh, she's so annoying. And, I know she's annoying. I said it to y'all. She's annoying. But I did not blame her for their divorce. It's definitely, I don't think it's her fault. That's just him. Like, he literally cheated on her, and people are like, oh, well, he had a reason to cheat on her. There's no reason to cheat on anybody. That's the coward's way out. So in my opinion, like, it would have been better if he just said, hey, I want a divorce. I want to get separated. But why cheat on her? And then why do all of that disrespectful behavior right after? I just feel like at that point, then, it's just it's a you problem. No, a woman's not to blame. Nicola's not to blame for anything that's going on, to be honest with you. Did she contribute to it? Absolutely, because, he married her, and she's being used as like I guess, she's being used as the reason, because instead of people taking accountability and realizing that it's internal, and instead of his parents, and this is what I'm assuming because that's what it sounds like, instead of them realizing like, hey, maybe our son always did have these feelings, and maybe now he's just being more expressive about it because he got with Nicola. No, they rather use her as a scapegoat. And no, it's not her problem. She was not in this family. She's only been married to him for like 3 years. Red flag. 2022? 3 years ago, red flag. How could she cause all this chaos in 3 years? That's impossible. So that lets me know that there's been a rivalry or rift. It's just that they just were oblivious to it, or they just don't want to admit it. And now it's out in the open, so they ain't got no choice. Ellie, how are you? You said, I guess Nicola grew up to be a better person then because she was abusive to her childhood nannies. Apparently to the point it was rumored that one of them became suicidal. I'm gonna have to look that up. Let's look it up. Like, where's this coming from, though? This is the thing. I don't know, because he's saying that his parents are feeding bad. They're what he's saying, what Brooklyn is saying, these are the allegations, y'all, is that his parents are feeding the media. So I'm gonna need to see if the nanny actually came out with that, and hopefully that's not the case, because sometimes, yeah, that does happen, it's quite possible, she was a child. It's quite possible that she saw her mother treat the nannies that way, and she might have thought that that was normal behavior. And then sometimes some people change as adults. That does happen sometimes. So I'm gonna check the story out. Thank you for bringing that up. Actually, that's a really good point. Hey Kiki, how are you? You said staying safe and dry. Where are you located? Y'all let me know. Are you guys in the area that's having the snowstorms? I know there's a snowstorm out east. I'm gonna check right now. Actually, I'll check on the online in just like 1 minute. Hey Imani, how are you, sis? Okay, let's start. I think we're good to start, y'all, because yeah, we got a lot to cover, and I really want to make use of the time that we have. I'm not gonna stay too late for sure today because I know tomorrow's Monday. I'm being very cognizant of the time as well for y'all. So let's go. Let's get this going. All right, let's get our stuff up here. Let me start with, okay, we're going to start first with the serious stories, because I don't want to end too much on a serious note. Yesterday was pretty heavy with the David story, I ain't going to lie to y'all. So let's start with the protest and the cold front and all of those situations, and then we'll get to the Beckham situation after. And then Evelyn Lozada, y'all. We gonna get to that. Oh boy, I saw it and I was just so like... I was flabbergasted, y'all. It was just so shocking to me what I saw in that interview. We're going to get to today's going to be about family and also politics. Maybe some relationships here and there. We'll talk about that. All right, let's talk about the serious stuff, y'all. What's going on in America? I've tried to stay away from this whole situation, and not because I don't have anything to say or because I'm scared of getting doxxed. I don't really care about that stuff. But it's more so like I know that the news has like definitely covered it enough. I know a lot of creators are covering it. So I just felt like, okay, like, sometimes, especially when some political situations are going on and there's like a lot of like information overload, I always think to myself, am I going to contribute to the problem? Because sometimes, like, you can have too much information, right? And especially if the information is being told in many places and that's all you see when you scroll, some people, they don't want to see that all the time, right? However, I do have to speak up about it now because it's gotten to the point where this is getting very alarming. And I know that a lot of you live in the United States. I used to live there. Y'all already know I got family there still. And it's getting to a point where it's like, okay, you know what, we're going to talk about it and just see if, kind of make it a safe space for you guys to talk and to kind of like have like, I don't know who's living in Minnesota. I know Sylvie said that she was in Minnesota yesterday. She was leaving Minnesota. And it's very tragic what's going on, y'all. It's very tragic. Starting from last November, y'all, I know everything's just been going downhill. And whatever's going on in the States, y'all know it affects Canada. It affects the rest of the world. It's a global issue. And things are starting to ramp up for 2026. Let's just say that. Now, I will have to say that I did hear bits and pieces of this story. So we're going to find out what happened with this young gentleman that passed away yesterday. He is not the only one. I remember a few weeks ago, that sis passed away, the one Renee, I think that was her name. Let's put her name up here. Renee, let me put Renee, I forgot her last name, unfortunately. Oh, Renee Good, here we go. So we're gonna watch these two stories, and the block is hot in Minnesota, right? And I all I want to say is this, like, we're entering into a new world, and things are not how they used to be, for sure. That's for sure. That's one thing's for certain. That's one thing we can all agree on. What I will say though also is that the faces are changing. Because I remember when there were protests in 2013, 2014 around the Black Lives Matter, or BLM, I should say BLM, because you know how YouTube be doing with the streams and stuff. When BLM was happening, there was a certain image, right? So let's put this started in 2013 with Michael Brown. If you guys know his story, you guys all know that he was an unarmed black man. Or was he? How old was Michael Brown? I think he was like just like 19. Hold on, Michael Brown. How old was he when he got Michael Brown was 18, so he just turned 18. He was a young man, very, like, I would say, no, he's a teenager. Sorry, teenager. So he was a teenager when he got unalived by the police officer, Darren Wilson. And I remember Trayvon Martin. I also remember Breonna Taylor and countless other African American folks, Black American folks who were unalived at the hands of the police. And I also remember the one in New York, Eric. What was his name again? I'm so sorry if I forgot that brother's name. Philando Castile. There was a lot of them around that time. Philando Castile. There was Eric, the one who had a Lucy, and he got unalived by the NYPD in Long Island. It was Eric. I forgot his name, unfortunately. Maybe you guys could let me know in the comments. Excuse me. Yeah, his name was Eric. I forgot his last name, unfortunately. And then Tamir Rice. And then even before then, I remember there was when I was young and growing up in the U.S., I remember there was a crazy story about, I remember Rodney King. I was young when Rodney King happened. I was in the United States at the time. I was like probably like 6, I think it happened in 1992. So I had to be around 6 years old. Hold on, 86, 9. Y'all, I'll be forgetting my age. Hold on, 86, 7, 8, 9, 91. Yeah, I was around 6 years old when Rodney King happened. And I remember my dad was watching it on the news heavy. And he was talking about it. And he was like, oh my God, this is so bad. Like, you know, the officers are so evil. And I remember my parents were talking about it at the dinner table. We were watching the news about it. And then I also, like, my dad's always been into politics. Like, he's never shied away from that. That's one thing I will say about my dad, is that he was open about everything. He talked to us about everything. He had the conversations with my brothers about that. He never shied away from us knowing about our blackness, and then also us being proud of being black. Not only that, because obviously we're Haitian, right? Y'all already know the Haitian history, so enough said about that. But also just being aware of who you are and how it is to operate as a black man or woman in America. And that was always instilled into us. So now we're talking about all that. I still remember that young man that passed away when I was young. The Bachelor. It was in New York. His name was Sean. Ooh, I forgot his last name. His name was Sean, and he was about to get married. And then they literally like dumped bullets in his car. Like, it was ridiculous, and it was all mistaken identity. And so these things have been happening for years, for decades, centuries, right? To people who look like me. Now, where I'm getting at with this is, now I believe that the tides are turning, and now things are being put at the forefront, and change is trying, like, you know, the face of protest is changing, because now it's affecting not only people who look like me, but people who do not look like me. And so my point in bringing this up is that now is becoming a national issue, and it's becoming an issue of, like, one, it's always been an issue of human rights, but also of democracy. Because when you have a country that is starting to deteriorate as fast as the United States, and I've been looking at the patterns of what has been going on. Y'all already know, like, you know, if you don't know my background, I studied poli-sci. That's my bachelor's. And I will say this, that I was shocked last night when y'all told me about the whole TikTok ban, because that's usually the start. of a dictatorship. I already know. I can't say that. You already know what I'm getting at with that. I'm trying to choose my words wisely. But this is usually the start is the censorship, and then the the using the force of the force of power, and also just the civil unrest and the volatile situation politically globally. Y'all heard the other day Canada signed an agreement with China. We have not had an agreement with China in decades. Since like I think the last prime minister who visited China was Stephen Harper, if I'm not mistaken. Carney was the first one in a long time to visit China because there was such a bad relationship because of the it was a whole bunch of drama. Huawei, what's her name again? Huawei, I think she was the CEO of Huawei, and Canada sent her to the United States because she was hiding out in Vancouver, and then China got pissed off, and there's been bad blood ever since. And then they took two diplomats and they arrested them. I believe one was I forgot his last name, Michael something, and then the other one, I forgot, these two Canadian men. And it's just been like that for the past few decades. But just the other day, let's bring it up. This is how you know things are changing. Here we go. So here. So we got your president, or if you're in the U.S., the American president, I'm not going to say his name. Y'all already know, the orange man, threatens 100% tariffs on Canadian goods as Carney carries on with trade strategy. So this right here should be very telling because you have the partners that have been partners for years. Obviously, Canada and the United States have a very close relationship, and now things are changing. So now they're making it clear, like, oh no, it's not a free trade, it's not this, but like, y'all already know if Canada's going to go in there, then that means that there's definitely some rift going on, and of course the threats are coming. And so now we also have like other countries that used to be loyal, such as Korea, and a whole bunch of other countries looking at their options. And so economically, everyone's getting impacted. That's a fact. That's a fact, 100%. And not only economically, globally, but also within your own country, right? Y'all gonna let me know, have grocery prices gone up or down? How, like, we already know the cost of living is really high and it's about to get higher the more that this goes on. So now I'm showing these protests from 2013, and now look at the protests today. Here we go. This is the face of the protest now. Wait, this was in 2020. Sorry. We're going to look 2025. 2026. Ooh, what am I putting? Here we go. So this was 2 days ago. Okay, so now people are protesting. And the face of the protesters are very different. And we're starting to see a shift here. And I believe it's because it's affecting everyone. Because before, when it was affecting a certain demographic of the society, then, not saying people didn't do anything, because people did try, some people did, but it wasn't like this, not in droves. And what's going on now with the ICE situation, it's just really like, it's very disturbing, y'all, especially watching it. Like, there's so many human rights violations. It's crazy how this is actually even happening. And I'm gonna read a few comments because, again, like, I'm trying to be as neutral as possible. Y'all already know where I stand, though, like, with that. I think that this is honestly, like, you have people with unfettered access to do whatever they want. And this can create, like, we learned this in school, anarchy, when there's like no rule of law, when there's like chaos, right? It can cause that. And so now there's only so much people can take, right? Hold on, let me turn my sound off. My bad, I didn't know my sound was on. Anarchy and civil unrest, government overreach, censorship, all go hand in hand. And so now there are people who are walking around scared because they think that there's no like rule of law in certain places, because you can get picked up and sent to a detention center and no one's going to bat an eyelash. This is actually very, very scary. That's the scary part. I can't even lie and say, oh, don't be scared. No, that is actually very scary if your country's doing that. Now, I'm going to read a few comments and then we're going to get into the Renee Good situation first, because that's the one that was a precedent. Because now there's a precedent that's set. And that's another thing I want to talk about, because they saw they could get away with it the first time. And so when you have an elected official, elected by the people, because who voted for him? Y'all want to, okay, well, let's go back, because I remember we went back one year. We going to do this again. Every time I have to keep reminding people who voted for this man. Hold on. Election results. Hold on, let's put, not Canadian, sorry. U.S. election results by demographics. Here we go. So, no, it was 2025, not 2024. Let's put 2025. Was it 2024? Oh, shoot, it was 2024. Damn. I forgot. My bad, y'all. Oh, sorry. It was 2024. I forgot we're in 2026. Okay. My goodness. I'm so sorry. That's how fast I forgot that was in 2025 was like a blink. I feel like I blinked and I'm already in 2026. That is wild. The fact that I thought it was 2025 and it's 2024. That's crazy. Okay, let's look at the results again, because some people, I don't want nobody in my comments getting confused. Do not be confused. Do not be confused about the results. We got to make sure that we talk about that before I see anybody say, why the protest? I don't want to hear none of that. Nothing like that. Y'all let me know in the stream. I will block people, because we're talking about something very sensitive here. Here we go. I'm going to make sure you guys can see this very clearly. Hold on. We're going to make it larger, because that's how passionate I am about this. Oh, we're going to make this larger because people need to remember. The North remembers. Let's not get it twisted. Okay, let's go through these demographics again before we start continuing to talk. So now, gender. Remember, blue is Harris and red is Trump. And before somebody says, well, they're both one and the same, like the Democrats are just as bad. Well, who's worse? Who's worst? Who's worse? Because there's always the best of the worst. Let me tell you something. When you only have two options, and you only have two options, and yes, both of them are there. There's no perfect party. I will say that. So you're gonna choose. Who are you going to choose? Which one is better? The majority of people chose red, but we're going to see who did. Okay? We got to make sure. We got accountability. Accountability is free. Use it. And if you voted for him, take your L. You don't have to reveal yourself in the comments. It's okay. We're all here to learn, right? So you're going to learn for next time. But unfortunately, some people, they don't get another chance to learn. But what I will say, though, is that, we got to take accountability, because this is the reason why. Here we go. November 2024, gender, men. 43% voted for him, for Harris, for blue. 55% voted for red. So men, I don't want to hear no man in my comment talking about, if you're not part of the blue crew. Women, 53% voted blue, 45% voted red. So women did pretty well on that. Let's just put, but listen, if you look at this, you're going to be like, oh, so it's all women. No! Let's continue. Y'all want to know who the largest part of 53% is? We got to remember this. They put the races here. White, 42% voted blue. 57% voted red. Red flag. Black, 86% voted blue. 13% voted red. So next time you hear somebody say, why aren't black people why are there so many black people? They already did their job. They clocked in. And now they clocked out. I better not hear nobody say nothing. Y'all better be, like I said in the comments, this is a serious topic we're about to get into. Shut it. Because the reason they voted blue and the reason why majority of black people vote blue or liberal is because we understand that the alternative is not even a question. We already understand that if we vote for the alternative, it's never going to benefit us. Yes, economically, we might benefit a little bit more, but socially, no. And which one? Would you rather make a lot of money but be scared to go outside and to get pew-pewed? Or would you rather maybe take a hit economically, but then your safety is a little better? Which one would you prefer? Because we understand that every time we step outside, and I'm not just talking about US, that's any country where there's this type of like red versus blue, liberal versus, you know what I mean? When you are a minority already by default, and you live in a country where people do not look like you, majority of the people do not look like you, and you operate in spaces every day that challenge who you are in your existence, and you have to deal with different viewpoints and stereotypes about you, then you will understand that this was never about just red or blue. It was about survival. You understand that. And I would say this as a black woman, I understand that every day. So I'm not going to vote for something that is going to be to the detriment of me just to make a few extra dollars. Yes, when it's under Republican, they said like whenever you have like a more conservative leader, then yes, the economic situation is better, quote unquote. But socially, it never is. Let's keep it real. So now, continuing. The black people did their jobs. Clocked in, clocked out. Hispanic people, like I said, if you voted red, that's okay. But just keep it cute in the comments. We all here to learn. 51% blue. 46% red. Y'all did pretty okay, though. Actually, they said 51% blue, but still, it's too close. Too close. It should have been like the black people. That's the problem. Asian, 55% blue, 40% red. Here we go, the divide here. Other, 41% blue, 55% red. I need to know who the others are. Who's the other? So now, when we're talking about what we're going to talk about today, we got to make sure that this does not apply to the people who voted, the largest percentage of people who voted, because they didn't ask for this. Unfortunately, they have to deal with the consequences. Now, continuing, they still asking about, are you here? They did it twice. I think was this a typo? Yeah, it was a typo. I think they put it twice by accident. No, wait, hold on. Why they got it twice? Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Okay. So now, here we go. 57, when it goes by race, it like everyone holistically. The whole, the average of everyone. 57% of white people voted red. 42% voted blue. And then when you look at non-white, 33% voted red, 64% voted blue. By race, this is the most important, and then we're going to move on to the story. White men, 60% voted red. 60. 38% voted blue. 60. Women, white women, 46 blue, 53 red. And yeah, I'm going to keep going. I know maybe some people are like, why are you going over these demographics? It was from 2024. It matters. Red flag. Because this is what's going on today. You need to know the past to not repeat the same mistake in the future. Every time until the day he leaves office, I will always come up with these stats before we get into any type of political conversation. Because I want y'all to remember. Do not forget. Do not let them derail the conversation about who let this man in. Because now that he's in, look at what's going on. Chaos. Chaos. Look at that. Continuing. Black men, 77% blue, 21% red. The fact that it's 21% is even appalling to me. But hell, at least it's 77% blue. Good. Black women, 92% blue. 7% red. Latino men, 54% red. 44% blue. Latino women, 58% blue. Good for y'all. 39% red. Still higher than I would want it, but there we go. Hispanic women, they understand. All other races, 49% blue, 47% red. In which group are you? Let's go by age. 18 to 29, generation now. 18 to 29, I believe that is Gen Z, if I'm not mistaken. 54% blue, 43% red. Millennials, 30 to 44. I think 30 to 44 is millennial. 51% blue, 47% red. But then remember, when we look at the demographics here, there we go. The numbers right there. Here we go. Majority of the country. 45 to 64. There we go. Red. 54%, 44% blue. 65 and over, 50% red, 49% blue. All right. So we went over the main stats, y'all, for a reason. Because now let's get into what's going on here. I'm going to read a few comments and we're going to get to Renee's story first. And then the young man that passed away, was it yesterday or the day before? We'll get into that. All right. So, we'll read a few comments, y'all. Ellie, you said, Romy, are you trying to add one more year to this presidency? But yeah, the year did go fast. Yeah, yo, when I saw 2024, I said, what you mean 2024? My bad, y'all, because we had our election 2025. I think I got both of them mixed up. Yo. Devonda, hey sis, you said they were Googling what are tariffs. Sylvie, you're here. Welcome. Devonda, I'm gonna read yours first and then I'll read Sylvie. You said they were Googling what are tariffs on election night too. Yeah. Because that, and we're gonna get into that. Sylvie, you said Philando Castile and George Floyd both happened in Minneapolis, just like the two other recent incidents. Yeah, that's the face has changed. We're gonna get into that. Philando's story and George's story was wild, y'all. Like, it was just so tragic. I was in Korea at the time, but I was following closely. It was just so unreal. Rose, you said that we have no other choice but to vote blue to fix this mess. Yeah, and so that's why when people were trying to shame black folks for voting blue, oh, why are you guys so loyal? I remember I saw so many. That time was crazy because there were just so many people online trying to, because remember that was the whole time that the situation was happening over in Israel, between Israel and Palestine. And so I saw a lot of people saying do not vote blue because, you know, they're the ones like, I guess, supporting this whole situation because it happened under Biden's watch. Now, what people don't understand, and this is why I said education is so important, because a lot of people do not understand politics. They do not understand, they don't understand politics, they don't understand history, and they don't understand that the president of the United States has power, but then at the same time, every country is sovereign. So, for example, if you go to another country and you commit a crime, that's the easiest way to explain it. you are going to be held under the standards and the laws of the crime in that country. So that's why, remember a few years ago when Shanquella Robinson, the beautiful young sister who was unalived by her friends, so-called friends, monsters and demons around her, by the way. And they basically did all of that in Mexico. This is the reason why they were able to go to the United States and not face any criminal charges. Because the crime happened in Mexico. So the United States, all they can do is watch what happens, and they can provide diplomatic support, but they cannot tell you how to run your country. That's not what happens. And that's why they got to do all that sneaky shit that they be doing. Look at what happened in Venezuela. This is why. Because by law, we know that it doesn't always happen like that, but every state has their own sovereignty. They're not going to interfere with that. They cannot. So now, when you have countries who have their own sovereignty, and you want the president of the United States to interfere in a situation that has been happening for centuries, since I believe, like the whole state of, we could get into that. I don't want to get into that discussion because that's another historical conversation we got to have. But you want the president of the United States, and yes, I know he could do something, but he cannot interfere in that. And the problem was that, yes, they were watching things happen. I disagree with that. I agree with the fact that they should have done something earlier, 100%. And I do believe that the fact that it's still happening right now is just ridiculous. But at the same time, I don't know what people were expecting them to do. I'm talking about the blue administration. But they thought that red was going to be better. And now look, they talking about building casinos over there. They're trying to decimate, basically starve people out. I got to be honest, trigger warning. They're trying to starve people. They're trying to clear out the space so that they can have the corporate entities that they would like to make it a new fun little Dubai or something. And people thought that that was going to be a better alternative. Education is fundamental. Don't let your emotions override and supersede your logic. Because if you thought that was the best case scenario, to have this orange capitalist as the president, because you were upset that the sitting president didn't do enough, then that lets me know that there's something wrong here. And I think that's where the others were coming from when they said others. Because they were emotionally triggered by that. And so this is a problem, y'all. And also, you know, people didn't want to see a woman as the president. We got to be honest about that too. Even though she was more than qualified to be the president, to be quite honest with you. Do I like Kamala? She's good. I mean, as far as her credentials, I think that, to me personally speaking, I do not agree with some parts of her policies. But would she have been a better president? Absolutely. I can say that without a shadow of a doubt, compared to that man that's in office right now. Continuing. But we're going to get to Philando and George Floyd really cute. I'm just going to read 2 more comments and then we got to keep going. Prince, you said, oh wait, hold on. Hey Prince, how are you? And let me add, let me see who else commented. Da Vinci, you said some of them picked the annoying orange because of racism and misogyny. Exactly. 100%. They don't want to see, and this is the thing. They let their hatred, this is the craziest part. That's why I said don't let emotion supersede logic. When you let your hatred, your emotions, and your jealousy get the best of you, and you don't think with your logic, the logical part of your brain, this is what happens. They were upset because of LGBTQ2S. I know there's like, it's long. But they were upset about the LGBT community having more rights. They were upset about Black people having more rights and other minorities. They were upset that, especially the larger percentage that voted for him, white men, I got to be honest. They were upset that women were starting to have or earn higher incomes. They were upset that the gap of equality was slowly, it was getting narrower. And they were upset about that. And instead of like I said, looking intrinsically and wondering, hey, like, don't, this is the thing. A lot of people were trying to say at the time that a lot of, like, situations or people in power it wasn't done by merit. And what they don't understand, and this is the funniest thing to me when people say that, because I laugh and I'm like, you're really stupid. You gotta be dumb. Like, you're, like I said, uneducated. Like, when somebody's uneducated, you can tell by what they say. Because when some people start talking, I'm like, yeah, you ain't got no type of education. I'm not even gonna listen to you. I'm not gonna argue with you because I ain't got time for that. I just look at them like they're stupid, or I'll read the comments, scroll, I'm like, this person's dumb as hell, and then I'll just keep going because I already know who I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with somebody with a 5th grade education. Even a 5th grader could probably be smarter. What they don't understand is that we have to work twice as hard to get even the crumb. Even a crumb. Most black people in the positions that they're in are overqualified. You can look at your resume right now. I can almost guarantee you that a majority of you, if you're black, you are overqualified for the position that you have and probably underpaid more than likely. Y'all gonna let me know in the comments. Matter of fact, I'm gonna write a survey. Are you hold on, let's start a poll. Do you feel or do you believe that you are overqualified for your current position? At your current position. Sorry, y'all. Oh, do you believe that you are overqualified in your current position at work? Well, I'll just put at work. At your workplace. Okay, we're going to start the poll. Y'all be honest. Do you believe that you are overqualified in your current position at your workplace? You going to let me know. Y'all going to let me know. Y'all going to let me know. I know I am. 100% I am. 100% I am. Because I've had to work twice as hard. So it's like, even the most big, that's the craziest thing. Even the most minimal position, I'm way overqualified. Because I understand that as a black woman, I have to supersede the minimum expectation. Because it's not going to cut it for me. Especially if you're working in corporate, government, you need to have certs. You got to have X amount of this, that, and the third. And again, by no means am I saying that white folks don't have to have it, but more often than not, it's not the same. The requirements are not the same. The expectations are not the same either. And I learned that at a very young age. Very young age. Extremely young age. I was like, oh, okay. Because I saw one of my coworkers, I remember this one girl, she used to take naps in the bathroom, y'all. Gone for all types. I remember I was working at Ralph Lauren when I was like 16 years old. And this one girl, she wasn't black, obviously. She would sleep in the bathroom. Take breaks whenever she wanted to. Nobody said anything. And then for me, I was late once and they started picking on me. Saying, oh, you're late, da-da-da-da. And I'm like, bro, you got people who don't even show up. People who don't even work. I'm late and you're on my ass. And then I started to realize, oh, I'm different. I already knew it anyways. Because I told y'all my dad had already prepared me. So I was like, okay, I peeped it. I remember at this other job, this one girl used to do minimum work. Didn't even have to do it. And I was the one taking most of the calls, taking all these things. Da-da-da. Expectations. The requirements are different. Expectations are different. And that's why I'm saying, like, when they were talking about DEI, all of these things, what they don't understand is that in affirmative action, they all went, like I'm telling you, all of that was happening at the time of the election. Why? Because it was used to derail the conversation. Instead of, again, people looking at, maybe I need to go to college. Maybe I need to get a degree. Maybe I need to get certifications. What are these black people doing that's so different? Because it's not just because we're black. I can guarantee you, if you get in there, 100% you have way more qualifications than the people there, and you're probably getting underpaid than them. Red flag. And then you want to say it's DEI. DEI maybe gets you through the door. Qualifications make you stay there. Just remember that. Continuing. At the start of that fell, you said I'll be overqualified once I finish my master's. Yep, I'm way overqualified for mine, y'all. You know how I know? Because sometimes, like, my job role has changed. It's changed within a short amount of time. Even from the first 6 months I was there, they was already asking me for stuff. I'm like, well, damn, y'all, I'm not the boss. People ask me for my advice. I'm like, whoa. But that just speaks volumes to, like, your qualifications. That's what I'm saying. And sometimes it is good to be overqualified, but at the same time, what I'm trying to say is that we have to be, because I know who I'm competing against. I already know it. Rose, you said, I don't feel like I'm overqualified. I think I am appropriately qualified, but I do feel like I'm overworked and underpaid. Yep. Either you are overqualified or underpaid. It's one or the other. And if you look at other people in your position, sometimes they get paid more for doing way less. Got to think about that too. I don't know how to convince them. Yeah, 71%. You guys voted. 71% said yes. 29% no. Yeah. It's real, y'all. It's real out here. CC Esther, you said, Romy, I think people are upset that our tax money is going to Israel. And you should be. Mocha Island, hey, sis, how are you? Yes, you should be. They should be. They should be. People should be upset about that. Because imagine you're in a country that's currently struggling right now financially and economically. Your gas prices are up. Your food prices are up. Everything's going up. And the dollars that you're spending, and this is a thing that you guys have to remember, your tax dollars go to many different places. And so you should know where it's going. And if it's going to fund a war where children are being starved and unalived, and innocent people are being, massacred, then yes, you should have a problem of where your tax dollars are going. I would never want my tax dollars to be funding that. Never, ever. Because for every dollar that you work for, a certain percentage of it is going towards that. And look at your infrastructure. It sucks. Highways suck. I'm sorry to tell y'all. If you think the U.S. has the best infrastructure, I got a bridge to sell you. Other countries are way better. Look at your subways. New York City, one of the top cities in the world. Matter of fact, the top city in the United States. And then look at the subway station you guys have. What's it called? The MTA? I think that's what it's called. Abhorrent. Embarrassing. Red flag. You're not even building better schools. Those tax dollars could go to people, for women, for example, research for different diseases. Healthcare. It can go to people like, what can I say? You can make your society better, y'all. Those tax dollars could be put to better use, I promise you. There's so many better things you could be doing with your tax dollars. There are children in foster care right now who are being aged out. They don't have a place to stay. They can barely make rent. Why aren't the tax dollars I'd rather my tax dollars be used for that, to give an opportunity to a child or to a young adult so that they can do something in their future instead of committing crimes. I'd rather do that. I would rather have a society where, you have women or whoever, like, communities out there who that have, like, really, how can I say this? Like, there's so many things we can do. I can talk so much about that. There's, like, food you can grow, better food conditions, healthier alternatives. How about that? How about we put money into things like that instead of funding other people's problems? This is the problem, right? And so now I understand why people didn't want it to happen, but look, the tax dollars are still going there, whether you voted blue or red. But it's how much money is going there, right? Because one makes it a priority. And now all your tax dollars, let's segue, because we're talking about what's going on in Minneapolis. Now it's going to ICE. The same tax dollars that you are paying every day, you toil, you get up in the morning to go work. You have to face so many challenges to go to work. Some of y'all have children you got to put in daycare. Daycare is very expensive. Why don't you guys have affordable childcare? Red flag. Affordable healthcare. Red flag. Black maternity rate still up. There was a midwife, black midwife. I want to talk about it, but I don't have time to talk about it today. Passed away just the other day from complications from a C-section. Your healthcare sucks. There's no reason you are in one of the greatest countries in the world and your system sucks. People can't even afford to survive. They're going without insurance. People going into debt. Can't even pay their car insurance. People are struggling to survive. And then you sitting here sending money somewhere else to go eliminate children over there and people that don't even want to be involved in that damn situation in the first place. Does that make sense to you? Meanwhile, China. You should see. You know what? I'm gonna have to pull up a video. I remember there was this one girl talking about she went to China and she was blown away how cheap things were over there and how fast their system was. They don't pay as much as you guys do, by the way. They can actually afford to live there. Continuing. And I'm not saying China is the greatest country in the world. Of course, they have human rights abuses too. Like, we got to be honest. But what I'm trying to say is at least, like I said, you got to pick your battles. Continuing. Yes, you are Devonna Pittman. Right now it is it is 100. Like, I can say, like, when you look at the criteria. Actually, we're gonna do that. Okay, you know what? Let's segue. I'm gonna stop reading comments because I'm gonna get distracted and go on a rant. One more comment. Oh, Deja Rude, did I say hi to you? Hey, sis. The MTA is very embarrassing. Very. Da Vinci, you said at your job they constantly penalize me for a small mistake, but others do way more and get zero consequence. Yep. They don't understand what we gotta deal with on a regular basis. You said I work in ABA. I'm getting my second master's to be a counselor, but the field I work in requires certain qualifications that I don't have. Understandable. It just makes me feel some type of way. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, sis. And I really hope you get those qualifications. Yeah, I really hope you get those qualifications because that and we always have, like I said, we always have to, the goalpost always moves. It always moves. Always. Continuing. Oh, brighter side. Hey, sis. You said, hey, Romy, I feel similar. Underpaid for the work that I do. The system in the U.S. is debt central, crazy expensive, and the taxes are ridiculous. Yep. 100%. And it doesn't have to be that way. But then if you see where your money is being allocated, then that's going to make sense, right? Let's get to the stories of today. And then we're going to talk about, okay, I'm going to break this into parts. We're going to talk about what happened to Renee first. And then we're going to go over, sorry, this wasn't supposed to be here. Then we're going to go over the young man that passed away 2 days ago. Then we're going to go over ICE and this whole situation that's going on with them. And then we're going to go over, there was one more thing I wanted to go over. Oh, gosh, I forgot. I'll see if I can remember. There was one more thing, the comparison. Oh, yeah, Philando and George Floyd with Renee, and we're going to compare the two situations. And then we're going to look at, how other countries are allocating their tax dollars and what's going on with them and how they're improving the social systems in their countries. So let's get into this one now. We're not doing Fox. I don't do Fox News. I'm so sorry. Okay, Fox Los Angeles is fine. Oh, excuse me. Okay. So let's go over CBS News. Okay, now this is Impact. This is a short. Hold on, I want like an actual news story. Okay, New York Post. Okay, maybe not. I'm trying to see something that's not going to be, that's neutral, that's not too left or right, to be quite honest with you. I don't trust Fox, to be quite honest with you. Okay, this one's fine. Okay, let's watch this one.
Protests continue in Minneapolis tonight, and federal agents are using tear gas to disperse the crowd after a 37-year-old man was shot and killed during a federal immigration operation.
37. Red flag. 37, y'all. He's a millennial. 37. I need to hear more details.
Minneapolis this morning. Authorities identified him as 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Preddy, an intensive care nurse and city resident.
So we just lost a nurse. We just lost a nurse. And this is the thing. He was a nurse, intensive care. You're already having a healthcare shortage, and you just lost one person.
Federal officials say agents were conducting a targeted operation when Preddy approached them with a handgun and was shot during a struggle. Investigators are reviewing the incident as videos circulating online could show a different sequence of events.
Of course. So they're saying on their end, of course, they're going to villainize the victim and say, oh, he had a pew-pew. Remember, Philando also had a pew-pew. Let's get to Philando. Sorry. So we're gonna do both, and then I'll go back to the young man who passed away. You know what's going on? I'm gonna tell y'all what I think. My opinion is that Black people decided to clock out this year. They were like, remember, there were a lot of videos that said, Black people, we're not doing nothing. We did enough. We voted the right way. We were on the right side of history. Good luck with the president that you chose, and Godspeed, but we just gonna mind our business. I think it's our time to rest. We've been protesting for way too many years. And that's globally, right? So now, and I'm talking about in the U.S. specifically as well. So now, there, like I told you, the demographics of folks in the protest, what was it? The No Kings protest? Look at that. Look at the demographics here. Here we go. This is the new face of the protest. So then usually it would be, the victim would be somebody who looks like me, who would have this kind of situation happen to them during a protest. Y'all saw the George Floyd protest. There was a lot of that going on. But now, in today's, remember the looting, and they were saying, oh, Black, you know, it's Black people are savages and da 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 da. And of course, you know, some people took advantage of the situation, 100%. I mean, that just is what it is. But it wasn't just Black folks. I'll say that. And remember when the whole protest was happening in Los Angeles, they were like, oh, these Mexicans, da 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 da. So now that the faces are different, then they cannot, you know, they're looking for blood. They have a lust for blood. That's what it is. That, you know, these people are demonic. Like, there's demons inside of them, because there's no way that you could think that this is the right way to resolve a situation. But then when you give people too much power, unfettered power, and like I said, the mindset is already not there. These people are illiterate. Not only that, but some of them don't have brain cells to rub together. They are working off of animal instincts. We're all animals, right? But at the end of the day, some of us are less than others. And so, you know, when the word savage came about, like I said, it's a projection. Because if you really want to know what savage is a person who can't even have a conversation or try to figure out a situation without taking out a pew-pew. If you think that's the only way to resolve a situation, then I cannot understand how this is the way to solve a situation. Because I saw the videos, y'all. I'm not going to play it here, but it was very highly disturbing. It was so sad. You saw people, they were jumping on him. There was like at least a good 6 of them. And y'all telling me that y'all could not disarm him? There's no way you could have done that. They don't teach y'all that in police training. But they're not police officers, actually. They're glorified security guards, to be quite honest with you, some of them. So now, we have the different faces of the protest. That's where I was getting at. So this is why you're going to see people that look like Renee Good and the young gentleman that passed away, Alex Preddy. It's because Black people have decided to take rest. Because best believe, if your bodies were there, you would have been on the floor. I'm just being honest. So let's get to Philando. Sorry, that's where I was going with this. At first, they tried to demonize him and say that, oh, like he had a handgun, so that's why he had a pew-pew. Sorry, so that's why the officer was forced to shoot. But to be honest with you, he told them, he disclosed it. He said, hey, I'm registered, I'm licensed to own, licensed to carry, sorry. And it's in the, I think it was in the glove box, and he was going to reach for it, and then the officer just packed him right up out of here. Same thing. Same thing, but now they can't villainize you anymore because you're not out on the street. So who are they gonna do? I mean, you guys have cameras, right? So they can't just pick a black person out of nowhere and be like, oh, you were the. No. So this is why the faces are going to change. It's the same action. That's why people are like, some people are shocked because the face looks different, or the faces look different. But what they don't understand is that it's the same MO. The only difference is that they have to use the people who are actually there, because this was going to happen regardless. But it just so happens that you're not, like, if you're black, you're just not there. We're not in numbers, so they cannot actually take us down. So then that's why you're going to see people who look more like him. Same actions, but now it's different faces, and then you're going to see the reactions are different, right? So let's continue watching.
It is the third shooting involving federal immigration agents in Minneapolis this month. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem spoke about the incident tonight.
That this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen. Our law enforcement are doing everything that they can to protect the public. We're praying for this deceased loved one's family and friends, but we also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. They need to evaluate their rhetoric, their conversations, and their encouragement of such.
Hold up, Minnesota. Who did y'all vote for? How do I write it? Votes. Yeah, there we go. Minneapolis, hold up. I gotta know, man. I'm trying to. I need a map. Where the map at? Red flag CNN. Where's the map? Where's the map? Maybe CBC has it. Okay, here we go. CBC, yes, I can always count on Canada. Here we go. Oh boy, Minnesota. Okay, you were blue. Okay, y'all are safe. Y'all are safe, because I was about to say what is going on here, but she said that the governor needs to do more.
Violence against our citizens and our law enforcement officers.
Back here at home, protests throughout the area tonight. This is video from this evening at the Federal Building, downtown Los Angeles, where some of the protesters turned to vandalism. They also hosted a prayer vigil with speakers including State Senator Sasha Renee Perez. Here's a live look from Sky Fox tonight. As protests continue in downtown LA, you can see at this point they're starting to break up. Police have issued a dispersal order on Alameda between Temple and Aliso. All people must leave that area. If you remain in the area, you may be subject to arrest. Hundreds of demonstrators gathered in downtown Los Angeles today, protesting against ICE following the fatal shooting in Minneapolis today. Fox 11's Mario Ramirez joins us live from outside of the Federal Building in downtown LA, the scene of one of the protests. Mario, what can you tell us?
Laura, good evening. You just mentioned that dispersal order. Well, that was issued by the LAPD in the area about an hour, maybe an hour and a half ago. What we saw here downtown throughout the day, several large demonstrations, some drawing crowds in the hundreds, and their message was very clear. Tonight, protesters gathered outside the Federal Building in downtown LA.
Here, demographics here. It's different, right? It's so crazy to see this in 2025, 2026, because for the longest, since I was a kid, I've always seen people who look like me. Y'all remember the LA riots in 92? Here, let's look at the images. Here we go. So, let's see. LA riots. I'm trying to see the... Here. Can't really see. Hold on. Let me see if I could. Let's put protest. Maybe we're going to see it. Because these pictures are old. From 1992. Okay, here's the demographics. Here we go. Oh, that's the Koreans were trying to make peace. Yeah, after the Latasha Harlin situation. Y'all remember the young sister who got unalived by that store owner. This is too recent. 1992. Either way, though, I remember that they were showing like footages, like the news footage was like of black people looting and like, you know, black and Hispanic people looting and stuff. I remember that. But now here, the protest looks different. The faces look different. Why? Because again, like this is what happens when I want to say this as sensitively as I can, but I don't think I can. I'm going to say that this is what happens when you think that you're bigger than the program. Let's just put it that way. So all of them folks that have voted for him, and I'm not saying Minnesota because it looks like Minnesota was blue, but what I'm trying to say is overall, the whole country, they voted for him thinking that it was always going to stay the status quo. And what they don't understand, like I said, is that the MO is always going to happen. It happens in different countries, but it's the same MO. It's like literally, if you look at the patterns of history, it's literally the same as today. The only difference is the actors change. Characters always change. So if you're looking at a stage play, for example, you're not going to have the same characters from like beginning to end, or the same actors playing the same character. There's always going to be different characters after a certain amount of time because they age out, or, you know, things change. Environments change. And so as people that look like me get more educated and are starting to have different positions of power, or also different ways of thinking, we're starting to enter into you know, more of a, I guess in the modern world, I say that we're definitely in a better situation than our ancestors were. I'll 100% say that. And so as the world is progressing, but if you have people who are operating under the same archaic system, then the patterns are always going to be there. It's just the actors are going to change based on where the world is today. So now we have more diversity, and now, you know, there again, of course, there's going to always be injustice around. That's never going to end. I mean, I hope it would end one day, but, you know, racism is still here. Colorism, misogyny, everything is still there. But what I'm trying to say is that when you remove yourself, and this is a perfect lesson in that, when you remove yourself from a situation and you purposely make a decision to say, hey, enough is enough. We're no longer going to do this. We're going to put up a boundary. We're tired of fighting for our rights and trying to think of the best interest of everyone when no one gives a damn about what we want and what would benefit us as a whole, and everyone's thinking about their best interests. Well, I'm out. Let me remove myself from that situation. And this is what you're going to get right here. That's a green flag. This is an excellent case study on what happens when you decide to actually take not only take accountability, but also say, hey, I've done my part. Now it's time for you to do your part. Because for the longest time, the faces of the protest, like I said, were Black Americans. And for the longest time, it was expected that that would always continue to be the norm. And that's because that was what people, like, you know, how can I say this? It was like they kept continuing to fill that void and continuing to fight for others. And so now when you decide to put up the boundary and you say, hey, enough is enough. We're tired. We already told y'all what was going to happen. You guys had it before. You see, this is the craziest part. It's not like this is his first presidency. The first presidency was a warm-up. And that was already scary enough. And some people were like, oh, hell nah. But other people didn't get the memo. Because again, the pattern was always the same. And it had the same character. So they're just like, it ain't going to affect us anyways. It's not our neighborhoods. It's not destroying our city. Our pockets are still fat. So it is what it is. That's just black people being black people. That's just Hispanic people being, well, Hispanic people, y'all voted for him a little bit, so I can't say that. But that's just black people being black people. And now, remember the pick up your boots by the bootstraps? Remember that? Well, now, here we go. You remove yourself, and then who can they blame? You're no longer the excuse anymore. You're not there. Green flag. Continue.
The largest of several demonstrations organized by the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights of Los Angeles, or CHIRLA.
Look at that. Like I said, look at the faces, y'all. Look at that. Look at that. I never thought I'd see the day. I never thought I'd see the
Demonstrations
day.
organized by the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights of Los Angeles.
Right here. Look at that. Not a black person in sight. Where the black people at? Exactly. You removed yourself. Good. I think we're starting to understand that. And this is why this is one of the reasons I do love social media. I know I always say, oh, it's, these regulated other stuff. I know, I'll be yapping. But one good thing about it is that we can actually talk to each other and we can make better decisions. And sometimes we learn from each other. I learn from y'all just like y'all learn from me, and I learn from other people. And this was a perfect lesson to learn. If you're the one who made that decision to vote for him, then you're going to take accountability and you're going to be out in them streets. There you go. Take your L.
Los Angeles, or CHIRLA.
See the dignity of our people. Please hear our cry.
The rally and vigil follows the shooting of a 37-year-old ICU nurse by federal officers in Minneapolis.
Look at that. Look at how many. Hold on. Sorry, y'all.
The dignity of our people. Please hear our cry.
So, sis, you said hear your cries. You need to be talking about your peoples. They voted for him. Do we need to bring up, where is that? Did I put it down? I hope I didn't. Where is it? Where's the oh damn, I put it down. Did I? Oh no, I didn't. I kept it up for a reason. Here we go. Where is that? Sis, a lot of your people voted for him too. I think you're Hispanic, right? Yeah. Hear your cries. Well, November was the perfect time. You wouldn't have had to be up there to do that. If like I said, there's something fundamentally wrong here. But then again, it was always the same MO. But now it's different because you removed yourselves. And I'm proud of you for that. I'm very proud of you for that.
The rally and vigil follows the shooting.
Sorry, I know I keep pausing, but this is shocking to me. Look at this.
Hear our cry.
Look at this. Where the black people? I don't even see one black person. This is wild to me. This is wild. Not even one, y'all. Where they at? Where they at? They're where they need to be, at home, because they did their job. Clocked out.
The rally and vigil follows the shooting of a 36.
Look at that. Look at all them. Look at all of them on him, and you're telling me that they had no choice but to do that? This is what's been going on in America for the longest. This is not the first time. When people used to tell you guys stories, when young black men were getting accosted and this was happening to them on a regular, getting jumped, nobody believed it. They were like, oh, he must have done something. Oh, he needed to, listen. It was his fault. And I'm not saying, hey, like I said, of course, there are some people who, like I said, they took advantage of situations, but you can't tell me all. This is what they doing, y'all. They would have done it to they would have done it to somebody who looked like me if you guys were out there. Look at that. They still gonna continue to program, y'all. It's not gonna stop just because the faces change. They don't give a damn. They never did. But the only difference is that our bodies are no longer on the line.
7-year-old ICU nurse by federal officers in Minneapolis. The second such deadly incident involving federal law enforcement in the city in less than 3 weeks.
We're a nonviolent, peaceful movement using our First Amendment rights, our ability to petition our government, and to grieve what is happening right now in this country.
Skyfox overhead as crowds began gathering earlier in the afternoon along Olvera Street, marching to the federal building before hundreds more arrived.
I think they're just turning the temperature up and up and up, and they're just waiting to see who's going to be able to turn it down. That's what we're trying to do. Anything helps.
As the night wore on, there were a few isolated tense moments between protesters and LAPD, with demonstrators yelling at officers about allowing ICE to continue its operations.
We have seen that this is a system that will not change unless
Okay, the first brother here. Let's hear what he got to say. The first one.
the people change it. So we think we need a new system, in fact, and we think that the people have the power to build that new system.
Whatever anybody can do it, because we might be running out of time.
Now, the latest mini.
Might be running out of time. The time's up already. Oh my goodness. Did you guys not know that? The time is up. What are you talking about running out of time? Red flag. November 2024 was when you had time. You ain't got no more time. It's done. He has unfettered. What do they not understand he has power for the next, like, how many years? 4 years? No, now 3 years? Do they not understand that? What you mean before you run out of time? Time's already up. You already ran out of time, baby. This is another important lesson for those of you out there. I don't know who I'm talking to right now, but I'm talking to somebody. I don't know who's going to watch this replay, who's whatever. Sometimes time's up. You don't get, like, November 2024 was your wake-up call. Y'all went through him. He when did he get in? He got in 2018, 2017, 2018. I don't remember the dates. Till 2020, hold on, 19, 18, 17, 2016, sorry, 2016 to 2020. That wasn't your wake-up call? Then, you had a second wake-up call in November. Time's up. What's she talking about before it's too late? It's already too late. He already has the power. What are you talking about? Now it's just riding the wave until it ends. Now it's getting yourselves in a better financial position. Save as much money as you can. Get yourselves in a good spiritual position. You're going to need it. Your nervous systems need to be better right now because there's a lot more coming. This is just the beginning. We've already just started. I wouldn't be surprised if next year, I'm telling y'all, there's more coming. This is just the beginning. It's just a warm-up. Not even a warm-up. Warm-up was before. This is the real game. You better start fighting. Time's already up. It's not time to ask for help. The help is not coming. The cavalry is not coming. You got to help yourselves. Pray to the Lord to give you strength every day, because you're going to need it for what's coming. And I'm saying this as somebody who's watching and observing, and I've seen this so many times. And I'm not saying that you won't come out of it. 100%. You will come out of it. So many people have gone to war and come back home and came to live another day. But what I'm saying is that the time was in 2024. Time's up. They let you know they did a whole Project 2025. They had a whole pamphlet about what they were going to do. It wasn't unexpected. It's not surprising. And this is the thing. And I think that this is a greater lesson. And it's going to be a lesson to so many people that sometimes, like, you have to read. You have to see it for what it is. You got to look at the signs. You have to really look at everything. Make a better decision next time. If you have a next time. But, yeah, sis. Sorry to tell you, but the time's up.
Minneapolis shooting remains under review tonight, and most of the crowds here in the area have since broken up, dispersed. We're still seeing a few stragglers here, and we're still waiting for an update from the LAPD on arrests or reported injuries, but none that we've seen so far tonight. For now, live downtown, I'm Mario Ramirez, Fox 11 News. Back to you, Laura.
Well, Mario, do you think we'll see demonstrations like we did last summer growing in size and emotion?
No doubt. Many of the protesters that we spoke to tonight say they don't plan on backing down. We know there are several more protests planned. And we should also mention that there was high security out here. We also noticed many law enforcement officers in plain clothing walking around these demonstrations to make sure that they are peaceful and that there are no agitators within the crowd.
Mario Ramirez, thank you for that live report.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. Because she was asking, is it going to be like last summer? They're going to wear you down. Eventually, protesting is gonna, I'm not saying it doesn't work. It does. It has its purpose. But at the same time, like, eventually they're gonna find a way to make you stop. And y'all already know how to make people stop. It's like, you know, again, you gave somebody, like, he's already in power. He already has the House of is it the House of Representatives? Hold on. I believe they control the House, no? Let's see. Okay, Balance of Bloomberg. Let's read it. Damn it. I hate when they do that. Hold on a second, y'all. Let me just accept and then go back. Oh, boy. Here. All right. I'm not going to read everything. So in 2024, let's see. Republicans maintain a slight majority in the House. This is the reason why I had the filibuster. Was that what it was a few months ago? And then the shutdown, the government shutdown. Here we go. Balance of power. So you got 218 Republicans and 213 Democrats, 4 vacant. So anything that goes in is always going to be like this. I remember there was like some people who were upset because they felt like they could hold out for the healthcare bill. But no, this is the reason why they can't. People were going to starve. People were going to lose food stamps. Like I remember when that whole situation with the shutdown happened, people weren't getting paid. Here we go. So now, like, let's see the Senate. Republicans have the majority in the Senate with 53 seats to the Democrats' 47. Again, they control it. They have more votes. Here we go. Continuing. I think that's it. Yeah. So again, that's why when she was saying, oh, we got to do something, time's up. Time's up.
On that point, LA Mayor Karen Bass is weighing in on the deadly shooting in Minneapolis. She tells Fox 11 reporter Nick Garcia she's concerned incidents like this could become more common.
The fatal shooting of Alex Preddy by a Border Patrol agent in Minneapolis has Angelenos speaking out.
We're in solidarity here, all the way from Los Angeles, in solidarity with Minnesota.
Pedro Trujillo is the director of organizing at Churla.
This particular force feels like they can do whatever they want without any fear of consequences.
Mayor Karen Bass says she's worried about how often shootings involving federal officers are happening.
This is just very, very frightening because the bottom line is that we don't know what the rules of engagement are at all. When you bring in federal troops, they have different rules than our local police.
The shooting of Preddy comes just weeks after the killing of Renee Good by an ICE officer in Minneapolis, and days after a federal officer opened fire during an immigration operation in South Los Angeles, though no one was shot.
We know that this experiment started here. We know very clearly that this is an attempt to normalize the militarization of our cities.
The mayor said she stands with peaceful protesters, stressing the importance of nonviolence.
If it deteriorates into violence, then all you're doing is essentially doing the work of the administration, because that's what they want. They want the violence so it can be used as an excuse to federalize our law enforcement here.
Nick Garcia, Fox 11 News.
She hit it right on the nail. That's exactly what they're doing, y'all. They want people to be enraged, to come out in droves, and then so they can come up with more laws. Damn, I put it down. So that they can vote. Y'all saw the Republicans versus the Democrats, the voting power. I mean, the House of Representatives and all that. Let's continue, y'all. So, let's read this one here. Let's watch this one here. Wait, was it this one? Okay, let's read this. The 37-year-old American citizen, unalived by a Border Patrol agent, was identified as Alex Preddy, according to AFGE Professional Local 3669, which represents the professional employees affiliated with the Minneapolis VA healthcare system. Yeah, he looks like a normal person. All right, let's watch the news articles. Rest in peace to that young man.
Preble High School 20 years ago. He had participated in protests.
Let's go back.
Alex Preddy graduated from Preble High School 20 years ago. He had participated in protests following the killing of Renee Good earlier this month. His family says he was an ICU nurse. His friend Chris DeSalvi remembering him on Saturday night. They attended high school and college together.
We first met in high school.
Hold on. I don't know why it is doing this. Y'all already know sometimes it slows down. So let's pull it up again. And then I'm going to read a few comments after. Let's watch Renee. Oh, I was supposed to watch Renee's video first, but we'll watch her after. All right, let's continue.
It was a really funny guy. He didn't take himself too seriously.
Preddy graduated from Preble in 2006. A neighbor says he then went to the University of Minnesota to study biology. He stayed up there and became a researcher and then eventually a nurse.
When I learned, he was an ICU nurse for the VA, kind of mashed up a little bit. Like, this is a guy who's trying to serve others too. And
a former neighbor in Bellevue describes him as just a normal, fun person who would come hang out along with his parents and his one sister. He was also involved in drama and sang in choirs, including here at his graduation from Preble. He also ran track and became an avid outdoorsman. His parents have since moved to Colorado. They told the Associated Press on Saturday that they recently told him to be careful when protesting, saying, quote, "Go ahead and protest, but do not engage. Do not do anything stupid, basically." And he said he knows that. He knew that. They said he owned a handgun and had a permit to carry in Minnesota.
I never thought him to encourage any kind of violence at all. He was genuine. He was kind. He was friendly to everybody that I know. I can't stress how much he was kind to everybody.
In Green Bay, David Go, Fox 11 News.
All right. So I heard that they were trying to arrest a woman and he was protecting the woman. That's what I heard. And that's what I saw in the video. There was a woman there and then he was trying to, I guess, stand up for her. And then, the officers did what they did. All right. So let's watch Dr. Cecilia Regina. I love her content, by the way. And shout out to you, sis, who sent it to me, by the way, on Discord. If you guys want to send me news stories, y'all already know, holla at me on Discord. I know I always say this, but I am going to start activities again this week. So, like I said, now that the whole, Mimi got her 3rd shot and she's good, then we're good. And I can start resuming my activities again. So look out for the announcement this week. I'm going to make it on Discord and the members only as well. Okay, let's watch this video. It's very short and it's going to talk about how they're suppressing his news. And then we'll get to the TikTok situation as well. And then, we'll watch Renee. I'll read a few comments. We're going to get to the TikTok situation as well because it all ties into it.
I've already explained the Alex Peretti story. I'm here to explain the significance of this headline as a Black American, because the circumstances are identical to headlines we have seen over the past few years, but this one looks completely different. So it says ICU nurse Alex Peretti was unalived by feds in Minnesota, and he held a phone, not a you-know-what, as the video shows.
So he didn't even have one? He had a phone? Red flag. So they still don't know the difference between a phone and a pew-pew, and you're telling me that these people are border agents? They don't know the damn difference between a phone and a pew-pew? This reminds me of the stories in the 80s. I remember there was one man who had a wallet. Was it a wallet? I remember it was on Set It Off to the movie. But there was, I think it was a man with a wallet. And then the police officers unalived him. I know it was in the movie. But, this has happened so many times where they think it's I think that also happened in California. It was a young man, and he had a phone, and then they thought it was a pew-pew. They don't know the difference? Does this look like a pew-pew to you? Most of our phones look like this these days. Does this look like a pew-pew to you?
This headline includes his profession and his picture, and it undermines the story that's being circulated by the government, whereas all the stories about all the other pew-pewings by the police did the exact opposite. Mm-hmm. I just want to point out another reason they're telling you what happened in the video is because they're not passing the video around like it's some kind of entertainment like they do when Black people are unalived on camera.
Yeah, but because like I said, there's no Black people to unalive anymore. They're gone. The Black people, they took notice. They're like, oh, y'all told us to stay home. We staying home. That's one thing I will say, though. You only got about one time to give us an order. They said after the election, Bye. Y'all not gonna see us, and I'm happy. I'm so happy about that because you did your part. You did your part of the group project. Why should you get penalized for your teammates?
That's another story. So in all these other cases, they have had video footage of what has happened. They have passed the video footage around online, and anybody who wanted to could watch it, and they were still questioning what happened in the video footage. You could see the person literally being killed by the cops, but they would still say, oh, well, you can see the whole thing, or maybe something happened beforehand, or maybe the person was on Smugs, maybe they did this, maybe they did that, and they should have complied. In all fairness, Minnesota officials are saying he should have complied, but that's what they always say. And federal people are also saying that. But everybody else is saying, this is insane. I can't believe they did this on camera. This man wasn't doing anything.
You know why? Because it looks like their uncle, their brother, they can see themselves in this situation. And this is the problem. It's like why do you need to see yourself in a situation in order for you to understand it? The only reason they're understanding it is because he looks like their brother. He looks like their uncle. He looks like their cousin or their husband or their boyfriend. That's why. But when it was somebody else, he looked like me. So then, you know what's so crazy is I can see him and I still feel the same type of empathy. Even if he doesn't look like me, I still understand that, hey, this man was just going to protest and look at what happened to him. But other people don't see it that way. And that's because they've had the protection for so long. They've been in this bubble for so long, and that bubble was benefiting them. So of course they're not going to, and I'm not saying all, because there are some people who really did show up. But what I'm trying to say is majority, though, they didn't, because they were in their bubble, and as long as it didn't affect them, oh, well, who cares? It's just them, these people. That's all. They're always savages, so it doesn't matter. It's not in our neighborhoods. But now that it's in your neighborhood, you can see it now. Now he looks like your brother. So now what? Oh, it's egregious. Why was it? There's no question about it. But then when he didn't look like your brother and he looked like somebody else's brother, then you didn't understand that.
He was already restrained. He wasn't resisting. And they sprayed him with chemicals, and they did this and they did that, and they pumped him full of bullets. But my question is, why are you so shocked? Like, not 2 weeks ago, we had another instance of that. And then in the past decade, we've had a whole lot of instances of that happened to people of a different color. But you're acting really, really surprised that it's happening again. Law enforcement officials have been using this idea that they saw a nug in your hand and it turned out to be a phone to successfully evade any kind of capture for unaliving you on camera since the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I'm not being nice about this. That's why I'm not patting anybody.
And not only that, but this is the reason why body cams came into play, is because it was happening so often and at such a high rate that now they needed body cams in order to corroborate stories, because police officers were found to be lying so much. Like, it was just ridiculous, the amount of, like, just it was crazy. And even if it's caught in 4K, people will still try to question. I remember that young the sister, she the one in I forgot which state, the one where she had she was cooking something, or the cops came. And then, or the cop came. It was recently. I forgot her name. I'm so sorry. Sonia? I think it was Sonia Harris. And she had a pot. She didn't even throw anything at him. She didn't even say anything at him. She just, I think she had said that. I forgot what she said. But he unalived her. And then he tried to make it seem like she was threatening. She was about to throw the pot of water. And she wasn't even close to that. She wasn't even doing that. Caught in 4K. This is why they had dash cams. This is why. The precedent was already set. And this is why when the situation happened with Renee, and now it's happened like weeks later, this is why. It's because there's already this, it's already been happening for so long. They're just following the program.
somebody's hand and holding them on the shoulder and saying it is terrible that this man lost his life. It is awful. But it wouldn't have happened if people didn't need their lessons color corrected. If they didn't have every excuse in the world of why the police in a supposedly civilized country can unalive citizens on camera and do not one day in jail, this would not be happening right now. Of course, Minnesota was chosen for this on purpose. And a lot of people think it has exclusively to do with kettling and whatnot. There are a whole lot of U.S. states that border Canada, okay? A whole lot. They could have gone almost anywhere with this. And they could have gone to places that would have been a lot more receptive, I got to tell you. But they're in Minnesota specifically because of what happened there in 2020. And I'm talking about all the protests and everything that followed. They are there to see, are you going to be a sucker? As much as people in the end wanted to be on the right side of history and came to the conclusion it was such a shame and it was so terrible what happened, at the end of the day, they leave all kinds of loopholes and spaces and, oh, well, we don't know what really happened to justify the fact that they let this happen. Which brings us to the ICU nurse bit. So, in 2020, Breonna Taylor was murdered by the police in Kentucky. And every single headline that was about her, that had her name in it, also included the fact that she was an EMT. I used to think that was part of her name because they said it so much. EMT Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor, who was an EMT. In other words, this was a good Negro. Oh my God, they killed somebody who was a good person and they were gainfully employed and they worked and they saved lives. And that's why it's such a shame they were killed. Not the fact that your house was broken into. Not the fact that you were pumped full of bullets like a dog. And
yes. And I know she gives a lot of imagery. I love her content, but yeah, she'd be going in. Y'all should go give her a watch, Dr. Cecilia Regina. I will add more to it though, and I will say this, that even if you're not an EMT, that doesn't mean that you deserve to be unalived. I just want to make that very clear. I don't believe anyone should be unalived as far as if they were not doing anything wrong. So this is where I want to go with that. But yeah, it's like, oh yeah, she was an EMT, so then she's worthy of our empathy.
Left to die with no medical care. But the fact that you were a healthcare professional suddenly means it was wrong what they did to you. And people have gotten into that habit of having to justify when Black citizens have been harmed by law enforcement. So you will see, oh, this person had this job, or this person did this, or this person.
Yeah, and that's why I said what I said, because George Floyd, he had an extensive history. He had a criminal history. But that day, he was just going there to buy something, and then it just so happened that someone thought, or one of the clerks thought, that he had counterfeit cash. He didn't do anything wrong. That's my point. It's like, what is the justification? There is none. What did you do that day? That's my point. So again, they will bring up, it's deflection, in my opinion. I'm not saying that his past didn't matter in a sense of just to paint a picture, they're trying to paint a character. My point though is his past is irrelevant to the story at hand, because the point is he did not go to rob the liquor or the convenience store. He did not go to accost somebody there. He did not go to cause problems. He just went to go buy something and to go home. Same thing with Trayvon Martin. They were starting to bring up his past. Oh, he got kicked out of, I don't know, he had some trouble in school. He had goals. He had this. I don't give a damn about that. Yeah, it shows that, yes, he had a certain, he got himself into trouble. But my point is that, what did he do to deserve that? Nothing. He went to go buy some damn Skittles. It was trying to go home. What could justify him getting unalived? Red flag. There's no justification. I don't care what you bring up. None. What was his crime? Did he go to rob somebody? Did he go do something? No, it's because they want to find a reason to demonize the person. Deflection. That's how you got to get good at when people start deflecting and start talking about your past and all the things you did. Okay, well, we talking about the situation right now. What's going on right now? What's this situation, this current situation right now? What happened right now? And I'm not saying past doesn't, don't get me wrong. it does matter depending on what you're doing. So, for example, you want to get married to somebody? Yes, you should see the past because you need to know what's going on today. If he's exhibiting the same patterns of the past, then yes, you need to be alert. If he got 4 baby mamas, we're going to get into that with the game. If he got a gaggle of baby mamas, then chances are that, if I get in a relationship with him and I have a baby, chances are he might make me a baby mama. So I'm going to just pull back. I'm not even going to get in a relationship with him. He has a pattern. But if he goes, like I said, if he was going to the liquor store to go buy something, he had nothing on him. Just get in, get out. What was the justification? None. That's my point. Case by case.
And did that. And it is to make them empathetic to the other part of the country because they can't imagine that you as a Black person didn't do something to bring the situation on yourself and get yourself, pumped full of bullets by the police. So now you're seeing they're instantly having to undercut all of these narratives, false narratives, by the way, spun by the government and the ICE agents who unalived this poor man to justify why they were able to do it. Oh, well, see, he was an agitator and he wasn't doing this and he wasn't doing that and he was attacking us and we feared for our lives. And so now they're having to use this same language. He was an ICU nurse. He was a peaceful man. He did this and he did that and he didn't deserve it. But you would not be in this position if you had not made it so that Black people had to justify our existence and show why it was wrong we were, as citizens, being unalived by the police for no good reason. And this is what I've been saying since 2024, 2025, we are not next. We were first. We've always been first. We're always going to be the ones showing what's going to happen to you next. As bad as people felt over what happened to Miss Gold, the reason they were out there screaming and protesting and whatnot is because secretly they thought it must have been a misunderstanding. They thought it was one power-crazed agent. They thought it was one off or whatever. And if they showed their anger, they showed their might, they showed that they weren't going to take it, that would be the last one. And with this situation, people are going to have to recalibrate and realize a few things. While cities like Minneapolis might be somewhat diverse and, have a new immigrating population coming in, the state of Minnesota is incredibly white.
As most states are, to be quite honest with you. Even Georgia, even though they say, Atlanta is the Black Mecca. Ain't that what T.I. said? It's Mecca over there. Well, outside of Atlanta, what about Duluth? Savannah. What other city in Georgia? Go outside of that. You'll see, just like where I live here. Go outside of Toronto and see where you at. You're going to realize real quick where you at. Majority. That's the thing. That's what I was saying. So even though, yes, you do have some people out there who do, who understand and they're trying to fight the system just as much as you, and they don't look like me. They're white people. There are white people. There are amazing white people out there. Don't get me wrong. 100%. I have friends who, I don't want to sound like I have Black friends, but yeah, I have friends who are amazing people and, who would be on the right side of history, because I don't hang out with people who are not going to be on the right side of history. Let's just get that straight. But at the same time, majority, though, have that mindset. So there's a fundamental problem. Why do they still have those beliefs? That's what we need to ask. And actually, we don't need to ask because, hell, now they're going to find out. Unfortunately, sometimes that's just what it is.
It is 80% white. Maine is 90 to 95% white. Is the settlement of ICE agents there about kettling? It's certainly a long-range possibility, but the immediate concern was your reaction. They saw how things were going in Minnesota and Washington State to begin with, and they started a brand new settlement in Maine. It's to test the waters. It's to see your response, because 2020, Minneapolis had major, huge, prolonged protests, but they were incredibly diverse. They want to see what you, individual you, will do now. When they go to the parts of the state that are mostly white, when they go to states that are mostly white, what will you do when something goes wrong? When they off one of the citizens who doesn't according to their story, comply, who didn't do what they were supposed to do. Oh, that person is a, agent of chaos. They did this and they did that. What will your response be? Because Black people have made it clearer than ever that they are not going to be protesting. And I have to say, the government did switch up their initial plan. They did originally think it was going to be Black bodies out there that they could do this.
I said it. I called it too. They thought so, but you guys showed them. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna show y'all Mimi before I put her down. Look at that. She ain't got none. Look at the fur. It's gone. My baby's bald. Okay, here you go. She wants to go down. Okay, yeah. They thought it was gonna be. They thought it was going to be the same thing. Like, oh yeah, you Negroes, y'all gonna fight for us. Put your bodies on the line. We know y'all like to fight for us. Yeah, we just gonna sit back, relax, and drink our mocha lattes. Then they realized real quick what time it was. Yeah.
But since there aren't any, they have had to settle for the next convenient target. And I've always told you all.
And the next convenient target, white liberals, because they are adjacent. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's their next target. So that's why a lot of people don't feel bad, because they're like, oh, they were liberals. Yeah.
This happened during times of pushback against the government. It happened at Kent State. The government, officials actually unalived 4 white students right there on camera in cold blood, because that was who was there. That was who protested. They were the only targets available. And yes, in that particular case, the police do count as government officials. But this is what will happen, and they want to see your response, because there's no longer anyone else to intersperse. There's no longer anyone who's going to stand between the consequences of the U.S. government and the people, specifically white people, and those consequences. So they want to see what you're going to do. You've got to hold firm, because I've already seen people falling off between last week and this week with their response to what happened to Renee Good. And now here is another instance with Alex Peretti. And mark me well.
They want you to get emotional, because getting an emotional response is the best way to have somebody act out of character. There are so many people who are in jail right now because they didn't know how to control their emotions. And the thing is that once you're, and this is something I had to learn too, y'all, because I was a very emotional person. I still am. And it's a fight in me every day, because it's a pattern that I operated in for so long. So it's taken me more time to get rid of that, or to try to rewire it. I'm still working on that, y'all. I was talking about that yesterday. When you give an emotional response, you're not thinking logically. And so what ends up happening is that you make the most mistakes. And there are people sitting in jail right now who wish that they could turn back the hands of time and not react so emotionally, because it's too much of a quick response, right? It's your pattern. You get triggered and then boom, automatic response. Because you're gonna go to fight, flight, freeze. I believe that's the three Fs. And either you're gonna fight, you're gonna walk away, fly, flee, fight, freeze. Or you're gonna fight, or you're gonna flight. Try to you're gonna try to do something really quick to get your nervous system to calm down, so that you can be back to normal. But the problem is that once your anger subsides and you actually have time to really think about it, then you realize that it was stupid as hell. One small error, one small mistake can cost you your life. They want you to be emotional. They want you to be emotional. That man, unfortunately, rest in peace, he was emotional. It was an emotionally driven situation. Same thing with Renee Good. When she was backing away, emotionally, protests are very emotional. They're very emotional. You're chanting, you're walking, you're getting, your adrenaline is pumping. That's what they want. So then that way they can get rid of you faster, because they know you're going to make a mistake. Logical you would think differently, but emotional you is going to act off of, just what's happening at the moment. You look at the environment, and then you're going to react based on that environment. So that is why I'm saying what I'm saying, and they're going to try to get the emotional reaction out of you. And that's just in life, not just in protests. What the advice I'm talking about, or my opinion is not just in protesting. Yes, we're talking about protests, but it can be applied in so many things. I love when I talk about topics like these because you can apply it to so many different areas of your life. Do not let somebody get an emotionally driven reaction out of you. You're going to calm down, let them do whatever they're doing. Your reaction should always be first to just listen more than speak. And I'm not saying that he could have done anything differently, and if he complied, I'm not making that insinuation, because it was already in an emotionally charged situation. So anything he would have done, even if he complied, it would have still had the same result. But my point is that when you're putting yourself in situations where it's all emotionally driven, this is what's going to happen. So that's why you got to remove yourself from those type of situations that will trigger that emotional response out of you. And if you are met with that, you gotta walk away. Unfortunately, when you get into that type of protesting environment, I'm not telling people what to do. You have autonomy to do whatever you want to do, but I would highly recommend that you find different ways to protest. You don't have to use your feet. You can protest in so many different ways, guys. I'm just being honest. There are multiple ways to protest, and this is what, especially in that type of environment, when you're protesting for, let's say you're doing a protest. I can't even, it's just so many variables, but this kind of protest is very emotionally driven. And you already know your adversary's there. They already have the weapons ready. They were there to draw blood. Like I said, they were looking for blood. Sharks in water. It said it was a targeted mission. So they had to hit a target. Unfortunately, it was that young man. But at the same time, that's what they were there for. Mission fulfilled for them. But then he doesn't get to go back home. Choose your battles wisely. That's all I'm going to say.
This is going to be the first of many. It hasn't been 2 weeks and there's a new incident. So there are going to be more and more and more and more. As long as you show the people, it's okay. Black people, continue what you are doing. Because if twice in fewer than 2 weeks, they have unalived on camera 2 white American citizens and the government is making excuses, you don't want to think about what they will do to you if you go out there. Stay in your house. All others, it's make or break time. What are you going to do? Here's the thing happening that you said or maybe thought secretly wasn't going to happen. We're 1 year in. It is barely past January 19th, 2026. It's been a year, and this is what's happening. Imagine how bad it can get if you don't do anything, if you don't say anything, if you don't push back. So I'm not saying this to make you hopeless. I'm saying this to stir you up so you do realize how serious this moment is, but also to reflect on how it's been creeping towards this in the last decade and how maybe next time we can make choices that will not enable this when it's happening to other communities and not just ours. Doctor's orders. Like and follow for more.
She is completely right. Thank you, sis. Let me read a few comments. Genesis. Oh, sorry. I think you were responding to Prince. Prince, you said, Miss Blackson. Hey, sis. You said now they making an example and lying on white people. Yep. It's the same pattern. Same pattern. Ellie, you said he had a firearm, but it was tucked away and he was holding his phone. This is the thing. It's the same. Philando was the same situation where he had a firearm, but he was licensed to carry. Yeah, he wasn't carrying it. And so what happened was then they found it and then they justified. So they were just looking for a justification. Yep, when they forced him down, his jacket got pulled up and they saw the pew-pew and took it. Then one fired at him and then another one did. Yeah, and then, the thing with them is they're like pit bulls. I gotta use, pit bull's the best analogy. Like, I'm not being breedish, I'm just being honest, because if you look at stories of pit bull attacks, they're always in packs. They're like the wolves. So you're never going to see a lone officer. Like, it's very rare to see a lone officer. Sometimes you do see that. Yeah, you'll see that. But usually, like, when they do these type of targeted situations, they get a rush out of, it's energy. It's energy. Is that pack mentality, y'all. So, yeah, they were looking for, again, he's a white liberal. They do not like white liberals. As much as they hate black people, they really hate white liberals more. Because they're not understanding why they are on that side and not with them. So then when you like listen to how they talk about liberals, it's like literally like it sounds like they're talking. It's so crazy when people talk about you liberals. It sounds like a racial slur. Red flag. It be sounding like a racial slur to me, yo. You liberals. I'm like, well, damn. What is wrong with being a liberal? Is that bad? But they have this disdain. So again, they were already looking for a target, yo. Yeah, in Minnesota he can carry it and he had a holster. There's nothing wrong with him carrying, y'all. He was carrying it legally. Did somebody say that he was there's no justification, y'all. He did not pull it out. That's what they're trying to say, but I didn't see any of that in the video. The proof is there. You can't even lie about it. I'll read 2 more comments and then we got to continue because I don't want you guys to stay too late today. And you said hi, Mimi. Yeah, she's bald now. Mimi's bald. Regulation of emotions. Yeah. So sometimes, like when you walk in somewhere. I remember that happened to me once. I walked in somewhere and the energy was way off, and I said, I did my Abraham Simpson. Y'all ever saw that meme when he walked in and walked right out? That's me. As soon as the energy is off, I'm out. I'll do the wait, who somebody wrote it, flight. It was fight, flight, or fright. Thank you, sis. At Jada-san. Yeah. So as soon as I feel the energy's off, I don't put myself in environments where the energy is gonna be off. It's the same thing with I don't want to bring it up, but the astral world. I have so many topics I want to talk about, y'all, but it's just timing, man, because I just always have so much going on. But I want to talk about the astral world situation one day in a live stream, in a future live stream. Some concerts, like sometimes the energy is off. It's already the environment already sets the tone. So again, with protest, it's too emotionally driven. You're not gonna make a sound decision. Make sure whatever environment you're in, you can always make a logical decision. Same thing with the club. Yeah, you there to have a good time, but the energy can often turn quickly. It can get dark. It can get ominous. You can feel it all around. You can feel it. So yeah, trust your instincts. And to be honest with you, like I said, it's too late, man. The time to vote was in 2024. They already have all the power. Unfortunately, I'm not saying don't do anything. Please, you're going to make whatever choice you want to make. But at the same time, just remember that if you're putting yourself in that emotional situation, the odds are that it will work against you. Because they are even though you outnumber them, they have the power. That's the problem. They have the power. And so when you're in that kind of situation, you have to weigh your options and see, is it really worth it to risk your life? Because that's what that's what you're essentially doing. You're putting your body on the line. And so don't go into those environments thinking that you're always going to be safe and you're always, oh yeah, like it's, we're strength in numbers. Yeah, you can believe that all you want to. But remember those civil rights movement. I can even bring up the Haitian Revolution because that's my historical background. When my ancestors were involved in that, a lot of them knew that they were not going to make it back to their families. Mine just got lucky that they did. But other people's ancestors didn't have a chance, So, or they probably didn't even continue the whole, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, when you know you're fighting for this type against this type of demonic entity that is a government, just know that you always are like you always put in your mind that yes, you're gonna do whatever you can to stay safe, but in that emotional environment you might not make it home, and that's the risk you got to take whenever you're in those emotionally charged environments. Yep. Continue energy harvesting. Yep, sis. That's what it is. That's what it is. And so now they've gotten their fix. They got the body. And it gives, we need to, there's so many live streams. I need to write this down. There was one serial killer who said that when he unalived people, he felt like he was having sex. Bloodthirsty people do that. And I liken that to the ICE agents. They are out for blood, y'all. Because if you can look at another human being and think about unaliving them and it does nothing to you, you can sleep at night and you think that, like I bet you that officer went to his family and he slept well that night. He probably was snoring. Meanwhile, somebody else's family has to mourn their loved one. And when you have people with that kind of deranged mindset, it really starts to make you think, like, are you even human? And these are the people that you are entrusting with the security of the country. So they didn't think anything of it. They didn't even think like, damn, let's just grab and then arrest him. They could have quickly done that. They didn't want to, though. They were looking for a target because it gives them a high. There are many people who have that power and they get a high off of that. So he got his little nut and then he was gone. That's what he does. And then now he's like sleeping well at night. This is disturbing. But hey, it's a lot of people who have that mindset, Unfortunately. You said fight, flight, freeze, fawn. Yes, there's so many different ones, sis. Yeah, there's so many different ones. But yeah, anyway, that's one of your responses, yo. Like that one weekend concert. Yep. All of them concerts be a little, I don't put myself in those environments for sure. All right, let's watch Renee Good, y'all, and then watch quickly. We'll watch Renee's story quickly. We have another one here. And then there was one more. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah, the Don Lemon thing. Oh, boy. There's a lot to go. Okay, it's 5:27. Okay, we got to go quickly, though. I only got 3 stories today. Okay, where's the Renee Good story real quick? I think did I delete it? Okay, let's see what happened. The update on Renee Good. Hold on, I'm going to find it. I think I must have linked the page. Okay, so we see a sister here, but Foxware. I don't trust these folks. Okay, okay, here we go. All right, let's watch this one.
But we're going to turn now to some other breaking news out of Minnesota, where those protests have raged for weeks after the fatal shooting of a woman who was protesting ICE raids there. Now, an FBI agent involved in the investigation into that shooting has stepped down. NBC's Camila Bernal is in Minneapolis with the very latest. Camila, good morning.
Hey, Laura, good morning. So we now know this FBI agent was a supervisor here in the Minneapolis office and resigned because this investigation was focused more on Renee Good and her partner and their actions instead of the officer in this case. This as the largest protest since this shooting took place in this city, with thousands of people out in freezing temperatures. And their message is they want ICE out of this city. They do not want to see detention of people in their neighborhoods, and especially not the detention of children. One of the school districts in this area said at least 4 children were detained this week. Here's the reaction from one of the protesters.
What is wrong with you that you would do that to a child? It just fills me with...
Brother, I understand it fills you with like, this is like, why would you do that to a child? Like I said, I'm sorry, I got to. This is the only way people learn. I'm not one of those people that's gonna coddle you and be like, and same thing with me. Like I always have to swallow the pill of eat humble pie. My husband reminds me every day, gotta eat humble pie, take your L. Yeah, you couldn't believe it. But I believe it. Look at this. Red everywhere. Look at this. Now, I don't know your demographics, sir, but you don't look like me. So I'm going to have to chalk it up to this one right here. Here you go right here. Where's the men and the women? Here. Which one you is? 54% of your brothers, if you're Latino, because I don't know if you're Latino or a white Latino or a white. I don't know. Listen, I don't have time to figure this out. So you either one of these. You're either the man, white man, so 60%, red flag. You are either Hispanic man, 54%, red flag, or you're other. So I don't know which one you fall under, sir. But it's still a close percentage, 49, 47, red flag, either way. So now you upset about the children? You weren't thinking about the kids when y'all voted. I don't know about you, but your brethren, get mad at them first because they allowed this to take place.
Sadness for the children, for the families.
And we now know of 2 of the children that were detained, 5-year-old Liam and 2-year-old Chloe. DHS saying both of these children were with their fathers who had deportation orders when they were detained.
Remember, didn't they have kids in cages at one point? And wasn't Erica Kirk involved in that somehow? No, it wasn't Erica Kirk. Sorry, it was somebody else. My bad. Not Erica Kirk. Hell, she's involved in everything. Y'all already know what's going to happen to them kids. They separated them from their parents, and you have deviance in that whole entire operation. If they can unalive somebody in cold blood in broad daylight, what do you think they're going to do to these small kids? They're going to send them home and give them candy? Let them watch Disney movies all day? Where are the children? They didn't snatch your kids up. But you wasn't thinking about that here. Yeah, hard pill to swallow, huh? Yeah, this is what happens when you get on this live stream. It's going to be a hard pill to swallow. That's the only way people learn. Continuing.
Liam's case, DHS says the father tried to run away and abandoned his child. And in both cases, DHS saying that their mothers refused to take custody. Now, the school district disputes this and says Liam was used as bait to get the parents. And overall now, DHS is saying that the children have been reunited with their parents at a detention facility. Laura?
All right, Camila, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget...
Continuing. Watch this last one here. And then we got to watch the Don Lemon live stream. Oh, Lord, that one was crazy.
Why? That's the part. That's the policy.
Of course it is. Why are you reporting this? Why?
Just to make sure everything's...
Wait, hold on, sir. Before I understand, but I'm asking, why is he recording this? I would ask that you not record if it doesn't have to be. I don't want to be a trophy for MAGA. So I'm asking you.
It's not.
Is it Department of Policy to record? If it's not, can you please stop recording? Yes.
Oh wait, was she part of the Don Lemon protest? Oh, okay. Wait, let's watch that one first. Okay, sorry, I didn't know she was. All right, this makes more sense. Let's get to ICE. Hold on, ICE protest. St. Paul Church. Yeah, let's watch the Don Lemon thing. That was wild, yo. Okay. So, let me see if we can get really good coverage. Damn, they even got it on CBN. Okay. 4 minutes. Okay, 4 minutes is enough. Okay, let's watch this one.
A Sunday church service is now under investigation by the Justice Department.
An anti-ICE protest made its way into a St. Paul sanctuary during service. Protesters say a pastor at City's Church is also the acting director of the St. Paul Field ICE Office of ICE.
At where? On this Good Sunday?
A Sunday church service is now under investigation by the Justice Department.
An anti-ICE protest made its way into a St. Paul sanctuary during service. Protesters say a pastor at City's Church is also the acting director of the St. Paul Field ICE Office of ICE, rather.
So a pastor is the acting director? That's what they said? Red flag. Look at all the congregants right here. This is the real war. Look at them. Who's in the crowd? Look at all these faces. But it lines up with this. Representation right here. So here we go. It was never going to be, this is the thing. Black people only make up, I think, 13% of the population of the United States, if I'm not mistaken. At least 13%. Even if every single black person went out there to protest, it's still not enough to outnumber the majority. It was never going to be our fight to win. I hope you guys know that. Yes, we've made great strides. Won't minimize that. Yes, we have come a long way. You have, Black Americans especially, hats off to you. You did that. You've come a long way and made the way for the rest of us, for my parents to come in and for the rest of us. Other countries have done other things too. But it was never going to be enough. So it wouldn't have mattered if you it does matter, but not to the scale that this matters. Because look at who's in the congregation. This is the real fight.
Church is also the acting director of the St. Paul Field Office of ICE. The Justice Department says it is investigating the incident, saying protesters violated the FACE Act. That law prohibits intimidating or interfering with people's rights to practice their faith. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi has already responded, saying any violations of the law will be prosecuted, adding, quote, attacks against law enforcement and the intimidation of Christians are being met with full force of federal law.
Peaceful protests took place outside the federal Whipple building just yesterday. Around midday, no federal officers were spotted outside. However, Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies were on hand.
Yeah, because it was too cold. Look at that man jumping. Hold up. This is why they weren't there.
Took place outside the federal Whipple building just yesterday. Around midday, no federal officers were spotted.
Yeah, they're not there. Look at that brother. Was he the one jumping? Hold up.
However, Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies were on hand.
Look at, it's cold. It's snowing. They're not gonna be there. You know they big asses. They look at the one. I see them run, looking like that police officer. What's his name? Officer Wiggums. That's what they look like. They can't even chase nobody. Lay off them belly full of grease. Red flag. Hold on. Let's see the pictures of these people. Where they asses at? This is them, y'all. Look at them. Look at them. They all look similar. That's all I'm going to say. Very interesting. Very interesting. They weren't there because it was too cold. They didn't want to be uncomfortable. They got to be comfortable when they try to terrorize people.
We've also learned the Veterans Affairs Office in the Whipple building is temporarily closing. In a posting on its website, it says it'll have staff available for veterans at the VA hospital in Minneapolis, along with online. They did not give a reason for that closure. And along with the protests that took place this weekend, the battle of words between state and federal officials, that continues.
Yesterday morning, both Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey appeared on CBS's Face the Nation. Noem blamed Minnesota leaders, including Frey, for recent violence. She suggested protesters to be confined to a peaceful protest zone. Frey said he will not limit the First Amendment.
If he would set up a peaceful protest zone so that these individuals can exercise their First Amendment rights and do so peacefully, we would love that. Because then we could work together to make sure we're getting criminals to justice and letting people still express their First Amendment rights.
First Amendment.
What criminals? What criminals we talking about? She talking about who's criminal?
Criminals to justice. And
what criminals to justice? Who she talking about? The illegals?
Letting people still express their First Amendment rights.
First Amendment speech is not limited to one park or one section of the city. You are allowed to protest so long as you're doing it peacefully. And by the way, we've got tens of thousands of people in Minneapolis that are grinning down the bear, that are peacefully expressing their First Amendment rights. So no, you can't have just one section of a city. That's not the way First Amendment works.
ICE says an undocumented immigrant picked up in Minneapolis died in their custody. 36-year-old Victor Manuel Diaz of Nicaragua was being held at Camp East Montana in El Paso, Texas. According to an ICE statement, he was unresponsive.
I don't believe nothing about what they talking about. Next! Fast forward, I don't believe it.
Possibility of active duty soldiers being deployed here. A U.S. defense this week.
They presumed suicide, though his death is still.
Soldiers being deployed here. A U.S. defense official tells CBS News 1,500 active duty soldiers are on standby in Alaska for possible deployment to Minneapolis.
Alaska, y'all. Y'all, they not playing. I told you, the time is up. The jig is up. It's over with. You know what's going to be more effective? And I know not everyone's going to agree with what I say, and you don't have to, but that's just my opinion. I have to preface it with that because I have some very, very strong opinions. Economically, you need to snuff people out. Stop going to those churches, number one. But I don't know who's going there, so they're obviously making money. Stop supporting them, though. Number two, you got to find where the money is funneled somehow. There's ways you can do it, y'all. Stop spending money on things and corporate. Stop doing all of that. Like, you got to limit. I know sometimes you have no choice, but economically, you're going to have to really make a difference. That's the only way these people understand. They only understand with dollars. Because the people, I'm just going to let you know, a majority of the people who voted, who are they? Let's look at the demographics again. I'm going to look at the age group for a reason. 45 to 64 was 54%. Some of them about to be retired, y'all. They phasing out. You hold the economic power. You're working. Just remember that. And I know some people losing their jobs. You see, it's kind of like it's a double-edged sword. But do what you can, y'all. I think for me personally speaking, these days, I'm not saying, again, protesting does have its time and its place, but I would say you need to talk with your dollars more than anything. That's the time where you need to start building yourselves up and getting yourselves to a better position. That's really what's going to make a difference, because then you'll have more options. Look at this. They're about to put the military on y'all asses. That's crazy. Just because you're protesting peacefully at that.
Those soldiers are from the 11th Airborne Division in Alaska. President Trump has said that he is considering invoking the Insurrection Act, which gives him the authority to deploy armed forces domestically.
And this is exactly why I said it was too late. Look at this. That's what he's been itching to do. That's been the whole point. He was trying to do that in Chicago. It didn't work. He tried to do it in another state. It didn't work. But now he's going to try to do it in Minnesota. And then also, let's segue to TikTok. Hold on, let's let them finish, and then we're going to segue to the TikTok. This is all planned. It was all purposefully planned. It's strategic. But the playbook was already there.
The Minnesota National Guard is also on standby by orders of Governor Tim Walz to support, quote, the rights of all who assemble peacefully. On Saturday, Guard vehicles could be seen around the Twin Cities metro area prepared for potential unrest. Protesters demonstrated throughout the weekend, as they have every day since the deadly shooting of Renee Good by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. That was a week and a half ago. A small group of pro-ICE demonstrators tangled with those against immigration enforcement. And last night on 60 Minutes, the Minneapolis police chief shared his concerns about the killing of Good.
We're in this 2020 moment where all these tensions have been building. And I'm afraid we're going to have another moment where it all explodes.
If the Minnesota National Guard troops are deployed, they say they will wear yellow reflective vests to distinguish themselves from federal agents. Normally, the Minnesota National Guard is under the command of the governor. But if President Trump invokes the Insurrection Act, that puts the soldiers under the control of President Trump.
Oh, interesting. But you know what? I can't even be mad at him because he said he was going to do all of that. He literally said it. I don't understand why people thought he was playing. This is the craziest thing. Do they think this is like a Marvel movie? Like the villain's gonna change his mind or something? Like we've seen it time and time again. I mean, they don't change their minds in the Marvel movie, but you know what? They think it's fiction. Like, oh, you're just gonna watch this movie and then go home and sleep peacefully. They thought by voting for him that he wasn't gonna do any of that stuff. Like, I don't understand. Oh, it'll never get to that point. You guys are just fear-mongering. Oh, where's the fear-mongering now? Wake up! Time's up, actually. There's no fear-mongering. It was just intelligence. Patterns. They recognized it. And some people did something about it, other people didn't. They voted here. This is what they did. That was their response. And then now you're trying to do what? Damage is already done. Even if they stopped everything today and said, okay, you know what, we're going to get rid of ICE. How many people already suffered? How many people were already unalived? How many people got deported? How many people had to change their whole entire life? How many people were, like, innocent people were taken into detention and sick things happened to them? It's already, like, it doesn't matter at this point. It's already, the damage is already done. But then again, where's that congregation? Where they at? This is who you should be fighting up against. This is this right here. Look at them. They are very happy. They are very satisfied. Hands waving. No care in the world. Come on now. Continuing. I was supposed to look up something. What was I supposed to do again? I forgot. Damn it. I hate when I forget, y'all. My meds, I don't know what's going on today. Oh yeah, this one. Okay, now let's get to the same. Oh wait, we have to get the Don Lemon thing. Sorry, that's what I was supposed to look up. Don Lemon. One more thing. And then we'll get to Sis's story, and then we're wrapping this right up because there's more to come, y'all. Here we go. Okay, this is 1 hour. This is too long. They don't have the cut version. Okay, here we go. Okay, we'll watch this.
Those protests that entered a church in Minnesota. This happened during a church service. You had Don Lemon there awkwardly. Let's actually play a clip. This is Don Lemon.
Oh, I don't trust. Okay, we're going to go through the, okay, he kept it on his channel. We're going to fast forward.
I can tell you.
Subjugation. There's no need.
There is a
leader of Venezuela.
Was this 1 hour?
It is fresh, affordable.
They put like.
Oh, I want to see the actual footage. Oh man. Okay, maybe this is it. Oh, 6 hours. Dang, that was like my type of stream. Okay, here we go, Don. Let's go. You're the man of the hour. We're not watching all 6 hours, by the way.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the program. We just got into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some reconnaissance on the ground. I'm speaking to an organization there that's gearing up for resistance and protest.
All right, fast forward. And sorry, guys, because of time. Let's fast
and
forward.
So no one... Yeah.
And I'm like, he's in the wrong spot.
Oh, back. That's what.
Okay, here we go. Okay, let's go here. Okay, he about to walk into the church, y'all. Let's see what's going on here at St. Paul Parish or whatever the hell they name it. Cathedral. No, it's not a cathedral. It's a church. Sanctuary. Damn, it's snowing like a mug over there. Be safe out there, Minnesota. My goodness, I do not miss the snow, guys. Oh my God, it's snowing really heavy. So I gotta fast forward.
Surrounded the church.
Okay, here we go.
Oh no.
Oh, it is a Catholic church. Not the connection. Sorry, it's not funny, but the connection. Oh, connection has low bit rate. Yeah, what was going on in there, Don? What was you using? A toaster? Oh, they probably didn't have internet access. That's probably Here we go. Look at them. Look at them. They look very satisfied. And I'm talking about the people, the congregation. You already know who they voted for. Look at that. They part of this, the red side. All right, continuing. You know what the craziest thing about this situation is? That the people that are protesting in the church, they are mostly people of color. I saw a few white folks, but I saw a lot of people of color. Black folks, to be exact. But the people outside, see, this should have been reversed. Sister, I know you was trying to do something good, and I appreciate all your effort. This sister right here, the CNN one right here, the protest organizer. But you should have not been in there. I'm being honest. Like I said, the fight is in the church, and it's them, the people who, the people of those, the same folks, their race. I gotta be honest, because again, they're the ones who voted this way. Okay, that's how they voted here. Look, we're looking at that right here. Majority. Look at that. You shouldn't have been in there. That's their fight, because they're the ones who voted. So the people who are being affected now, who had voted for this, they need to be up in the church. That's where they should have been protesting. All them protesters that was supposed to protesting outside, standing with the signs, they should have been in the church. But notice how they didn't even go in the church. And then it's you who went in the church. And then now look at what's going on.
So the protesters are confronting that's a member.
Sorry, I gotta fast forward this because I want to go to that interview he had with that young man.
When you order to test at any
I told you, Dave
horrible, yo. Okay,
sure?
here we go. Okay, let's go back.
And he also serves as the director.
Okay, hold on. Okay, we gonna let it catch up. Ooh, that stream was wild.
Office for ICE in St. Paul. How? David Easterwood.
Are you sure that he's a...
Yes, yeah. City's Church. Yes.
And you see, look at that. So she went above and beyond. She's not just going out in the street. She's like, oh, I'm gonna go and research and see who the director is. Why are they not doing that? They're the sis. You did your job. I know you were part of the 92%. Where you at? You did your job, sis. You were part of the 92%. Why are you there? Red flag. You did your job. Let other people clock in. They're supposed to be the ones investigating, doing all that stuff. That's their job, because that's their brethren who voted for this nonsense. Now look at you being demonized on the damn internet.
And that's why we're here, demanding justice for Renee Good and letting them know that this will not stand.
And I get it. You know, I want you guys to, like I said, Renee was, that was a crazy situation, but at the same time, that you don't gotta be there. That's not your fight.
They cannot pretend to be a house of God while harboring someone who is directing ICE agents to wreak havoc upon our community and who killed Renee Good, who almost killed a 6-month-old baby. Enough is enough. I am a reverend on top of being a lawyer and an activist. So I come here in the power of the Almighty God for righteousness, truth, and justice.
Is this the gentleman you were explaining to?
No, he's one of us.
Okay. Him.
Oh,
you remember that we should talk to? Is there a pastor or something?
They might have run away.
All right, we'll see if we can find him. I'm gonna talk to the pastor. Let's see if I can talk to him. Let's go over
here.
Look
at that man praying right now. Look, they praying. They're like, get these people out. Look at that. Don, you're gonna have to do better with your streaming. Red flag. You can't go all up in these people's churches and you don't have good data. What is going on here? Every time connection's lost. What happened? What was y'all feeling with?
Our church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters. Yeah. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left. So.
What do you think of this?
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful.
Okay, so it's shameful for the protesters to come in and interrupt your time with Jesus, even though you could pray to him anytime. We could literally have a prayer session right now if I wanted to. Got my Bible right here. You could pray to him, and he's free to access. Oh, sorry, y'all believe in the intermediary, so you got to go through the Pope. I don't know. But you don't think it's shameful that your pastor or reverend or whatever the hell his title is an ICE agent and he's the director, and this literally is the it goes against what you believe in the good book? That's not more disgusting to you? Red flag.
It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
It's shameful to do that, but it's not shameful to unalive innocent people outside, because he's part of the problem. You know that, right? His blood, that man's blood is on his hands. I hope you know that. And Renee Goods' hand too, and all the countless people that he has been he has directed other people to do things to. Marching orders. And that's not shameful. This is the state of Christianity. This is why Jesus was flipping tables. I get it now, Jesus. I understand. Every day that the world keeps going, I understand why you flip tables. I get it. I get it now. I remember when whenever they would go through that story in the Bible, I was like, why was he so angry? Now I get it. I get why Moses broke them tablets the first time. I get it. I wouldn't fight for y'all either. Like, what is going on here? Look at this stupidity. And you know he was part of this part. He was part of this. They're too powerful, y'all. They got... Look at this. This is who you need to be up against. But then you want to go on the... That's what I'm saying. It's all... There's a chain of command, guys. Y'all think the Catholic Church is...
But they're funding this. I have to take
funding it too.
Care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution and the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble.
Don, he don't care about none of that.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus, because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world, is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here. Yeah. Okay. That's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to
spreading the love through ICE agents and through unalive innocent people. That's spreading the love of Jesus. Got it. That's the Jesus. That's a representation right here. The American version of Christianity at your door right here. This is it. This is it. Just pray it away. It's okay. Yeah, y'all saw that brother like this while the whole chaos under a spell.
As a
no
Christian.
One is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship. Yeah. We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Don's a Christian. I didn't know that.
So that's one of the pastors of the church, and it's kind of loud, so I can't hear him. But they're still there, and then, pardon me, sir.
Don, your Christianity is different from theirs. You're the human one. They are the I don't know what the hell Christianity that they're following, but it's not the book. This is not the same book you're following. You're following the actual. They're not following that book. They're following whatever the hell they following.
Sorry. Do you mind if we talk to you?
Okay, that's it. That's all we gonna. Oh wait. Let's hear what this man gotta say, and then we wrapping this right up.
That there are varying arrays of views on the political situation here. That's what I'm telling you.
What do you mean by that?
I'm going to leave it at that. But there's varying array of views in this church on politics of immigration. Right. Recognize the complexity of the issue.
Yeah. Some people don't like what's happening. Some people like it.
I'm not going to reduce it to that. I won't reduce it that simply, but we acknowledge the complexity of the situation.
Shut up. What? I acknowledge the complexity. There's people with difference of opinion, but your leader is the director. So which side do you stand on then? Well, I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to talk about it. We already know who you voted for. Red flag. Get out of here. Shut the hell up. I ain't going to listen to you. And then look at this one right here. Look at this one right here. That's what I'm saying. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all these folks.
Better to do it in a peaceful way. I don't think the answer is going to God's church.
Okay, so that's where you draw the line, going to God's church, but not unaliving people. Isn't that the first commandment? Is it thou shalt not kill? Oh, no. Thou shalt not, wait, which was the first one? Hold up. You should have no other gods. That's the first one. What's this? Thou shalt not kill. Which one is the second one? I need to see the 10 commandments. Come on now. I need to see the 10 commandments. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go. It's still part of the commandments. Your pastor done broke this one. Your pastor done broke 2 of them. Right away. Right there. Red flag.
But I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire. I think it's good to speak up, and I think it's good to protest, but I think it's better to do it in a peaceful way.
They are doing it peacefully. What's not peaceful? They didn't come in and try to. Did they hit somebody? Did they try to fight somebody? What's not peaceful? Do they not understand the definition? What is the definition of peaceful? Because people don't understand what peaceful means. The act of expressing disapproval through a statement or action without the use of violence is not the definition of peaceful. Red flag. You don't even know how to Google it. 2 seconds to look that up. You're stupid. And then you wonder why. Look at this. These dumbass people. This right here. This is the dumbassery. 60%. Look at him. That's right there. This is the reason. Look, him right here. You're peaceful. You're peaceful. Does he even know the definition of peaceful?
The answer is going to God's church.
You don't think this is peaceful?
Thank you.
Well, it's trust.
Nobody fighting.
Don, you're, like I said, you're too intelligent. He's stupid. He doesn't even know what peaceful means. And then watch him be the CEO of something.
It's trespassing. How would you feel if I went to your house and I started yelling?
It's not trespassing if it's an open church. The hours of the church are posted. What is this church's name? Is it this one? Here we go. I need to know the actual name. St. Paul Church. Okay. Here we go. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of them. So we're going to go through it. Oh, sorry. This is in my city. What are the hours of our opens at 7 a.m.? Is that not business hours? What time is it? It's not open to the public? I thought churches were open to the public. Shut up. Stupid as hell.
It depends on what I did, but not in my house.
No, stop trying to talk logic to him. He's an idiot.
That's a whole different thing. I think these people would go inside of anybody's house.
This is the house of God.
That's open to the public. Shut up. When you ask for donations, you sure don't care about it being, we get funding for this. We wrapping them right up. This is dumbass church, man. Stupid ass people. Continuing.
Nekima Levy-Armstrong is now out front. And Nekima, I want to ask you about that video and just this whole issue of who's recording and why and what the policy is, because it's really crucial. But, you're here. You just got out of custody a few hours ago. And I know, we spoke just hours before you were arrested yesterday morning. So then all of a sudden you were arrested and it's been 36 hours that you were in custody. What happened in that time?
So you see, they starting to... This is why I said what I said earlier. Sid, you shouldn't even gotten involved. You did what you had to do. Now you got a record on you. You did it in November. You can rest, sis. You don't always have to be, you don't need to be active. I understand it's very, like I said, emotional things will make you do emotional. Like, you're not going to think logically. I understand. Yes, you're protesting for Renee. I love that. But you could have done it in another way. Because, look, they arrested y'all asses. They ain't arrest nobody else out there. Just saying. But they are unaliving people, so hell. Now you got a target on your back, just letting you know. Don't be surprised. I don't know what she does for. Is she she's an attorney? She said she's a reverend and an attorney. They're gonna target her. Oh, she got a target on her back.
So what happened was yesterday morning, FBI agents essentially, I guess so let me backtrack a little bit. So they had me as well as some of the other organizers and protesters under surveillance. Mm-hmm. So they treated us as if we were dangerous criminals, watching our movements. They even went to my co-defendant Chantel Allen's home and watched her and her wife get into their vehicle.
This is exactly why I'm saying what I'm saying. That's what they're gonna do once you have a target on your back. Just letting you know. This is why I say you gotta wait. Like, you gotta, again, like I said, you can choose what you want to do. I don't want people to feel like they can't protest. Yeah, it's your right if you want to do it. But all I'm saying is think smarter. Because now, how are you going to practice your business? How are you going to be able to really help people if you're not under the radar? Y'all got to take notes from Harriet Tubman, man. I love her story. Harriet Tubman was a G. Where's she at? Where's sis at? I remember they had her on the dollar bill. Was it the $100 bill? Harriet Tubman, yes. Love her. I love her story, y'all. Under the radar. When she did the Underground Railroad. If she was too visible, this would have never happened. A lot of people would not have been able to escape to the north. Sometimes you don't need, I get it. Like I said, you got to think wisely. There are other ways, like I said, that you can definitely help the cause. You don't need to put your body or your resources on the line, because guess what? Let me tell y'all something, and I got to keep it honest. This is a really honest stream. These folks that you see right here, where they at? I need to see their faces. Right here, these folks right here, they're going to be fine. They have the economic, no matter what happens to them. The economy is going to be on their side. They have the resources to take care of each other. They have the resources. These folks right here. You ain't got to worry about their financial situation. I know, I understand. Again, like I said, I know that they're putting their bodies on the line too. But what I'm trying to say, and I'm trying to say it in the nicest way possible. You know what? I can't be nice anymore. You're going to have worse consequences than them. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Even in death, imagine. Even in death, you will get way worse consequences. Because I can be for sure that the man who passed away, his family will be able to take, they'll take care of everything. They have the resources to. Renee too. She has a whole community behind her. Sis, now you got a target. How are you supposed to do your work? They won't let you do it now. There are other people you could have exposed, but now you can't do it anymore. You were able to find the director of ICE. You could have tipped somebody else off and had them go in there and do all that. That's why I said it's a fight. You got to be strategic. Don't put your body there. That you did what you had to do. They're going to be okay. But you got a target on your back now. And how are you supposed to support yourself now? Now you can't do nothing. They're always going to watch you. They're never going to stop. And you want to know why? Because their leader, the what was it? The officer, oh my God, Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief is just like that. They are just like him. He's going to have people working for him just like him. He holds a grudge forever. He's never going to stop. He's going to watch you like a hawk now. So how you going to get your work done? Good luck. You going to have to use signals or something.
And drive away the other night. And apparently they were tracking me in my vehicle, which I did not know. And so we stayed in a hotel in downtown Minneapolis because we had heard that they might be arresting people. And we had our lawyer contact the U.S. Marshal's office to see if there was an arrest warrant, not yesterday, but the day before. And they said there was no arrest warrant, on file. And then he also called the U.S. Attorney's Office as well. And they did not give him any information. So we wanted to be close to downtown. We also didn't want the FBI to kick in our doors, with our families there. So we stayed at a hotel so that we would be able to turn ourselves in the event that we found.
You know what's so crazy? Oh my God, this is awful. And this is why I'm so upset and incensed and passionate about this subject. Yeah, I'm going to move on to another subject. This is very important. And I want everybody, especially people who look like me, to take notice of this. Has Renee Good's family been harassed or been stalked? Have you heard them come out in the media? I need to see this. We might have to do a part 2 of this. Alex's family, they just found out, so we don't know. That just happened a day ago, so I can't involve him in it. But I can guarantee you that they're not following them the way that they're following you. They've been waiting for y'all. They've been waiting for people who look like me. Stop it. I understand, like I said, when you get in an emotional state, you want to do something about it, but there's other ways to do it. Reprogram your mind and remember that you're different. No matter what happens, they will target you differently. Renee and the guy, they're gone now, and I bet you that's where it ends. But for you, it was just the beginning. They're gonna keep doing that to you.
Found out that there was an arrest warrant. However, in the meantime, dozens of FBI agents, again, were surveilling us. They found out the hotel that we were staying in. They surrounded the building, monitored the building. And at one point in the middle of the night, we were in my room and I opened one of my friends opened the hotel door to go take her bag next door. And an FBI agent stormed out of the room across the hall from me and chased her and slammed her to the ground. And he thought that later we realized he thought that she was me. So he got physical with her and attacked her. And when I saw this man run out of the room, I just closed the door and locked it. And
all they did was they went into a church and they said, hands up. No, what did they say? Hands up something. They didn't attack anybody. They did not disturb the peace. They didn't vandalize the place. All they did was they caused a nuisance one Sunday morning to make a statement. And look at the response. Like I said, it was unfortunate what happened to Renee's family, Renee and Alex. My heart goes out to them. Nobody deserves to be unalived in cold blood in the daylight, in daytime, in front of everyone. That's not how you want to spend the last moments of your life. In panic and terror and emotion. The adrenaline was probably still pumping. Their hearts were probably like this. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. However, what I do have to say, though, is that your consequences will be different from theirs. Totally different. It's never going to stop now. Look at how they was ready to tackle that woman.
Then I tried to reach my attorney, like, I think that they're in the room next door surveilling us. It was just so shocking to see the lengths that they went to as if we were dangerous criminals. And we're literally talking about a nonviolent, peaceful protest. And so once we were able to get a hold of our attorneys early in the morning, we talked to them about me being able to turn myself in. And initially David Rosen, who is the head prosecutor on this case, had told my attorney, Jordan Kushner, that I could just self-surrender with him by my side. And then he got a call from a higher up in Washington who said, no, the FBI was going to have to arrest me. And I knew that they just wanted to put on a show.
From the where? from the White House.
On my side.
So this is Trump. This is directly from him. How dare these N-words get into the house of worship? How dare they? I've been looking for y'all this whole time. I've been waiting for y'all asses to come. They took the bait. Through who? Renee Good. And now through Alex, because that is going to incense people to want to march. Now, you know, anybody who was the part of the 92% or the 78%, I think black men was 78%. Hold on, let me not get your percentage wrong, because I know some brothers will be like, 77%. Sorry, I even gave y'all a higher point. Y'all, we're going to be like, damn, we feel guilty now. Maybe we should be involved. Maybe we should get, maybe you guys should get, maybe, blah, blah, blah. No, stay where you at. That's what they want. She took the bait, unfortunately, but don't be like her. This is a cautionary tale.
And then he got a call from a higher up in Washington who said, no, the FBI was going to have to arrest me. And I knew that they just wanted to put on a show because J.D. Vance was coming into town, because MAGA got worked up over the church protest. Mm-hmm. And that is why I believe that the FBI agent was trying to record me.
So that's why they're recording. But what you described is a whole lot of people and manpower and hotel room bills and all of these things that they're doing when you were willing to just walk in and turn yourself in.
Absolutely. We followed the steps to see if there was an arrest warrant for me. And there was nothing in their system.
Sis, stop. Let me tell you something, sis. I think is she a Gen Xer? She might be. I don't know. What was her name? What's her name? Nakima Levy Armstrong. I need to know. Yep. Gen X, I think. 1976 is definitely Gen X. All my Gen Xers out there, because I knew it had to be y'all. Y'all a little stubborn. I know y'all used to muling too much, so I get it. Millennials, we already knew what time it was. Like, oh, we good. Gen Zs definitely don't give a damn. So what I will say to you Gen Xers out there is that I admire your tenacity. One thing I love about Gen Xers is they never stop. They're very loyal. They will never quit. They will be on your side. They're riders. They're very much riders, because that's what our boomer, we both have boomer moms, right? Gen Xers have boomer moms, and so do millennials. But what I will say, and I know I'm younger than you, sis, big sis, but what I can say as a younger sis and somebody who has seen this time and time again and recognizes patterns, I will say this, that you can't expect for the rules to apply to you. The same rules that apply to other people do not apply to you. They will always change the goalpost when it comes to you because of. Don't forget about that. That should be the first thing in your mind. Because you're a double. You're a woman. That's already a problem to a lot of them. And you're black. You get it on both sides. I do too. So we got to start thinking more strategically, like I said. Is this the way that we want to go down? Because now, don't you have children, or somebody had children? She talked about children here. She talked about hotels. She talked about just them just doing whatever they want. Got the direct orders from the White House. MAGA's against you. Oh, sis, it's just the beginning. And unfortunately, we don't have the resources. I mean, I know there are some community activists out there who could help you, but it's just not the same. That's what I said. It's not at the same level. Al Sharpton's not going to help you. Where he at? I don't see him nowhere here. Where's the NAACP? Crickets. Jesse Jackson. Oh, I know he was sick a few. Okay, we're going to leave Jesse alone. I know he's going through health problems. But where they at? I don't hear none of them. I remember the other time they walked through Costco. That's the most they did. That was it. Who's going to help you now? That's what I'm saying. Where the people... You were fighting for Renee Good's name. Where are the protesters? How come they're not helping you here? Where are them? They're not surrounding you. Where are they?
And so we were only 8 minutes away from the federal courthouse in downtown Minneapolis, which is where my attorney thought that I would have to turn myself in. So we followed all of the steps, but they treated this as if I was a fugitive on the run, that I had committed murder. And they're doing all this, putting all these resources into tracking down one Black woman, when they will put zero resources into holding Jonathan Ross accountable. the ICE agent who killed Renee Good. Yeah. Let's not forget that fact. He's still roaming around free. There are federal agents protecting his home as we speak. But instead, they tried to make me a target simply for speaking the truth and calling out the authoritarian behavior of the Trump administration and the brutality of ICE in the Twin Cities of Minnesota.
Nekima, in that video that they were filming of you, right? Because they obviously have said this is something they're now doing, and we've seen them do it. Jonathan Ross himself was filming during when he shot Renee Nicole Good. You say in your video, I don't want to be a trophy for MAGA. We heard that in what we just played that you provided for us. But that video that we're looking at, it confirms what your attorney said. And by the way, what the DHS secretary posted, which is you looking very calm and stoic, okay, during your arrest. She posted an image of you. You looked very serious and calm. But then the White House posted a digitally altered image, and it's looking bereft and crying and very broken up.
Oh my God, not them using AI. Look at that. And then look at how they concealed the face of the FBI agent, but they had her looking all types of crazy. Far left, let's read this. The words matter, guys. Arrested. So that's in big all caps. Far left. Remember, I said they use it as a racial slur. Whenever you hear liberals, far left, that's already fighting words right there. Far left agitator. What's an agitator? We're going to go. I'm sorry. I'm going to get to the other stories. Don't worry. But this is very important. A person who urges others to protest or rebel. And then the second definition, so here, they gave you an example, an activist, an agitator who fought for striking minors. So they use it in you see, imagine here they're using it in the job action type of situation where you're protesting for your human rights and your labor rights, but they put an activist and agitator. So they put activist and agitator in the same sentence. Red flag. Who's this? Oxford Dictionary. So they see it as a nuisance. Second, apparatus. For stirring liquid. Okay, so that's another one. But this is more of the just an operational thing. But this one here. So similar. Look at the synonym. Troublemaker. Rabble rouser and demagogue. Soapbox operator. There's way more. Incendiary. Incendiary. Revolutionary. Firebrand. Rebel. Insurgent. Subversive. Instigator. I hate that damn word. I know it's dissentient. Y'all, yeah, my language, I know. Y'all know French is my first language, by the way, FYI. So a lot of the first, there's a lot of words in English that's hard for me to pronounce. I don't know if y'all noticed that in my case studies, by the way. Agent provocateur. Stirrer. Imagine, that's what they put here. Agitator. Continuing. Nekima Levy. They put her whole damn name. For orchestrating. Y'all know what orchestrating means, but we're going through these definitions because, I might have some people on the red side coming in here thinking that I'm as dumb as they are. So, arrange or, and when I say red, I mean MAGA. Okay. Arrange or score. Okay, no, that's not it. Arrange or direct the elements of a situation to produce a desired effect, especially surreptitiously. Surreptitiously. Oh, Lord, the T's be getting to me and the S's. The developers were able to orchestrate a favorable media campaign. All right. So synonym, organize, arrange. Put together, plan, set up, bring about, manage, mobilize, mount, stage manage, mastermind, choreograph, coordinate, direct, engineer, concert. Y'all see the words they use in agitator. She's an agent of chaos. Church riots in Minnesota. White House put that in there. And it's an AI generated fake image. So what is he using Elon Musk's AI to do this? Red flag. This is it, y'all. Notice this one right here. Black woman.
And so that's the one on the right. I don't know if you can see it, but for viewers, the doctored AI-generated fake image posted by the White House is on the right. On the left is the real image, which was posted by the DHS secretary. So, Nekima, when did you find out that this, and what did you think when you first saw what the White House posted? Because you knew it to be a lie.
Absolutely. So my husband was there, and he was also recording. So that is the recording that you have, which was taken by my husband. And
who's your husband, sis? Because he gonna need to protect you. Nekima Levy Armstrong. Who does it have her husband here? Yeah, husband here. Who is it? Marcus Armstrong. Oh, he a brother. Oh, that's a husband? Okay, yeah. Yeah, they got y'all. They gonna get y'all. But at least you have a I hope that you guys are protected. I really hope that things work out for her, y'all, but this is not looking good. I'm not gonna lie.
At the time when I questioned the FBI agent about why he was recording, he had a smirk on his face, right? He knew that this was a sham prosecution to begin with. I could tell, honestly, by the look in his eyes. And I said, you can't, later I said, you can't even look at me with a straight face, about this whole thing. And so when I asked him about recording, he said, oh, it's not going to go on Twitter or anything. I was just asked to record this video. And so I didn't find out until we were in federal custody when my husband told me that it was like last night when they jailed us. Because actually the judge, the magistrate that we appeared before after, being arrested, he actually ordered us to be released yesterday. But the U.S. attorney who is prosecuting this case asked for a stay in the judge's decision so that he could contest it. And it was a bunch of BS as to why they should be able to detain us. And so that 1 hour stay wound up becoming a whole other day in federal custody because there were over 150 protesters who showed up at the federal courthouse peacefully. But they shut the federal courthouse down hours early and then quickly transported us in shackles to the Sherburne County Jail, which is where we were held until, a few hours ago when we were released. They didn't have to do all that. We had ankle chains around us, belly chains. We had handcuffs with a board in between. I mean, honestly, like they were transporting slaves during slavery. And it was
ankle
very
chains
intentional.
And a board chain for the...
And belly chains, ankle chains, belly chain, and handcuffs with the board.
They treated her like Luigi, yo. They gave her the Luigi treatment. He actually unalived somebody. She did, and all she did was show up at a church and she just spoke and organized it. That's it, that's all.
In between where you couldn't even move your wrists. And they put us in the back of a van. These are the U.S. Marshals. And they did not even put us in seatbelts. So we did not feel safe even being transported from the federal courthouse to the jail. But none of it was necessary. Our lawyers tried to get back into the federal courthouse. They wouldn't even let them in. They closed hours early. So all of this was intentional to further punish us for speaking truth to power and standing up for vulnerable people being abused by ICE.
Nekima, they did just release a court affidavit, and this came a DHS agent testifying in here. So I wanted to read for you what they've just put out. We've just gotten this. It says that your church protest, quote, disrupted the religious service and intimidated, harassed, oppressed, and terrorized the parishioners, including young children, and caused the service to be cut short. It goes on to describe a conversation that they said you had before the protest where they said that you specifically said, Nekima, to others, remember, if you have anything that is activist identifying, do not wear it in if you're just going in to sit down and be a part of the situation. I wanted to give you a chance to respond to this affidavit.
I said what I said. We went into the church service. Anyone who saw the video saw that we were very peaceful. And the description that they gave with regard to churchgoers, that to me sounds like what ICE is actually doing in our community. Terrorizing adults and children, making...
Wait, what was her instructions? I'm so sorry, y'all. Hold up. Armstrong also provided the following instruction. Remember, if you have anything that is activist identifying, do not wear it in if you're just going in to sit. Sis, Did you not see the demographics of that church? They knew you didn't belong there. Y'all thought y'all was just gonna walk in there and sit and pray, looking like you. Red flag. No. So sometimes we gotta. This is where we gotta use logic here. This is why I said the emotionally charged situations. You gotta think logically through them, y'all. You thought that by people not wearing anything activist identifying, they wouldn't know you're an activist if you just sat there, even if you went in and didn't say a word. And you did a peaceful sit-in. You know, they used to do that in the 60s. They used to just do a sit-in. They would just walk in and sit at the diners, the whites only diners. Exactly. This is like a whites only establishment. They would have known right away you didn't belong there. They would have known you was up to something. Come on now, sis. Let's be for real.
Wear it in if you're just going in to sit down and be a part of the situation. I wanted to give you a chance to respond to this affidavit.
I said what I said. We went into the church service. Anyone who saw the video saw that we were very peaceful. And the description that they gave with regard to churchgoers, that to me sounds like what ICE is actually doing in our community. Terrorizing adults and children, making them fearful,
Who voted? Sis, don't you see deflection? Sis, stop. Okay, I get it. The effects, the cause. I'm not saying don't feel sorry for people. I feel so horrible for those children. They didn't ask for that. That's the only people I feel sorry for. I'm being honest. Because unfortunately, you're saying there is the ICE agents coming in doing all this stuff, but they were authorized by the public, the American public. Those people who were sitting in that church, they're part of the problem. You did not authorize this. You actually tried to avoid it by doing the right thing in November of 2024. Therefore, whatever the consequences are, sometimes people got to feel it. Unfortunately, I have to say that. Do I want children to feel it? No, they should not feel it. It's not their fault. They're like, it's not their fault. But their brethren voted for this. So if anything, they should be the ones going up in the church, not you. What are you doing there? I'm still asking that question. We have to learn sometimes that I remember I saw, I wish I had that video. I did save it. I'll probably play it next time. I don't have time to look for it, but sometimes the only way that people can understand is through feeling the feelings. That despair that they're feeling, the separation from their families, that's a despair that a lot of our ancestors felt. And that's why we understand it to a magnitude, like at a higher magnitude, because we understand what it's like to be innocent and to be accused of being guilty because of the color of your skin. We understand the fight. We understood it from before. Unfortunately, they didn't. So I have to be honest. I understand you're upset, you're emotional, you feel bad. You're like, oh my God, these ICE agents coming into our community, but you did your part. You did your part. There's nothing else you can do at this point, to be honest with you. It's already been signed, sealed, delivered. And now you're making yourself a target for what? For what?
Disrupting their lives. That's what ICE is doing. That's not what
now they're disrupting yours.
Did. As we were in there trying to have a dialogue, at least I did, with the pastor initially, once I said the name David Easterwood and asked how could he be both the pastor and the director of ICE in Minnesota, the pastor is the one who said, shame, because he didn't want to have that discussion in front of the congregation. I believe he didn't want them to know that they have an ICE pastor as a part of the church.
And they already knew that, sis. You think they didn't know that? Red flag. You think they didn't know? Come on now. They don't care. They never did.
Because, of course, there's leadership that knows, and there are some of the congregants who did not know.
They know.
Now, as we were, leading chants, there were protesters talking directly to parishioners and vice versa. There were also people who were worshiping during the service. There were people who were singing. There were people who were sitting in the pews praying. So that is in stark contrast to the affidavit that you just read in terms of what actually took place in that church.
Well, sis, I hope you have a good lawyer, the Kushner guy, whoever, and I hope he helps you through your case because you're going to need it. They got a target on your back. And remember, wait. I don't know who's going to be prosecuting her. If the FBI is involved, I don't know which courts this is going to go through. So good luck. I hope it was worth it. I'm sorry. I have nothing to say. I have nothing more to say at this point. Continuing. I'm going to read a few comments, y'all. Shauna, you said right. He's trying to intimidate. Yep. You said she won't get a charge from this. The Cheeto just wants to stress her. I don't know, sis. I mean, she might or might not, but the thing is, it's still interesting to me how they are literally acting as if she incited like the worst type of she's the T word. All because she went inside of a church. They didn't even do anything. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, she might or might not. I don't know if she won't get a charge from this. I know he's trying to intimidate her, but that's still a very jarring experience. And also, like, imagine she has people watching her. Like, that's very stressful if you think about it. Like, even if he doesn't charge her, it's just the humiliation of it all. He put her in handcuffs. They even put the belt handcuffs. That's that is extreme. And then there were children there. I remember she said they came in there like she was a criminal. They're showcasing her. They put her face there. So even if nothing or no charge comes from it, people have her face. Her digital footprint is everywhere. So these are the consequences that happen. And unfortunately, I feel bad for her. But then at the same time, it's like like I said, we got to make better choices. She's the community activist out there. Yeah, I know. She's trying, but I don't know. Devonda, you said they're going to make an example out of her. Watch. I believe so too. I do think so too, because they don't want this to keep happening. And they know that, the young man who got unalived 2 days ago, they know that that's going to make more people are going to be upset about it and go out in the streets. This ain't the time to be waiting on others. She was fighting for human rights, not just for Renee Good. This commentary is frustrating. I understand your opinion, Shauna, but I gotta be honest. I'm just saying that I get it. She's fighting for the human rights of others, but she already fought. Here. What is this? She already fought. What more does she need to do? What more does she need to do? What more? She did it already. That's the point I'm trying to make. What more? This is the thing. I want and that's what I'm trying to understand is what else could she do? What more can she do? She's already done more than enough. What more can she do? Those children, I don't know if she has kids. It sounds like she does. And even if she doesn't, she has a family too, guys. Y'all not thinking about that? While she's fighting for others, her family needs her too. What is she supposed to do? She already fought. I don't understand. So that's the point I'm trying to make. It's like, what more do you want her to do? What more? She tried. She failed. And then she keeps going. But then at the same time, like I said, we got to put it into our minds here. This was preventable. This is not something that was not preventable. This is different from the 60s. I want to make that very clear. This is not the same situation. This was totally preventable if things had gone the way they were supposed to. This was not like an accident that happened or history. This was totally preventable. He told people what he was going to do. He even said it so many times. He was already there for 1 term. I'm sorry if this commentary is frustrating to some people and to you, but I gotta be honest. What more can I say? It's in your face. And then some people understood it. Look at that. They did what they were supposed to do. And so now you want them to continue to fight the fight that they didn't even put themselves in? That doesn't make sense. Why can't... This is the problem. The problem is that it's always people who do the right thing that always have to fix things for other people. I'm not going to fix stuff for people anymore. No. If we already told you, I already told you something. I warned you. It's kind of like if you want to get in a relationship with somebody and I said, hey, I don't think this man is good for you. I seen his pattern. I saw what he did. You don't want to listen. You get into it. And then all of a sudden you see something dangerous. And then you ask me to bail you out. I can't. I already done told you. If I don't have the resources to, it's like you got to focus on other things. That's what I said. And if she wants to be an activist, she could still do that. I didn't say she can't be an activist, but there are other ways. She didn't need to do that. There are other ways. We got to start opening our minds, expanding our minds, thinking differently. Like you don't only have to protest to show anything. You can protest in other ways. Not everybody was at a sit-in. Y'all know that, right? Some people protested by just not going on the bus. People protested more economically than anything. Some people still had to go to work, but they found other ways to protest. Some people didn't even sit in, but they showed other ways to do it. Some people had families to take care of. That's what I'm saying. So now it's like, you got to think about it. What's more important? Sometimes you got to make the decision. If she has children, those children are very important. Same children that are getting, yes, I understand that. It's hard to see. I get it. But again, she did her part. That's all I got to say about it. She did her part. I don't think there's anything more that she can do. Her as an individual, like as far as like she did what she was supposed to do. Everything else that she's doing in extra, like I said, there are other people who can step up. She doesn't only have to be the only one. And the people who need to step up are the people here. These people right here. From those communities, they need to step up even more. That's all I gotta say. Continuing. Far left is crazy. Unfortunately, Romy is right. We've seen this before. Instead of getting emotional about what you're hearing, learn from being discomforted and listening to different perspectives. Yeah, and I welcome different perspectives. Not everybody's gonna agree with me, but I know for a fact that she's gonna get a different treatment than everybody else. That's one thing we can all agree on. That's one thing for sure that history has taught me. So that's why I say you got to choose your battles wisely. One of the videos of Renee Good was AI. The only one that showed the car flipping was the agent. They're getting slick. Yep. The rights obsession with AI needs to be studied. Someone on Twitter said it's a way for them to create a reality they want, which they currently do not have. Yep. Prince, if we use they voted logic, are we all supposed to just sit down and wait for what's next then? No. Like I said, you can find other ways. Like, you're going to research other ways you can contribute. Those protesters, don't they need food? They're out there for hours. You could bring them food. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, y'all got to remember, I was on Job Action protesting a few months ago. I'm saying what I'm saying for a reason. I knew there was a risk when I did it, but I still did it anyways because I was down for the cause. But I knew that there was a risk. There's definitely a risk anytime you go to protest. We got harassed by officers. People kept coming, calling police on us, even though we didn't even chant. I was surrounded by white folks, y'all, by the way. So, because I work in I work for the government. My point is that people bought us food. They didn't participate, but they bought us food. Those little things counted. You could bring them food. Y'all want to pay their bills while they're out there? They could be out there. Some of them are taking time off of work. You could help to their GoFundMe. There's other ways. Why do people think you only got to put your body on the line? I'm not telling you to sit and not do anything. I'm just telling you not to put your body on the line because, again, if you are Black, especially if you are black. You better be more careful because they're gonna target you more than anybody else. And you already voted the right way. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's already been done. So what, you got to reap the consequences of somebody else's actions because you feel sorry for them? Why? I'm sorry. No. You tried. You did try. You tried your best. It didn't work. Now they gotta deal with the consequences. Unfortunately, you do too. But now at least you can say, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna put my body on the line because they're looking to do something. They make an example out of everybody, but especially us. So how about this? We're gonna help them out in different ways. Give them gas. Give them food. Go there and say, hey, good luck. Thank you for doing this for us. That's what they did when you were protesting. Continuing. On the brighter side, unpopular opinion. I feel she was looking for a viral history-making moment. The camera crew, Don Lemon, they were looking for a moment too, in my opinion. Don Lemon. I'm not even gonna get on him. There are so many ways they could have outed that. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many different ways, guys. We got to start thinking out of the box. Like, this is a new era. New era. It's a digital era. Use social media. There's more power in social media than anything. Most people, let me tell y'all something real quick before we move on to the other stories. When I was on my job action, when we were on strike, I went on strike for like a month and a half. Picketing. Y'all remember, y'all saw the picket signs I had? I showed it a little bit. I think I showed it in members. I don't remember when I did. But, you want to know, like, what ended up happening was that people didn't even know we were protesting. Nobody knew. When because the government owns the liquor stores in Canada, some of them, right? There's government-owned liquor stores, and then there's private ones, but the government-owned ones, like, the government kind of controls who can have liquor stores, blah, blah, blah. So there's a liquor stores were closed. People would drive up, especially old folks. I don't know, old folks love to drink. And they'll be like, I didn't know you guys were protesting. Nobody knew. You want to know when people knew? Was when it was on the news. And then they shut that down quick. But then at the same time, you're out there. Most people don't know. Now they know because it's publicized. Social media now knows. Everybody knows. There's other ways, guys. But they didn't know. And then even if it's on the news, it's censored. Now look at what happened with TikTok. We're going to segue into that. It's all censored. They're going to show you what they want to show you. So it's like, at the end of the day, do you have to just sit there and take it? No, absolutely not. But there's other ways that you can fight. Start using your logical brain. Don't use emotional. Like I said, stop using emotions. Think of other ways. We've been through this before. Like, there's one thing I will say about human beings is we're very adaptive. We'll adapt to every situation or any situation. So if you can't use your body, if you can't take time off of work, if you don't want to risk your life because your family depends on you, because you got to think about those people in your house. If you don't have your livelihood, sis, I don't know if sis is the breadwinner. I don't know if her husband's the bread. I don't know what their economic situation is, but I know for damn sure if something happens to her, then somebody's going to be affected internally. And so what matters more is my point. Like, who's the priority? The people in your house or people outside who could have voted differently but made a different choice? The choice is yours at the end of the day. Yeah. You said I wasn't suggesting protesting was all there was. I was only asking about you voted. You've done enough, line of thought. You have done enough, though. You voted. You've done enough. You voted. Your vote counts. Your vote counts. You voted. You've done enough. 100% you've done enough. I will stand on that hill forever. First of all, the fact that we have the right to vote. We didn't have the right to read or vote. A lot of us. For a long time. You exercised your power. It took a long time for even women to vote. Black women at that. You got to think about that. You voted. You did enough. I know it seems like it's not significant, but it is. It is. Look at that. Look at that. If you had, let's use black women, 92% of black women use their vote. So they went somewhere, they went to cast a ballot, and they used their resources, their time, their energy to vote the right way, to prevent all of this from happening. Why couldn't everyone else do the same thing? You gotta sit there with that truth. You did enough. You did. Whoever voted the 90, you did more than enough. I'm going to use an example. If I decide to get myself out of a situation, out of poverty, for example, I work hard, I do what I'm supposed to do, I get myself to a place where I'm supposed to go, and my siblings chose a different route. Am I supposed to pay the consequences for their actions because they chose a different route? Am I supposed to donate all my money and resources to help them because they decided to do a different thing? They didn't go the same way that I went. They had the same guidance, same exact rule book, same exact thing. Matter of fact, I probably had less opportunity because they were older than me. So they were able to get more than I did. But I still chose a different route. Am I supposed to now help them out all the time financially because they decided to choose their life in a different way? You got to start thinking about it that way. You wouldn't do that, would you? You gonna give your paycheck to your brother who decided to use his funds and decided to get a job somewhere, like he decided to live his life in a different way, and yet you sitting here funding him and be like, well, I feel bad because I'm the one who I decided to do it the right way, but then, he decided to do it the wrong way, but we grew up in the same environment, so I feel so bad for him. No, he had the same choices that you did, but he chose a different route. You could choose to help him if you want to, but you're not going to take from your resources that you need in order to give it to him when he could have chose differently. That's my point. He could have done things way differently. So am I supposed to take money out of my household for people who depend on me? And I'm using that as just an example, by the way. It's not real life. To help you because you chose to make poor decisions. So I got to be accountable to that. And then my house suffers because of your poor choices. No, I'm not doing that no more. Welcome to 2026. Continuing. One more. You said I voted on boycotting for Gaza, even though I'm aware of anti-blackness amongst that Palestinian have against my people. I'm still boycotting against genocide, like buying from brands and other ways. Yes, exactly. That's a good way to do it, by the way. That's a good way to do it. Who's Romi's brother? He's not my brother, is he? No, I don't think so. He's not my brother. No, that's not my brother, is it? My brother's name is Prince, for real. Like, that's not his real name, but he does use Prince. But I don't think that's my brother. It doesn't look like his profile picture. Yep. You said, but that doesn't work either. You're still in poverty, even though you did the right thing. No. We're gonna agree to disagree. Agree to disagree, y'all. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying, but I'm just saying, like, logically, to me, it doesn't make sense in my mind. Maybe it makes sense to you, and all power to you, but to me, logically, it doesn't make sense to me, because like I said, that this is the proof is in the pudding, y'all. This was November 2024. Look at all them reds. Look at all them reds. Look at that. That's it. That's it. That's all. Call me selfish. That's the thing. Oh my God. Mimi! Y'all, hold up. Oh, the lights went out. Hold on. Did the electricity go off? No, it's Mimi. Hold on a second, y'all. My daughter done turned off my lights. My goodness. Mimi! Give me a second. That's a perfect segue for the next story. Hold on. We about to pack her right up out of here. Red flag to my dog. Mimi, no. 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 I think she's hungry, y'all. Yeah, she hungry. I'm about to go feed her. Hold on. We're going to segue to the TikTok ban. Now she turned the lights off. She's like, Mommy, go to the next story. Prince is he is my brother. Sorry, Prince. You are my brother. I thought you meant my real brother. Like, I was like, that ain't my real brother. But my brother does use the name Prince. That's why I was like, wait, is that my brother? My bad, y'all. Mimi turned it. She said, it's time to go. Wrap this right up. Okay. Give me 30 more minutes of your time, y'all, because we got to wrap these stories up. I talk too much about the situation. And I know, and I want to make this very clear that, you know, we all have different choices. Like I said, I gave my opinion. I know some people may not agree with it, but hell, sometimes it is what it is. I'm going to be selfish to the, like, nowadays, like, I realize something, and I'm going to be honest with y'all. Being selfless with reason makes more sense than being selfless just all the time. You got to assess the situation. And again, like I said, I have to preface this by saying your decision is your decision. But I'm just saying that in this instance, in this situation, and in this case, it was totally preventable. Totally preventable. This is not something where, you know, like, for example, in some countries where the military does a coup and then a leader comes in and takes over, that's different. Then I would say get on the streets and protest and do what you got to do. There are countries out there, if you look at their political history, where they didn't have a choice to vote. It was just given to them. Like, they literally got a leader the next day. Didn't even vote. Look at what's going on in Haiti right now. They didn't get a chance to vote. That's why all that stuff is happening in Haiti. I'm using that as an example because that's what I can think of right now. Venezuela is the same thing. They voted, but they put that man in power. And then now they took him out, but in Haiti, yeah, they didn't get a chance to vote. They haven't even had their election. The man in power right now, the president interim, is who they chose for them. That's my point. That wasn't this situation. Let's start thinking like this. Thinking caps, guys. Thinking caps. This was extremely preventable. It's not like somebody bought him from another country and put him right there in place and was like, here's your new leader. Then I can understand. Go have at it. Go drive up them streets. Go and go crazy. But in this situation, preventable. Through voting. Vote better next time. Continuing next. All right, the TikTok ban. We're going to talk about it real quick because, hold on. Do we have time to talk about it? Sorry, TikTok. Let me see if I can share my screen because I know Elle sent me something and I am going to pull it up. Okay, privacy policy. Here we go. So this is the new normal because now people are protesting. So they're like, hey, we got to start shutting stuff down. So let's get to it. 34 felonies and impeached twice. Yep, and they still voted for him. And y'all want me to say, go on the street, support people. Nah, man, you got to think wisely about that, man. Sometimes you only give it one chance. You ain't got another do-over. Continuing. I know it sounds mean. I'm probably going to get a lot of unfollows, but I don't give a damn. I got to tell the truth when I see it. Now, this is the new situation because remember it was bought U.S. kind of, strong-armed. I think China, ByteDance, owned TikTok. And now ByteDance no longer, I think the U.S. version of TikTok is totally owned by the United States through Ellison Group or something like that. A whole bunch of shareholders. They got a hold of TikTok. Because, they don't want the youth to become far left. You're becoming too radicalized. So they got to put you back in line. Hold on, let me go. The same people who voted the 60% or whatnot. 70% might I add. So let's look at the updated terms of policy. And we're just going to read through this. And then we're continuing on to the Beckham story like we were supposed to. Lord, that's going to be crazy. We are updating our terms of service and privacy policy, both as linked effective January 22nd, 2026. So that's just a few days ago. Interesting. To reflect the changes including updated corporate entity, new types of location information, including device geolocation, we may collect from you with your permission. So remember, they're telling you what they're doing. They've been told y'all. How we use your information we have collected or will collect to show you ads outside TikTok. To opt out of these ads, tap here. By clicking below, you agree to the updates to our terms of service and confirm your privacy settings. So basically, if you do not agree with this, you're not going to be able to use TikTok. So now let's get to the second one that I want to show. Let's see if I can show it. Hold on. Oh, no, not this one. Hold up. Here we go. Oh boy, this is a long one here. Privacy policy TikTok. Information we collect. We will collect information such as names, phone numbers, and email addresses from your device's phone book and friends list from your social network and match that information to users who have TikTok accounts. We also collect information about the accounts you follow and that follow you. Red flag. See, that's what y'all. This is why. Listen, like I said. This is why I'm saying you already voted. Whoever voted. That I'm driving this home right now. Look at what they're doing now. Preventative. It was totally preventative. Look at this. So now they're not only going to target you, but the friends, people you follow, they're going to follow. So like if you follow, because I follow everybody. Sometimes I follow political channels, but whoever, like let's say I follow someone and it just so happened to be that woman who was, who organized a protest in the church. Then now I'm a target. They don't care anymore. They're slowly stripping you of your privacy. Little by little. Your account settings and communication preferences. Information to verify an account such as proof of identity or age. I mean, that's normal social media stuff, so I can't even say anything about that. Information and correspondence you send to us, including when you contact us for support. They're going to track everything. Information you share if you fill advertisers form on our app, okay? Or through your participation in survey, research, promotions, marketing campaigns, events, or contests. And then this is the most important. Information you provide may include sensitive personal information as defined under applicable state privacy laws, such as information from users under the relevant age threshold, information you disclose in survey responses, or in your user content about your racial or ethnic origin, national origin, religious beliefs, mental or physical health diagnosis, sexual life or sexual orientation, status as transgendered. Look at that. Why do they need to know that? Why do they need to know your sexual orientation? Why does that matter? Status as transgender or non-binary. Why does that matter? Red flag. Citizenship or immigration status. Interesting. Or financial information. For example, we may process your financial information in order to provide you with the goods and services, or you request from us, or your driver's license number in order to verify your identity. We may also collect precise location data depending on your settings and as explained below. We process such sensitive personal information in accordance with applicable law, such as for permitted use purposes under the California Consumer Privacy Act. So I'm guessing this user was from California. And then here we go. And then y'all want me not to blame the folks. Damn, I took it down. But y'all saw the 60-70% whoever voted for him. That's why I said you did enough. Look at what's going on. Look at what's coming for you. Look at what's coming for you. But like I said, one thing I will say though, I'm going to say this and then we're moving on to the Beckham story. They always tell you what they're going to do first. So at least that's why I said in the Western world, we're very privileged because they let us know ahead of time. You know, when they do all the campaigning and stuff, they let you know what you're going to vote for. In other parts of the world, they don't have that. They don't have that choice, some parts. Especially when their country is not a democratic country. Some countries, they just have a leader and then that's it. That's just who's just been there and then that's it. We just ride with them. Like I said, this was totally preventable. It was a choice. We all have choices to make. Choose wisely. I'm not going to coddle people for their choices anymore. That stops right now because that's the reason why we're in this situation today, because people are always bailing people out. No. Now we're going to live with the consequences of our actions. And yes, if you do decide to help, do it safely. I hope you do so. I'm not gonna judge you if you want to do that. Obviously, that's your choice. I've said that throughout this whole stream. But personally speaking, in my opinion, I believe the voters did enough. Whoever did it, you did more than enough. Whatever you choose to do, you choose to do. Continuing to the Beckham story. Speaking of choices, family choices at that. Okay, last night we left off in Brooklyn's statement. Hold up. All right, we watched this. Didn't she say he had an affair with somebody? Lord, I forgot where we left off. All right, let's continue to the next. Oh boy, he got a whole dissertation here. We got to play our song here. Let me go and grab it. I'm going to grab it. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's get to the... Hold on. I'm going to find the song. Damn, I got too many Taylor Swift stuff. Red flag. I'm tired of her. She's taking up all my damn space. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm going to find the song. If I can't find the song, I'll just read it normally. Okay, which song was it? It was the Petals. There we go. Okay, we got to play our song. Okay, here we go, Brooklyn. You got our attention. My family values public promotion and endorsements above all else. Brand Beckham comes first. Family love is decided by how much you post on social media or how quickly you drop everything to show up and post for family photo op. Even if it's at the expense of our professional obligations. We've gone out of our way for years to show up and support at every fashion show, every party, and every press activity to show our perfect family. But the one time my wife asked for my mom's support to save displaced dogs during the LA fires, my mom refused. Red flag. Victoria, you couldn't have given like $1 or $2 to the dogs? Oh, sorry, y'all. I didn't segue this. In case it's your first time watching. Yesterday, we talked about the Brooklyn Beckham case and how he aired out his parents. And we read a little bit. So you're going to have to catch the replay from yesterday. We're just continuing on. Your mama couldn't have donated a few dollars to some dogs. That's a red flag for Victoria. She had enough money. She just don't like that girl. Poor Nicola. But my question is, hold on. Like, this is another problem I have. The dogs, but not the people. There are people displaced too. You see, this is where we need to have a conversation too. There are people who are displaced by the LA fires. She didn't give a damn about them folks. She said, let's save the dogs. And Victoria said, hell no. Okay, red flag, Victoria. That's a bit much. You couldn't even give a couple dollars to the dogs. All right. Now I don't know if they expected her to take the dogs in. I don't think so. It wouldn't make sense. Like, why would she have to take the dogs in? So I'm assuming financial support. Continuing. All right, Brooklyn, what else you got to say? Ooh, Lord, how much did he talk? Hold on. Wait a minute. How many? I think that was the last one. Oh, wait. No. That wasn't the last one. Okay, let's continue. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. I read the wrong one. Oops. Did I talk about the dad's birthday? He refused all of our attempts. Okay. Oh yeah, we heard about the women, the ex-girlfriends. We could skip that because we heard about that. She tried to get the ex-girlfriends. Okay. I think that was the last one. All right, Brooklyn, you done said enough. So let's go over what he accused his parents of doing. He accused his dad or his parents, his mom of hijacking Nicola's first dance. And yesterday I said that was unprofessional of Mark Anthony to say that he should dance with the most beautiful woman at the wedding, and it wasn't his wife. It was his mama. Red flag. Now, I don't know if things were planned, but it sounds like they weren't. And to be honest with you, if Brooklyn and if Nicola did not put that in the agenda, then he shouldn't have done it. My opinion. I don't know if this was rehearsed. Like, I have no idea. And I wish we had more information on that, but we don't. So I'm going to have to say that that's more of a red flag on Victoria's part, because why are you dancing with your son like that? Like, that's weird to me. And he got a whole wife that he could dance with. The second accusation is the Beckham brand. Okay, we're going to watch a video about that. And we're going to watch a video about why the brand matters, the brand name. Then the accusation about the dog. She didn't save the dogs from the LA fire. I don't know why he even brought that up. That's very petty of him. She could decide whether she wants to save the dogs or not. So I was joking when I said she got a red flag for not donating. To be honest with you, though, she could have done something, but she didn't have to. And I don't know why he brought that up. That's her choice. If she wants to help or not, it's her resources. She could choose what she wants to do with them. Next, he accused his parents of always controlling his every move, and that they're all PR, and that his brothers had blocked him in the summer, but yet the real story is Cruz said that he blocked them. Child, I don't know who blocked him. Red flag. So now let's get to the law. Let's get to the legal part. No, actually, first, let's do this one first. Okay, let's watch this one first, and then we're going to watch the law one, like the legal one, because I want to know what happened here. All right, Victoria Beckham deeply upset over Brooklyn getting going scorched earth in Family Feud. Okay, let's hear this, because I think these are insiders from inside the camp.
In the bitter Let's turn now to an update in the bitter Beckham Family Feud.
When the bride and the groom leave their own wedding, devastated, everyone was talking about it.
Today, Brooklyn and Nicola's wedding DJ, Fat Tony, broke his silence.
First of all, they got a wedding DJ called Fat Tony. Was he part of the mafia? Like, why is his name Fat Tony? Why does this remind me of The Sopranos? Okay, let's continue. That already lets me know. Why'd y'all have Mark Anthony sing at your wedding? Of all the singers, y'all, I'm sorry. Does Mark? Okay, let me shut up. I'm gonna be quiet. Let me be nice. I'm already on thin ice because of the ice story. But hell, yeah, I already know. I don't care. But okay, Fat Tony, and you guys had Mark Anthony sing at your wedding. You couldn't have gotten somebody else. There are so many better. Damn, even Harry had who sang "Stand By Me." And then you have a choir at the wedding. Yeah, Harry did it better. I don't know. Brooklyn, you need to do more. Mark Anthony.
On ITV's This Morning, answering this question. What did Brooklyn mean when he said Mom Victoria danced very inappropriately on me?
Was she dirty whining on the dance floor? What was she doing?
There was no black cat PVC cat suit.
There
was no Spice Girl action.
Okay, so the DJ is on Victoria's side. Okay, hold up. Let's hear it.
Appropriately on me.
Was she dirty whining on the dance floor? What was she doing?
There was no black cat PVC cat suit. There was no Spice Girl action.
Wait. Oh no, y'all trying to get
onto stage. Everyone's expecting it to be Nicola to go up and do the first dance. Mark Anthony asks the most beautifulest woman in the room to come to the stage. And then he says, Victoria, come to the stage. Then
Mark, listen, somebody tried to tell me Mark Anthony wasn't being messy. Red flag! He said, who's the most beautiful woman to cut? Like, who's the most beautiful woman in the room? And he chose Victoria. He said, Victoria, come on the stage. He didn't say Nicola. Mark Anthony was being messy. I don't care what y'all say. He was being messy because there's no way you're going to show up at somebody's wedding and say what you want to say. Like, that's weird. Why did he say that? He's the one who started all of this. And to be honest with you, I don't know if Victoria prompted him to do that or he's just like, mi amor, whatever. Who's the most beautiful? I don't know if he was trying to be funny, but I don't think he could read the room. You see, this is why self-awareness matters. He's thinking that, these are just my friends. They got a close relationship. He ain't even know what drama was going on in the background. Red flag.
Nicola leaves the room crying her eyes out. Brooklyn's stuck there on stage. And then Mark Anthony's like, go, put your hands on your mother's hips. And it was a Latin.
See, here we go. Hold on. Now we getting the tea from this DJ. Hold up. And I low-key believe him.
Inappropriate.
His name is Fat Tony for a reason.
On me. Was she dirty whining on the dance floor? What was she doing?
There was no black cat PVC cat suit. There was no Spice Girl action. Mark Anthony was performing on stage. He then called Brooklyn onto stage. Everyone's expecting it to be Nicola to go up and do the first dance. Mark Anthony asks the most beautifulest woman in the room to come to the stage. And then he says, Victoria, come to the stage. Then Nicola leaves the room crying her eyes out. Brooklyn's stuck there on stage. And then Mark Anthony's like, go, put your hands on your mother's hips.
Why would Nicola leave the room? Red flag. You see, something's wrong here. So if, for example, You see, Mark Anthony was being messy, but I also think that Nicola was also being too dramatic. Because at the end of the day, she is a beautiful woman. Who's the most beautifulest woman in the room? Because he said, Victoria, she started crying. And she ran out the room like one of them teen movies. Causing chaos. That's a red flag. I'm sorry. Red flag in this one. Nicola, you're gonna need to fit like this. That was a weird response, in my opinion. Because yes, I mean, you know, she's older than you, whatever. Like, you know, if somebody called my mother-in-law the most beautiful in the room, I don't really give a damn. Okay, I know I'm beautiful too. I don't give a damn. But why did she run out crying? See, that makes everything more uncomfortable. So Mark Anthony was being messy. And there's a response you could have had. That's what I'm saying. And now she chose to run out, making it even more uncomfortable. And so now Brooklyn, what did he decide to do? Because he could have just not danced with his mama. But he still decided to dance with her. Now let's see what happened, because I heard something very important here.
And it was a Latin, you know, it's a Latin thing. And this is all about how Brooklyn feels. If he felt it was inappropriate and awkward, then it was inappropriate.
So basically, Mark Anthony's used to probably going to Latino weddings. Is that what I'm understanding? And he used that context in a white wedding. Red flag, this is a British wedding. They don't do none of that. Them crumpets, they eat crumpets and biscuits. And tea, drink tea. Okay, let me stop stereotyping. But seriously though, this is a Beckham. This is a Caucasian wedding, a British Caucasian wedding. This is not a Latin. That's why he has lack of self-awareness. This is not a Latin American wedding. And not only that, but if you want to do that kind of situation, you got to do it with a family who actually likes each other. This family can't stand each other. Did he not read the Daily Mail every week? I remember leading up to the wedding, there was always a report of Nicola and Victoria having beef. He didn't read the articles. His PR didn't tell him. Red flag. How are you their friends and you didn't know that? No self-awareness.
Really, why is Victoria getting blamed when it was Mark Anthony who put her in that situation?
You see, I didn't even know that, and I already knew he was messy.
Victoria was thrown into it. Yeah. The dance is a very small part of the bigger problem.
A source tells ET Victoria has been deeply upset and believes Brooklyn is being controlled and manipulated. According to the Mirror,
I'm not gonna lie, her running out was very manipulative. I have to say that. Because, yes, they called her the most beautiful woman in the room. Even if you were, I'm not saying that she can't be upset. She has every right to be upset. But, like I said, you have to think about your reaction. What are you gonna do in that moment? Every decision has a consequence. So she chose to flee. That was her automatic response. She fled. But guess what? Now that makes everything even more uncomfortable. If you were really upset, I mean, it's not the most outrageous statement. And she is a beautiful woman. You could handle that after the wedding. You didn't have to do it at that moment. Sometimes you gotta calm down a little bit, but she ain't calmed down. She just chose to run. Emotional response, and look at what happened. Mess! Imagine you're at a wedding, and then the bride runs away to the bathroom. Somebody's gonna be chasing her. I bet you her mama was in the bathroom getting crazy. Like, oh, how dare Victoria take that moment? She planned all of this. Whole time it was Mark Anthony doing his cultural, like, oh, wedding, who's the most beautiful woman? Because maybe in Latin America, this is something that, or in the Latino culture, people would accept it. They'd be like, oh, my mama's the most beautiful. Hey. But what he doesn't understand, in British culture, they get jealous. They was already having problems and beef.
She is, quote, totally in pieces about 2 words in her son's 6-slide post. We want peace, privacy, and happiness for our future family.
Ooh, Lord,
the notion that she could be cut from her future grandchildren's lives has left her completely heartbroken.
You're not going to be cut, Victoria. He's just upset right now. Once them kids come, he going to need a babysitter. You'll be all right.
I've always wanted to be a young dad. It's like been my dream. I would love to have a family soon. I could have like 10.
Yeah, we really do want a big family. We want to have some of our own kids, and then we really want to adopt kids too.
Okay, so that's the story. Mark Anthony being messy. So Mark Anthony started all of this. That's what I'm hearing from this. Okay, let's listen to why the Beckham brand matters. I'm going to try to find something about the affair while we're listening to this, because that piqued my interest.
The Beckham name isn't just a last name. When a last name becomes a registered brand.
Oh, and then I'm gonna read a few comments after.
Courts don't just look at the child, they look at the spouse. And that's where things can get serious. A lot of you also commented on the first video of how the Peltz name could potentially impact the Beckham brand. So when people say, why would a parent do this to their child? It's probably because they didn't want the Beckham name to be owned by someone who wasn't a Beckham. If Brooklyn commercially uses the name Beckham while married to Nicola and the brands grow within the marriage, it can become marital property. That means that in a divorce, the spouse can potentially claim a portion of the business, future earnings, or ongoing royalties tied to the name. So look at Gucci. The family allowed multiple family members to use the name independently. With marriages, divorces, and competing lawsuits, the courts ultimately stripped the family from the rights to use the name at all. That's also why brands like Chanel and Hermes protect the commercial rights to their name. So the question isn't why they would do this, it's whether a family brand can afford not to. Part 2, lawyers' response of why.
Okay, so basically his family isn't, like, they actually are trying to protect their assets from the future because they believe, even though Nicola's family, they're billionaires, just because they're billionaires doesn't mean that they don't want more billions. Trust me, if you become a billionaire, that means you definitely have to do some shiesty things sometimes, to get to the top. And not only that, but to remain there. And sometimes remember, he didn't even pay her daddy. Y'all don't remember her daddy didn't even pay the wedding planners. Hold on. Oops, let me look it up. Wedding planner, Brooklyn and Nicola. Imagine a whole billionaire being cheap. Red flag. Look. Nicole Peltz is, okay, so remember, I did give her the benefit of the doubt, but hell, I don't know. She's starting to have maybe she has dual personalities. She might be one of them. She might be another Taylor Swift. Okay, Nicola Peltz's explosive text to wedding planner during Brooklyn Beckham nuptials unearthed. Okay, so this was, when was this? Hold up. Whoa, this was today? Oh, I hit the jackpot. Okay. This was posted today. Oh, Lord. Oh, Victoria's not playing. She's like, oh, since you want to air out my business. This is Victoria's doing, y'all. Oh, somebody got some intel. Nicola and Brooklyn's 2022 wedding has come back into the spotlight after the latter's explosive posts made several bombshell claims about their big day. Oh, they're not playing now. They're like, oh, okay, I'm going to play dirty. We can play dirtier. I'm not saying Victoria and David did it, but somebody in their camp definitely got this. This was today, y'all, 11 hours ago. Brooklyn Beckham's wedding to Nicola Peltz in April 2022 got much attention from fans of the Beckham brood at the time. 3 years later is the wedding the world can't seem to stop talking about once again, but this time for a whole new reason. Brooklyn's explosive 6-page statement, which he uploaded to Instagram on 19th January, took the internet by storm, as the eldest Beckham boy finally broke his silence on the ongoing rumors of a feud between him and his wife and the rest of his family. In his bombshell post, Brooklyn unearthed drama that allegedly went down at his wedding to Nicola, including claims that his mother Victoria hijacked their first dance and canceled making his bride's wedding gown at the 11th hour. As Brooklyn and Nicola's wedding has come back into the spotlight, some old texts from the bride at the time have been unearthed, seemingly pointing to early tensions between Nicola and her future mother-in-law in the planning stages. Okay. Nicola and Brooklyn tied the knot at Nicola's father's Nelson's Palm Beach home on April 9th of 2022. You see, that's how I know this is a British magazine, because they put the date first. That's how they do it in Canada too. The whole event had 3 different wedding planners working on it at different stages. Okay, so they had 3 wedding planners. Just weeks out from the wedding, Ariana Grijalba and Nicole Bracken's firm Plan Design Events took over the planning. But after a week, difficulties arose and the partnership was over. Then in 2023, billionaire Nelson Peltz launched a lawsuit against the pair, claiming that his $159,000 deposit had not been returned. Okay. Amid the lawsuit, several texts exchanged in a group chat between Nelson, Nicola's mother Claudia, Nicola, Ariana, and Nicole were unsealed. In one text, Nicola said she was tired of catching mistakes on this RSVP list, honestly. After racing driver Lewis Hamilton, he was at the wedding, who had already said he couldn't come to the wedding, was still on the list. Okay. Oh, okay, so they was messing up. They were messing up. Okay. All right. And look at this. Look at this. Look at her. Okay, look at this picture. This picture speaks 1,000, says 1,000 words. Both of the men smiling. Look at them. Look at David. Who's next to him? His daughter? Harper. Look at David. Look at Brooklyn. Look at Victoria, sour-faced. And then look at her. She look like she don't even want to be filmed there. She doesn't want to be there. And look at him. She's pulling away like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to take this damn picture. Oh, Lord. Oh, tensions were definitely high here. He probably forced her to come too. And it's the Beckham. I could see Beckham right back there. Oh, Lord. Okay, we spoke to him. He can't come. So explain why you said he RSVP'd. Yes, she had questioned the planners. First of all, this is a problem. Do people not have phones anymore? Red flag. Y'all gonna do all this through text messages? That's a lot of text messages, because you know she probably sent a whole slew of messages. You could have called her and said that. But I understand she made a mistake. I understand mistakes, but then we don't know if they were even told that he was no longer on the list too. This is why communication is important. As a wedding planner, you can't expect her to take him off the list. Like, who told her? Like, did whoever told her, did they actually tell her? Like, how did they tell her? Or send an email, be like, hey, get him off the list. Like, I need to know more context, because I don't know if this is a mistake that the planners made, or they just weren't told and then they were just like kind of, blindsided by that. We don't know, right? The lawsuit also made mention of Nicola's wish to keep Brooklyn's mother, Victoria, out of the loop of any errors ahead of the big day. It reportedly read, both Claudia and Nicola had insisted that Victoria Beckham could not know about any internal mistakes regarding the ongoing planning of her son's wedding, including any errors with the guest list. This is very odd. They didn't want to tell her anything. I'm so confused. But she part of the planning? I don't even know. Okay, so now we got the timeline. Here's the whole family. Who is that? Are these his brothers? Okay, that's the whole family. Okay, I don't know which one is Cruz and which one is what's the other? Romeo. I'm assuming Romeo is this one and Harper. Okay, I think, and then Romeo's girlfriend. All right. Notice how Brooklyn's on the side with Nicola. This is a odd, y'all. The picture. Oh no, this picture is awful. Red flag. Look at this. Look at this. So you got. It looks like. Let me crop this so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Hold on. No, you know what? Let's leave it like this here. And then I'm gonna crop it so you guys can see this clearly. Oh, I can't. Okay, let's do it this way. Look at this. This looks like a perfect picture right here. We didn't even need Brooklyn and Nicola there. Why were they off to the side? Look at this. Nicola and Brooklyn look like they're not even part of this family. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that I'm being honest. I'm not even trying to be messy here. Hold on, let me move myself here. I'm not even trying to be messy here. I would have thought, hold on, Mimi is playing with me right now. Hold on, she's coming here. Lord, please don't let her turn off. I'm gonna have to get her out of here. Look at this. I would have thought that this couple was just taking another whole other picture with another photographer. You know when they have, you take a picture over here, and then this family was taking one picture. It's like two separate people, like not even from the same family. Oh, the beef was heavy here. Beef was going strong. All right, let's read more. Oh no, this is awful, y'all. Oh no, this is not gonna go well. Hold on, let me make this. Hold on a second. Can you guys even see that? Why is it like this? Give me a second. Okay, let me make it longer or wider. I don't even think you guys could see the words. Oh, you guys couldn't see the words. Hold on a second. Okay, I might have to cover my face because I don't know how to make this even. I think I did something. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. Okay, there we go. We're gonna have to make it like this. Okay. Here we go. All right. I'm gonna have to make it like this then. Hold on. You might not even be able to see everything. Okay, I'm just gonna read it. Y'all just gonna have to Okay, I'll read it like this. Okay, here we go. All right, now it looks better. I'll just hide my face a little bit. All right. April 9th, this is the timeline. Brooklyn Beckham marries Nicola Peltz. Reports emerge of a dispute as Nicola chose not to wear a dress designed by Victoria Beckham. However, in an interview with Grazia USA, Nicola said this was because Victoria's alterer couldn't make the dress, not due to a feud. Okay, so remember, she said this in an interview. So we caught one lie of Brooklyn's. Your wife said it herself. She said it was because the alterer couldn't make the dress. So Brooklyn was caught in one lie already. June. During their honeymoon, Brooklyn and Nicola do not meet up with the Beckhams despite being on holiday nearby at the time. Red flag! First of all, why would you need to meet up with your family during your honeymoon? Now that's weirdo. 1 point to, do you see 1 point went to David Beckham and Victoria. Now, another point goes to, 1 point goes to Brooklyn and his wife. First of all, you're on your honeymoon. Why would you need to meet up with your family? And why are they there? That's weird. So now I'm going to have to say this is very strange behavior. So you decided of all the days of the 365 days of the year to go on a family vacation, y'all want to go when he's on his honeymoon? Is that what I'm understanding? David and Victoria? You couldn't have chosen any other time of the 365 plus days of the year to go on this family vacation. Red flag. Hold on a second. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to fix this. I don't know why it looks like that. Hold on. I'm going to try my best. Okay. Here we go. This is better. Y'all couldn't have chosen a better day? This was sabotage. Okay, next. Let's keep going. August. Nicola appears on the cover of Tatler, where she discusses the pressure Brooklyn feels around his career and reveals that he often seeks advice from her billionaire father. Oh, wow. Wasn't Brooklyn the one who he hasn't had a career. He needs, he seems very inconsistent. He ain't making nothing. If he didn't have his father's name or his family's name, he would not be making money, y'all. I don't see him nowhere. He's making money on TikTok. We don't know how much. Like, he's always doing different things. He hasn't found himself yet. He should not have gotten married, in my opinion. He hasn't figured himself out yet, and that's problematic. The only reason he's able to get married is because he's a Nepo baby. He's using his parents' money or her parents' money. But without that, he cannot stand on his own. That's a problem. He's too grown to be doing that. And you're taking care of a wife and dogs. They have pets that, they're taking care of. That's a lot of pets right there. So he wouldn't be able to survive on his own. I'm not saying he's not trying, but you see, this is a red flag. So, okay. All right. Brooklyn is inconsistent with his career, and he seeks advice from her billionaire father. You got a whole daddy, but then again, he said there was a controlling issue here. So, I don't know. Maybe his dad would have been too controlling. October, in an interview with the Sunday Times, when Nicola was questioned about the alleged feud with Victoria, she said no family is perfect. Okay, this whole time Nicola's talking, y'all. 2024, December. First of all, why is she talking? That's my question. But I guess that's the thing. She's doing the interviews and she's getting the press. And where's Brooklyn? So she's making bread. She's being on she's getting interviews with magazine covers and stuff. I don't see him on magazine covers. That's problematic, y'all. He doesn't have a stable career. He's very unstable. December, Romeo Beckham and his girlfriend Kim Turnbull go public, and she began spending time with the Beckham family. However, Brooklyn and Nicola are notably absent from any photos with Kim, who reportedly dated Brooklyn in the past. In the following months. Red flag! Hold up. So that blonde girl is Romeo's girlfriend? They still together? That's his brother's ex-girlfriend. How long were they together? Okay, 1 point for Brooklyn. Red flag. Why you dating your brother's ex-girlfriend? That's kind of weird to me. Like, I'm sorry. This is definitely giving jealousy right here. Like, why are you dating? Like, why are they so fixated on Brooklyn? This is weird, y'all. Hold on. How long did they date? This was his first girlfriend? Hold on a second. Red flag. Okay, you know what? Wrap this right up. Okay, Brooklyn. Listen, what all I'm gonna say is you got some shiesty family members. I'm on Brooklyn's side at this point. The honeymoon thing gave me the red flags pinged. But his brother dating his ex? And the family is accepting this? How long did they date? Hold on. I'm not reading all of this. I need to know, how long did they date? Like Brooklyn. How long did her and Brooklyn date? Okay, here. How is Kim Turnbull connected to the Beckham feuds? Of course she would be. Why would you date your brother's ex? Red flag. This is weirdo behavior, y'all. I'm sorry. His brother trying to, what is this, destiny swapping? What is going on here? TMZ reported last year that Romeo's relationship with Kim caused tension with Brooklyn because he had been romantically linked to her in the past. Yeah, he smashed her. Probably, most likely. Beckham fans quickly jumped on this and comments flooded Kim's social media. Is that true? You date brothers? Who does that? Rumors that Kim and Brooklyn once dated resurfaced following his statement in which he referenced women from his past. In the statement, Brooklyn alleged that Victoria had repeatedly invited former flames into his life to make both him and Nicola uncomfortable. As a result, many fans believe this to be about Kim. Oh, no, what? Okay, is this true? Because if it is, that makes sense as to why she was stank-faced in that picture. Okay. Yeah, this is very uncomfortable. Is this real? Okay. Nothing but... Okay, Kim... Okay, let's hear Kim's words. Nothing between us has occurred further than a school friendship at age 16. I would like to remove myself from the ongoing conversation and set the record straight for the sake of everyone involved. Kim is yet to comment directly on the subject since Brooklyn's statement. What? Okay, I'm confused. Did she date him? Okay, Daily Mail might have more information. I'm confused about this whole situation. Hold on. Let's fast forward. Okay, that's Romeo and Kim. Oh, he has a type. She looks like Nicola. All right. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm skipping through. She dated Rocco. Okay, Madonna's son. Oh, okay. She was part of a friend group with Brooklyn. But why are they saying, did she date him? I'm so confused about this, y'all. I'm not getting... Oh, is that Brooklyn? Oh. Wrap this up. Okay, that's Brooklyn and her. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that's Rocco. Okay, sorry, wait, is that Brooklyn? Yeah, that is Brooklyn. That looks like him. Okay, was this confirmed or denied? I'm so confused about this. Okay, hold on. Okay, maybe Hello's gonna tell us. Who has he dated? He did. According to The Sun, there have been reports that Brooklyn dated Kim while they were in their teens. Okay, so that's probably one of his first girlfriends. She is now the girlfriend of his younger brother, Romeo. And her presence at David's 50th last year was alleged to be one of the reasons Brooklyn and Nicola... Okay, The Sun. I don't know, The Sun be causing drama, though. Do we really believe them? Okay, all right. Anyways, I don't know. The verdict's out, y'all. I don't know, but this is very disturbing if that is the case. I don't know if they were dating or maybe she doesn't consider it serious because they were young, but it just is really, I mean, I don't know. It's just, that's strange to me. Of all the girls that he could have chosen, there's so many other women in this industry, and he chose her. All right, continuing. All right. 2025, March 30th. Brooklyn didn't attend his dad's early birthday party in Miami, which was organized by Victoria. April, Romeo shuts down speculation that Kim was Brooklyn's ex-girlfriend in a now deleted Instagram comment. Brooklyn and Kim never dated. I don't know, Romeo. You just because your girl is saying that doesn't mean that it's not true. I don't know if they dated, but it seems like there might be something to it. They were probably part of the same friend group. Maybe they were probably talking to each other. There's probably a situationship too. Just because you never dated doesn't mean there wasn't something going on. Either way, they was too closely connected, and that's the only girl in the whole entire world that you could have been with. Is very suspicious to me. Okay, another point to Brooklyn. This is weird. 9th, the Beckham family do not publicly acknowledge Brooklyn and Nicola's 3rd wedding anniversary. Okay. I mean, they don't have to, so that's weird. Why would they? They don't have to. Brooklyn Beckham and Nicola Peltz miss Victoria Beckham's 51st birthday party. Brooklyn does not post any birthday tribute to his mother on social media. Okay. All right. Does he always do that? Who knows? But anyways, we knew they was feuding. David celebrates his 50th birthday in London. However, Brooklyn and Nicola are notably absent and do not publicly acknowledge the occasion on social media. Hold on. How many events does he have? What red flag? Didn't he have a birthday? Hold up. No, this is too much. He had an early birthday party in Miami and then he had a 50th. No, that's too much. No, I'm so sorry. This is way too much. First of all, wait. You had an early birthday in Miami. Do you know people got to fly there? I know they have money, but still, like, I don't like it when people think that everybody got all the time in the world. You had an early birthday and an actual birthday? Is it because he's 50? I don't know. Y'all let me know. Do y'all celebrate y'all birthday like 2 birthday parties? This is a little bit excessive, but hell, I don't have money like that. I'm not a millionaire, so maybe for me it's just too much. But that's a lot. That's a big ask though, to ask your family to attend the 2 events. Like, why? Like, this is a lot right here. Okay. I don't know. David seems to be a bit problematic. The 5th. Oh, Lord. This was all in 1 month? Red flag. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, boy. Okay, sorry. May 2nd. Okay, no, sorry. It was March, April. Okay, I thought this was all in 1 month. I was about to say, oh, Lord. May 2nd. David Beckham. Oh, yeah, I already read that. The 5th, May 5th, tourist season. David shares an Instagram story from a fishing trip he planned 6 months earlier for his birthday. How many damn what is this? I'm sorry, this man is sounding a bit weird. Like, he's sounding like he's into himself too much because ain't no damn way. Honey, did Mimi eat yet? She ate? Okay, thank you. Because, yeah, she biting me a lot. Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on. So, wait a minute. This man had an early birthday party. Then he had an actual birthday party. And then he had a fishing trip and expected his kids to attend all of them. No, this is red flag. No, we got lives now. This man is... Okay, so listen. Even though Brooklyn doesn't have, like, a stable career, that don't mean he got all the damn time in the world. He has a new family now. Like, why would you expect him to be there? This is weird. Mimi, no! Mimi, no. Hold up, y'all. I'm about to... Hold on a second, y'all. She's trying to eat my cord. No, Mimi. Stop, okay? Sit down. Sit. No. Don't eat the cord, okay? Y'all, she's trying to pack me right up out of here. All right. Next. Sorry, y'all. August 2nd. Oh, sorry. The fishing trip. Okay, with Sons Cruise and Romeo, he captions the story, "You were missed at Brooklyn Peltz Beckham." The guilt tripping starts. Okay, 25th. We gotta wrap this up. Brooklyn posts an Instagram story of himself and Nicola appearing to take a dig at his parents with the caption, "I always choose you." All right, so he made it a point. August 2nd, Nicola and Brooklyn renew their vows without any members of the Beckham family present at the ceremony. Okay, Nicola and Brooklyn do not attend the red carpet premiere of Victoria Beckham's eponymous Netflix documentary. Oh boy, December 21st, Cruz Beckham. Okay, this is the one where he said, my parents would never unfollow their son, blah, blah, blah. January 19th, Brooklyn has broken his silence. Okay. All right, we already know about his claims. Oh, Lord. Okay, we already saw this. Oh, boy. Okay, let's get to the affair, and we wrapping them right up out of here, because this seems like it's like tit for tat. I don't know who's right, who's wrong, who's this, who's that. But all I'm going to say is the fact that David Beckham had 3 events for his birthday is already letting me know all that I need to know about him. 3 pre-birthday, birthday, fishing trip. That's too many. Red flag. And then he expected his kids to be at all of them. People got time, man. Ain't nobody got time to be celebrating your damn birthday 3 damn times. You only turn 50 once. I'm only showing up once. I don't care if my daddy said, I got 3 parties. Then be with your partners in them. Why you gotta ask me to be like all 3? That's crazy. And then he did the guilt trip. You were missed at Brooklyn. You couldn't have texted him that? That shows me that he's being funny. And not only that, but he's trying to show an image like, oh, me and my son are still close. Like, even though I don't have him there. I don't like parents when they do that stuff. That's weird. Whew, Lord. Okay, David Beckham affair. Here we go. This is the last one. And then we moving on to Evelyn and Shanice. And then we wrapping this right up. All right, let's read the Mirror. Creepiest Beckham moments from teacher affair rumors to kiss outrage. Okay, I don't know what the hell they talking about. The Beckham clan are no stranger to drama and bombshell rumors, as Brooklyn's explosive statement leaves fans reeling. We look at the biggest scandal the family have weathered. Oh, they have multiple scandals. Look at his face. I don't know, man. The fact that he's a tourist is already letting me know all that I need to know. All that I need to know. Yes, they can be family men. They're very stable with that. But Lord, I mean, Israel Houghton's a tourist. And good luck. Sorry, I remember that from the case study. Look at his face. 3 birthday parties. 3. Pre-birthday and a fishing trip. This is craziness. As one of the most famous families in the world, the Beckhams are no stranger to scandals and explosive rumors, but their ironclad marriage has weathered each and every storm. From affair allegations, leaked, sweary emails, and bizarre controversy over parenting styles, the highs and the lows have been a real roller coaster. And while David and Victoria have managed to come out the other side of every drama, it's taken its toll at certain points in their marriage. Okay. Despite being rocked by Rebecca Lou's claim of an affair with the footballer, Victoria stood by David's side and they seemingly worked through their issues. So Victoria's a rider. Oh, Lord. We gonna get... Okay, wait. Before we get to the other story, let's get to Rebecca Lou. Rebecca Lou wades into Beckham's feud. Of course she did. She's a side piece. She's always scorned. They're always scorned, y'all. They always got a lot to say. Okay, so what she had, that's her. This is the woman. But you know what? Men don't even care about what women look like, to be honest with you. It's so interesting. Women, when they be like, oh yeah, like his wife looks better than her, da da da. Women look at the physical features, but men, it goes by how they feel. So she made him feel a certain type of way. Personally speaking, I'm surprised it's her, but hell, she made him feel a way. If this is true, allegedly. Rebecca Lou's. Why her last name is the bathroom? Lou's. This is craziness. Has waded into the feud with Brooklyn Beckham and his parents. The model had an alleged affair with David Beckham, which was denied by both the footballer and his wife at the time. The former personal assistant claimed she had an intimate relationship with David in 2004 when she worked as his assistant and translator, accusations the family have denied. Okay, 2004, that's a long time. That is a long time ago. But still, you know, he still did it allegedly. All right. So now, blah, 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 about their relationship with Brooklyn. Giving her take on the claims, Rebecca said, so happy he is standing up for himself and speaking publicly, finally. What you got to do with that? Red flag. Was he talking to you? Who are you? Talking about she's so glad he got... Did he talk to you? I have felt so bad for his poor wife, knowing too well what they can be like. She then added that the truth will always come out. Ma'am, you had an affair with a married man. You might need to sit this one out. Red flag. Side chicks are becoming too bold. The man was married. You You feel more sorry for Nicola than Victoria? You knew he was married. He's been with Posh Spice for years. When did they get married? They had a whole like wedding. Everybody knew he was married, y'all. So come on now. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna feel sorry for no damn side chick. Red flag. When did they get married? Let's put their wedding. Oh. Okay, I don't care. Okay, here we go. This was their wedding, y'all. When did they get married? 25 years ago. Okay, 1999. You knew they were married. You saw them pictures just like all of us did. Shut up. You ain't got nothing to say about this. Shut it. You too bold. All right. So now that's all she had to say? She just had to come out and say that? For what? It's been how many years? You chose to be the side chick and then now you're upset? Girl, good night. Bye. Bye-bye. Okay, let's get back here. Hold on. Okay, creepiest moments. Okay, let's continue with this article. Oh my gosh, why are there so many damn ads? Oh boy. Okay. The writer claims David and Victoria lived separate lives in 2016, with the former England star even allegedly accusing his wife and her publicist of waging a war against him. Okay, what? Who are we talking about? According to... Oh, okay, the book. Okay, who's the writer? Oh, okay. According to author Tom Bowers' explosive book, The House of Beckham, their marriage hit crisis point again later down the line. Okay, all right. So sorry, I forgot to read that. The writer claims David and Victoria lived separate lives in 2016, with the former England star even allegedly accusing his wife and her publicist of waging a media war against him. Yeah?
Oh, just 10 seconds.
Oh, you're gonna go do cardio?
Yeah,
okay.
10
Yeah, that's okay. I'll get her after.
10 seconds.
Okay. I'll wait for the door to shut. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. I'm confused about this statement. The star. Okay. Thanks, honey. I'll put you down. She jumped. Mimi? Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on. Mimi. Mimi, come back. Mimi. Hold on, y'all. Sorry. Oh, okay. Y'all, she jumped from my bed. Red flag! How did that happen? Oh. Y'all, she already knows how to... That's the first time she ever jumped from my bed. I'm scared. I'm shook. Usually I use my bed like to make her stay somewhere if I don't want her moving around. Lord, she knows how to jump now. Okay, let's continue, y'all, because I only have half an hour and then I got to get up out of here. Okay. And the couple are facing a fresh nightmare, this time over their estranged son. Okay, wait. According to the book, the couple were so estranged that they barely spoke and instead maintained a distant business relationship. Okay, but that's actually none of our business if they didn't publicly say anything. So I don't know why they're publishing that, but whatever. Every marriage goes through its issues, y'all. So I don't really care to know this. This is a bit much. And now the couple are facing a fresh nightmare. This time, I can't believe she knows how to jump, y'all. I'm shocked. And now the couple are facing a fresh nightmare, this time over their estranged son, Brooklyn, as the sad feud shows no sign of thawing. We take a look at some of the most bizarre moments. Okay. So Harper's teacher, that's a young baby? In 2018, allegations surfaced that Manchester United ace was having an affair with Harper's school teacher. Yo, I'm not laughing because it's funny. Red flag! And even got her pregnant? At the time, Harper would have been just 6 years old and the rumor mill ran wild. The source of the allegations was never found and fans of the Beckhams were furious over the unfounded claims. Hold up. He was with Harper's school teacher? You know, sometimes people would be having rumors, but Okay, all right. I don't know if that's true, y'all. Oh, damn. They wiped that right out. Red flag. This was in 2018. Y'all, look at this. What's 403 forbidden? What that mean? Oh, they wiped that right out. Yep. The website permanently or temporarily blocked you. I don't know. Let me check on my phone. I don't know. Y'all try to see if y'all can read this. Oh, there's nothing here. Okay. All right. I can't even read it. And this was in 2018, y'all. Okay. All right. Whatever. We don't like. Okay. It was unfounded. Next. Posh and Bex were quick. Sorry. Y'all gonna hear me playing with my lighting fixture. The one she ate up. Posh and Bex were quick to dispel the gossip, and a spokesperson for the couple said at the time, "This is all very bizarre and embarrassing waste of time. There is no statement due, no divorce, and a lot of Chinese whisper." Why Chinese whispers? Red flag! I don't like that. This seems very microaggressive. Chinese whispers and fake social. Why Chinese whispers? What that mean? I don't like that, the choice of words. Meanwhile, the father of the teacher in question was also keen to shut the rumor down, branding the claims nonsense, adding, "My daughter has never even met him." End of story. Okay, all right. Okay, this is ridiculous. Okay, all right. Is that him and his daughter? Okay. Listen, I'm not gonna give this a red flag just yet because I know of parents who kiss their kids on the lips. I find it strange. That's my opinion. If you kiss your kids on the lips, listen, that's your business, but I don't find that I find it very strange. She's too old. That's number one. Number two, I just don't think that it is appropriate, my opinion. Because I just feel like, you know, when you normalize things like that, even if you mean it innocently, because I know some people, they innocently kiss their kids on the lips. So I'm not going to say that because I've seen that many times. Do all that, right? The problem, though, is if something does happen, they are going to think that it's normal. So I would say that this is very strange to me. And she's too old. I understand maybe toddlers, but this girl is older. So this, hold on, y'all. 1 second. You know what you did. Where are you? Mimi, come here. No, come here. Come here. Y'all, she got a haircut and now she acting all crazy. I don't know what's going on. Hold on, I'm gonna have to close the door, both doors, because she trying. Here, you're locked in here now. Oh, all right, y'all. One more. I'm gonna have to go quickly. Okay, next. Okay, so he was criticized by fans for posing and kissing with Harper. Okay, you know, it's okay. He talks about, "We want to show our kids love. I got criticized for kissing my daughter on the lips the other day. I kiss all my kids on the lips. Brooklyn, maybe not. Brooklyn 18, he might find it a bit strange. But I'm very affectionate with the kids. It's how I was brought up, and Victoria, and it's how we are with our children. We want to show our kids love and protect them. Look after them and support them, and you know we're very affectionate with them." Red flag! You can show affection in different ways, David. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to go with the internet on this one. First of all, we don't need to see that. That's number one. And number two, like, this is, again, like, no boundaries, lack of boundaries. She's old enough to know boundaries. You need to set that with your kids. Like I said, if they're toddlers, you want to kiss your kids on the lips, that's your kids. I do care, actually, if it's, like, inappropriate, but most of the time I do know it's innocent. So I'm not gonna, that's why I said I can't give a red flag for that, because I know a lot of parents who do that. I've seen it with my own eyes. But at the same time, she's 8 now. You gotta, there has to be a certain level of, you gotta stop. That's like when Coco, what's her name? Ice-T's wife talking about she's still breastfeeding her grown-ass child. Red flag. Her child was like 4 years old and going on her mama's titty. Like, it's too much. Boundaries. She has to learn boundaries now. You haven't taught her that. You're just you're making her, like, it's normalizing that kind of situation where, I don't know, personally speaking, I would not accept that. As a wife, I don't like that. She has enough sense now to have autonomy, and if she doesn't want to kiss you, she doesn't have to. You're not teaching her that, though. And you're just like, well, I like to show affection, so I'm just going to show them. I don't care how they feel. You should care how they feel. I don't know. He's giving me narky vibes already. The 3 birthday parties let me know all that. And the 2 birthday parties and the fishing trip, that was a bit much. He's into himself too much. I don't like that. He has shared a number of images kissing his daughter on the lips. Yeah, and now he's doing it on purpose. This is weird. Yeah, you see? But in 2025, now age 13, it seems Harper isn't a fan of being kissed on the lips. Of course. She's older now. According to People, a video that was shared online saw David attempting. You see, no boundaries. Red flag. Okay, Brooklyn, you getting points here. I don't know. I'm on Brooklyn's side right now. They're not showing boundaries here. They're not respecting that. Imagine she's 13. He was attempting to kiss his daughter on the lips. Didn't even ask her. And he shouldn't even. That's weird now at this stage. It's been weird. 13 and he's still trying to do it. When are you going to stop? As she playfully swerves away from him, she's uncomfortable. Red flag. Stop it. He's weird. As he leans in to try again, he didn't even stop the first. He saw that she was swerving. He leaned in to try again. She offers her cheek instead. Yes. And they both laugh off the exchange. No, she's young, so she's laughing it off. I'm not laughing it off, though. This is very inappropriate. He does not accept the boundaries, 1. And 2, he is putting his needs above his daughter's needs. He wants to kiss her, therefore I should be able to kiss you. Yeah. Brooklyn, I'm on your side, bruh. Okay, we already read about this harlot. Next. What's the next one? There's more women. Oh, Lord, another woman. Sarah Marbeck. Lord, how many women? Another woman went on to claim she had an affair with David in 2004. This reminds me of Chef Ramsay. Chef Ramsay had a lot of rumors, too. Sarah Marbeck alleged that she exchanged sexually explicit texts with the Real Madrid star for up to 2 years and slept with him in a hotel in Singapore when David was on tour. Lord. But the married superstar called the story absurd and unsubstantiated, and Victoria told The Sun at the time, we've been through a lot worse than this, and we're definitely going to get through this. Red flag! So she's admitting that he been cheating. Okay, wrap this right up. Wrap this right up. He been cheating, y'all. Allegedly, but look at this. This is her answer, y'all. But the married superstar called the story absurd and unsubstantiated. So that's David saying this. Y'all want to hear Victoria's response? She should have never said anything because I could read between the lines. We've been through a lot worse than this. Please do tell. What have you been? What's worse? We've been through a lot worse than this. What we talking? Wrap this up. Sis is an Aries, right? Oh boy, we've been through a lot worse. What's worse? They're accusing your husband of sleep. Okay, listen, this is the situation. They exchanged sexually explicit texts. And then she said she slept with him in a hotel room in Singapore. And his response was like, this is absurd. Her response told me everything I need to know. She's letting him cheat in peace. Red flag. We've been through a lot worse than this. So he been cheating. And we're definitely going to get through this. What this mean? Wrap this right up, Victoria. Oh boy, you should have just kept your mouth shut, sis. Prostitute rumors. Oh, that's the worst? Okay, that's what they've been through. You know, that's the way they be like, we've been through a lot. Like Rashida and Kirk. We've been through it. You know, when they start off, we've been through a lot. Whenever you hear a couple say we've been through a lot of highs and lows, or on their wedding anniversary, and the man said, "I'm so happy you stuck by me through all of that's when he done put her through the ringer. We've been through a lot, Victoria. That's what your response is? Okay, y'all, I believe the cheating rumors. Next, prostitute. Listen, I'm being honest. I was talking about that yesterday. Brooklyn was her surrogate husband. Her man was out there cheating. Of course, he didn't have energy to be with her. So she had to rely on Brooklyn a lot for emotional support. And this is what I'm getting from this whole situation, is that she was too dependent on Brooklyn. And David was weird. Kissing up on his daughter like that. This is weird behavior. 13 years old. She's swerving like I want my other boyfriends to see this. I'm 13. I'm trying to get with that little boy in class, and I don't want to see my daddy kissing up on me like this. Is weird. And he's still trying to force himself on her. That's weird, y'all. Next. In 2010. Hold up. When was this affair? 2004. Okay, wait. 2004. In 2010, the Beckhams threatened legal action against In Touch magazine and a prostitute named Irma Nikki, who sold a story claiming David had paid her for sex multiple times. Okay, so I know if they trying to shut this story down, then there might be some truth to it. The footballer said at the time, "I have never met Nikki, let alone committed adultery with Nikki or paid for sex." Listen to his wording, y'all. Let me tell you. Listen to the specific words. Okay, I got to get through this and then get to the Shanice and we're out of here. "I have never met Nikki, 1. Let alone committed adultery." I thought he would have said, "I never committed adultery." But listen, "I have let alone committed adultery with Nikki." Red flag. So who did you commit adultery with then, David? You made it very clear. You said, "Let alone committed adultery with Nikki." So I thought he would have said, "I've never committed adultery. I've never cheated on my wife." Nope, he can't say that. Oh, boy. Or paid for sex. So this is why he's upset, because Nikki might have been one of the ones he didn't sleep with. Like, how dare you lie on me? Notice he didn't come. He didn't have the same energy for the Rebecca girl. Oh, Lord. Hold on. Wait. Oh, he did have an affair. Hold up. Sorry, y'all. I skipped the other sister's story. Hold on. It says it here. Sorry. Let's go back. Okay. They denied the allegations about the Rebecca Lou scandal. Okay. But then 20 years later, the Beckhams broke their silence with the release of David's 4-part docuseries in early October 2023. Okay, that's around the time they was fighting with Brooklyn and Nicola. In the Netflix special, I might have to watch that, Victoria opened up about her husband's alleged affair for the first time, describing the media attention in the time afterwards as the hardest period of her life. Okay. All right. Okay. Continuing. Irma Nikki's statement have caused me and my family great anguish and emotional distress and have adversely affected both my personal and professional life. All right. So in 2011, he said, "Sadly, we live in a world where a magazine can print lies and believe they can get away with it." And in 2011, a U.S. federal judge in L.A. dismissed David's claim for libel slander. Okay, there must have been enough evidence. They dismissed the case. Next. Inappropriate dance. We already heard about that with Victoria and Brooklyn. Okay. Is there more? Oh boy, okay. You know what? We wrapping the Beckhams right up out of here. I'm gonna read a few comments. David, I'm sorry, but you giving me creep vibes, yo. You're giving me mad creep vibes. So yeah, I believe that I believe there's some truth to Brooklyn's side. My verdict is, this is my gavel. Brooklyn. I'm on Brooklyn's side right now. Sorry, I'm not getting off this side until otherwise. Because at first I was a little lean. I was like, hold on, he being a little too extra. Y'all said Mimi being a menace. Yo, she got her little haircut and now she acting brand new. I think because, she has less fur. So the speed, the momentum, she can propel in the air. I don't know what's going on tonight. Yo, she went and jumped on the recycling box. That's why y'all heard that noise. I had to run out there. And then she was trying to drag she loves picking at garbage. I bought her 2 new toys today. She literally played with that toy less than 5 minutes. Y'all want to know where she went next? The garbage. That's her new place. That's her treasure trove. She goes in the garbage. She grabs whatever she can grab. And then all of a sudden, I see stuff on my floor. That's her. Continuing. He saw his daughter as property. I believe so, too. I don't like that, y'all. I don't know. I'm not liking his behavior. Because think about it this way. If he has no boundaries with his daughter, then, and that's an intimate family member, then I believe that outside of that, he has no boundaries. So that lets me know that there's plausibility to the rumors of the cheating, especially when she said we've been through a lot worse. That already lets me know all that I need to know. At the start that fell, you said, LSA said David been cheating for the longest in return for keeping her fashion brand afloat. I believe it, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm going to believe Brooklyn. He could have said more. So actually, he was very tame in his response. He's like, leave my wife alone or I'm going to release more footage. So I think they're going to shut up now. Sorry at 6. Apparently, Coco allowed her daughter to naturally decide when to stop. Yeah, and you know what? Like, I know I'm going to get some moms upset at me tonight, but I just feel like, you know, again, I guess it's good that Coco did let her daughter decide to stop, but then I feel like it was more for her needs instead of her daughter's needs. So this is where I was talking about the boundaries thing. Like, you got to think about it. Is it more for my daughter or for me? It seemed like it was more of an emotional support for Coco than for her daughter. And that's where I have a problem. Same thing with David and Harper. He wanted to show affection his way, but he didn't consider his daughter's feelings. And he didn't consider that, hey, maybe this is not the right, appropriate, like, you know, I can show affection in different ways. Nope, one track mind. That's it. It's giving, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, y'all. That's what it's exactly giving. Yep, Brooklyn is right. However, I'm not sure that Nicola is a better suit too. I hope their union lasts, because damn. I think he found a woman just like his mama, because she was wearing them platform shoes. And sometimes that does happen. I don't like the way that, like, there's two things that were red flaggy to me with her. One, when she said in that interview that she gives Brooklyn the silent treatment when she's angry with him. It seems like she's very emotional. And she doesn't know how to respond properly to situations. She just starts, you know, so silent treatment, and then she ran away with the first dance or the dance in the wedding. Like I said, your emotions are going to get you every single time. Every single time. Think logically. I mean, I understand we all have emotions. We go through them. I go through them too. But you got to learn how to, like, just process in the moment and think of the best response. You're going to have to start thinking like that, or else you're going to make these automatic autopilot responses, and they might not necessarily be the best thing. From what I've heard about Nicola, it seems like she's just like Victoria. He's basically got a version of his mother. Yeah, because he didn't go to therapy. He didn't heal. He just escaped. Again, trauma response. So that's why I said stop making the decisions off of emotions. And, you know, my mom used to say that about me all the time, because I used to be a very emotionally driven person. I would make all my decisions off of emotion. And she used to say, stop doing that, stop doing that. And I didn't understand it at the time, but now I do, because I realized that a lot of the decisions that I made off of emotions might not have necessarily been the best response at that time. And when you really sit down and you reflect on it, you're thinking logically, like, what is the best response at that moment? Does it make sense for me to go out there and do stuff? Like we were talking about earlier with the protests. Does it make sense for me, if I got a family right here that actually needs me, does it make sense for me to do that instead of protecting the family that I have in my house? Like, what choice are you going to make, right? Or does it make sense for me to go in that? Maybe I'm going to take the consequences. That's what I'm saying. Like, but then is it emotionally driven? Or is it logically the best choice? Because you can always make different choices. We have so many options. We live in the world of options. So, yeah. Let's continue, y'all. Last story. Shanice, speaking of options, last story. Shanice and Evelyn Lozada, y'all. And then I'm sorry if you were waiting for the church girl story. Let's do it midweek stream. I'm going to do a stream on Wednesday night, I believe. And the members only will be Friday night. So Evelyn Lozada, y'all. And the weekday streams will be shorter, like 1 hour, 2 hours. I think 2 hours is enough, 1 to 2 hours, because it's late. Evelyn Lozada, if y'all don't remember, let's segue quickly because I'm trying to wrap this up in 20 minutes. Whew, Lord. Evelyn Lozada was on Basketball Wives. You know, she's like a popular not basketball groupie. I don't want to call her a groupie, but she's been with a lot of men. So she's been with Antoine Walker. I think that's how she got on Basketball Wives. She was with a basketball player, and then she had a relationship with Chad Ochocinco. She got married to him, and then remember he headbutted her. Blah blah blah. That was a horrible situation. They got into a fight. He headbutted her. Remember when if you watch Basketball Wives, when what's her name? OG? I think her name is OG. The beautiful Nigerian woman, a Nigerian American. When the girl said, Ochocinco wanted me. Like, that was crazy. And Evelyn has been known to be a colorist, right? So, and she also had a kid with this baseball player named Carl something. I forgot his damn name. So now, she been a bop, right? She been around in the industry. And she's also a colorist. She's known to be a colorist as well. Now, word on the street, well, it's not word on the street. It is confirmed. I remember on Basketball Wives I think a few seasons ago, there was like, I don't watch it anymore. I used to watch it way back when, a long time ago when Tammy was on there, but I stopped watching when she left because I actually really liked Tammy, except for when she fought Mika. But anyways, that was a long time ago. But people were talking about her daughter being pregnant. And there was a whole situation where Jennifer Williams said that she sold her daughter. Like, she basically is prostituting her daughter. Tammy and Jen said that, Jennifer Williams. And she heavily denied it. And she would get upset with people talking about her daughter, but yet she would be all up in Jackie's business with her daughter. Because, Jackie and her daughter went through it. Y'all remember Jackie Christie crazy behind with Doug and whatever. So now let's get to the current situation. Evelyn Lozada has a daughter. She had her daughter as a teen. Sorry, I'm trying to find the picture, y'all. She had her daughter as a teen. And then she basically raised her daughter, okay, all the time. I don't know why she was doing her little excursions trying to find a ball player or whatever. Her daughter was right there with her. Now, the current situation is that the daughter somehow got with The Game. Yeah, the rapper. The Game. Jayceon Taylor. Yeah, him. And of all the men that she could have been with, she chose to be with him. And people were thinking that her mother set her up with The Game, or, there was some type of situation where her mom is basically escorting her to be with rappers or be with a baller, whatever. Now, I'm going to let y'all look at this podcast picture right here. And you guys are going to let me know what you think. Because what is her mama doing sitting like that? Red flag. That's her baby daddy, y'all. She had a whole baby with her. Of all the men she could have chosen, she had it with this man. This man right here. There are so many rappers, and this is the thing. I would have understood it a little bit more if she chose a popular rapper. But she chose this one right here. Who already has two baby mothers. So now, she became number 3. And this is her mom co-signing. So let's watch this little interview exchange. And we're going to get into it. Posted by The Shade Room, of course.
But I have a big bone to pick with you.
Okay.
How did you make me a grandmother before 50?
How
did that happen, Jay? It was 49.
Yeah.
It was before 50, technically.
I knew you were in the crunch. You know what I'm saying? And I
Hold on. Let's redo this, because hold on. It was slowing up a little bit. We're going to make sure that it's syncing properly. I got to hear this podcast. It's wild. It is wild. Okay, let's get to it. Here we go. Here.
wanted to hit you with that so that by the time you're 60 years old, you have a whole like 5th, 6th grader. You know, I didn't want to wait, any longer because, who knows, we're getting old.
You made Welly a grandmother at like 38. She was 38. I did my mom was a grandmother at 38.
Oh, well, so there it is.
Because I had Shanice so young, but all I know is that I didn't know how to process the information.
It happened very quickly.
Yeah, like I didn't know how to process it, right? Like Shaw tells me she's pregnant. Obviously, we have a great private conversation. And I had to sit with it for a little while because I'm like, I'm going to be a grandmother. Like, this is weird, you know? Like,
Evelyn, how old are you? 49. How old is your daughter? 32. Red flag. So, first of all, I need to know Evelyn Lozada's zodiac sign. What is she? We need to find this out, y'all. I forgot. I saw it last night, but I forgot. Is she a Sagittarius? I think she's a Sagittarius. Oh, yeah, she is. Okay. Here we go. Shanice is a Gemini. I think. Is it Gemini? Yeah, airhead. Okay. So here we go. Air sign. Sorry. Air signs are airheads. I'm an air sign too. So now, we can be airheads. Not all the time. Because I ain't going to call myself an airhead. Evelyn is talking about, oh, I didn't want to be a grandmama, blah, blah, blah. Your daughter's 32. 32. Now, I would have more understood it if you said, I didn't want her to be a grandmama with you. Because I had better hopes for my daughter. I wanted her to be with somebody more established than your degenerate ass. Then I would have been like, yes, sis, you're right. But you only care about yourself. Your daughter gave you news that she's pregnant, and you don't even care about the man who she procreated with. You don't even care about his history. You don't even care about what he did. He's been with underage girls. India. Y'all remember when he was found in the park with India Love? Underage. Here we go. Here we go. He was doing things to her in public at the park. Here we go, y'all. And she was, they were 16. She had a 16-year age difference with him. How old was she at the time? She was very young. Hold on. I gotta remember how old she was at the time. Here, they called him the game just smacked this child trying to meet a 15. Okay, I don't know what happened here. All right, so, okay, wait, she was an adult, but she was young. Sorry, she wasn't underage, but she was like just bare. Yeah, she was 18 years old. 18, right here. We got here. The game caught finger 18-year-old girlfriend, India Westbrooks, in public. He's a grown-ass man. Barely, just freshly legal, by the way. That's his past. He's also been accused of, I think he was accused of, I don't want to make up allegations, so let's see. He had a lawsuit with a woman. Yeah, she sued him for sexual battery. And, yeah. Here, this was in 2025. Judge orders rapper The Game to sell his Calabasas mansion to pay sexual assault accuser. So, obviously, they found that she had plausible reason to, in the case. And she was granted money. Here, he was sued in 2015 by Priscilla Rainey, who alleged that the rapper inappropriately touched her during the production of his VH1 reality series, She's Got Game, on which she was a contestant. He also had a reality show with his girl Tiffany. I remember when he was trying to do the whole family man situation. Tiffany and the Game. I watched that show, y'all. That was when I was really reality show heavy. They had a whole TV show. Tiffany was a teacher. Marrying the Game. Yeah, and they didn't get married. Spoiler alert. He was wasting her damn time, but hell, she chose him. This woman was an accomplished, educated woman and became his baby mama. And trying to get him to marry her. I remember that TV show. I can't watch the clips. They're going to copyright me for sure. But yeah, I remember that. How did he get an educated teacher? Lord knows. Lord only knows. But she definitely downgraded. All right. So now he had another reality show where he had this kind of charge. Okay, and then the woman who accused him was awarded $1.13 million in compensatory damages for the sexual assault and an additional $6 million in punitive damages. There we go. Following the years of Taylor failing to make a payment, a judge approved Rainey's request that the West Coast rapper sell his Calabasas home in order to help finance the more than $7 million judgment she was awarded. Here we go. So now, this is his history, y'all. This is all Googleable. It took me less than 5 seconds to look this up. Let's continue listening.
Like, I know I'm 50.
Well, and you've never been a grandmother yet, so I know you were like, what does that look like for me?
What does that look like? Like, what? Well, like, first of all, what is she having? What is it going to look like? What is this going to be? How is my life going to change?
About you. Red flag. Why is this all about her? I don't hear nothing about her daughter. This should all be about her daughter, by the way. Her daughter's the pregnant one. Why is she acting like she's the one having the baby by the game? This is very disturbing.
It's been good. Like it flows, We've had a few bumps in the road. Shaw's looking like,
but
I'm talking about us.
Yeah. And, in all transparency, that's how it should be. Anything that just goes through like smoothly straight with no bumps, like you can't grow from that. You can't learn anything from that. And if everything's smooth, somebody's hiding something. They're not being their 100% of their authentic self. One of my first questions to her was, did you tell your mom? Right? I was like, did you tell your mom? And she was like, well, I'm going to just wait a little bit, And so I guess she waited a little bit and then she told you. Yeah. And I was like, did you tell your dad? And she was like, no, I'm going to wait a little bit. But, the thing about when she told me, I was shocked a little bit. Like, literally, I was shocked. And we got into this, thing. I love being a dad, right? Like, absolutely love being a dad. But I was shocked and I don't think it was the reaction that Sha wanted, so she cried a little bit, and it was uncomfortable.
Basically, he didn't want to have a baby. That's what he's saying. He's saying that he didn't want to have a baby with her. He was shocked, and I don't know what he said, but he must have said something to her for her to have the reaction to cry. Red flag.
For her and for me, I didn't want to make her cry. I just was like, I didn't know what to say because I hadn't had a kid in 14 years. So I was like super shocked. She had never had a kid. So of course she was super shocked. But when she found out, she kind of got to live.
If you were having unprotected sex, you shouldn't be shocked. Red flag. Do y'all not know how conception works? Why do people act shocked when they have baby when they raw dog each other? I'm confused about that. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. You know that there's always going to be a percentage, even if you use a condom, even if you use, I know so many people got pregnant off of birth control. IUD is the name of the game. There's always that 0.1%. And not only that, but I'm sure you didn't use condoms. And I'm shocked. I didn't know. I thought the pull-out method still worked. Red flag.
With it a little bit, I didn't know as soon as she knew. So she lived with it a little bit, processed it. And then once it got to me, she had already kind of lived with it a little bit. So I was super shocked. She cried a little bit. I was really, thrown out to the wayside about that because I didn't want to make her feel like I wasn't excited or I wasn't going to love the situation because I absolutely love my children. But we got around that, and obviously he's here and he's beautiful and throwing across the house. And yeah, he's just a great kid. And then for her being Blaze's mom, like, oh my God, like a gift to a child because she's so calm and her reserve is like immaculate. Yeah. And one day he knocked over coffee, like hot ass coffee. And me, I'd be like, pow, pow. And she was just like, it's okay. I swear to God, it was like Cinderella came to with the Swiffer. And she was like, it's okay, baby. And just swept it up. And I was like, I would have just get a little pop, little no, little something. But man, she parents with so much grace. And yes, she does. I'm just like ecstatic that you're Blaze's mom, because I know that, because I'd be wild as fuck. So I know that like
how old is this man talking like this? Is a red flag. Jason Taylor, have you not learned a damn thing? This is not even a 20-year-old talking, y'all. This is a grown-ass man. He's a Sagittarius. Red flag. I done told y'all about these men. He's born on the same day as my older brother. Enough said. Love my older brother dearly, but man, they can be menaces, y'all. 46 years old, talking like he's in his 20s. Stunted.
As long as he got you guys,
I can be wild, man, but that long he got you. You know you holding it down, baby mama. 40, how old? 49 years old. How old? 47? Damn near 50. Talking like this.
his little army, like he's gonna be straight.
Sorry, but I feel like you manifested Blaze.
Yeah.
Like you were mentioning another child before I got pregnant.
Yeah, true.
Like you manifested Blaze. On our first date.
Shanice. Sis, hold on. Let's go back here. Wait a damn minute.
Like you
ecstatic that you're Blaze's mom, because I know that, because I'd be wild as fuck. So I know that, like, as long as he got you guys, as his little army, like he's gonna be straight.
Sorry, but I feel like you manifested Blaze.
Yeah.
Like you were mentioning another child before I got pregnant.
Yeah, true.
Like you manifested Blaze. On our first date, you were talking about a Blaze, not him exactly.
Yeah.
But you were talking about a Blaze. So you agree with that?
I do agree with that. I think that and
we talked about kids.
Yeah, true. But just
on the first date, y'all. Red flag. He wanted to have another kid before she had. You manifested this, but you let him have entrance. You allowed it. You allowed it. This is this whole, you know what? We gonna retitle this whole damn live stream. Actually, I don't know if I have time to remember. You allowed it. Decisions were made. I'm sorry. 2026 is not the year of coddling people for their shitty choices. Red flag. I'm tired of it. Because the people who did make good decisions, we always have to suffer the consequences. That's the problem. I'm tired of it. Because society has to feel the repercussions. I'm not talking about her. She seems like she's an amazing mother. But unfortunately, other people, they're not as lucky to have a Shanice as a mom. Or a Game as a father. This is the type of behavior. I'm tired of coddling. It's okay if you made a mistake. It's okay. Even though you had 2 baby mamas, that's okay. It couldn't have been. We didn't know he was going to make you the 3rd one. We thought you were going to be different. Pattern was already there.
So, you guys know, because you guys are, beautiful women. You guys are still like women, right? But men, right? Men see a baddie, we think like, I'm going to get her pregnant. That's what men think.
Red flag. That is not what men think. Not all anyways. I asked my husband, I ain't going to lie to y'all. Yesterday, I saw this ahead of time, by the way. Because I was like, what the hell just happened? That's why I decided to use this as a live stream. I asked Dom, I said, hey, when you first met me, what were you thinking? Did you think you wanted to have a baby with me? He said, why would I think that? That's criminal behavior. That's exactly what he said. And then he said, why'd you ask me that? I said, look at this. And then he said, no, that's criminal. That's exactly what he said. And I'm not trying to say that my man is he's the best husband ever. He's still a man at the end of the day. But all I can say is not everybody thinks like this man. He's a serial baby daddy. That's why he has that mindset, the degenerate mindset. He's used to impregnating women. That's why he has that. He has the fertility fever. Men like him in future, that's all they think about when they see you. Oh, she's going to be my baby mama. Imagine. He talked about that before making her his. He didn't even talk about marriage. He didn't even talk about nothing seriously. Already talking about babies on the first date. Red flag. I ain't hear nothing about, hey, I see myself getting married. Nothing about that. About impregnating. That's all he was thinking about. Lust.
When they see a baddie.
You gamed me.
You gamed me.
I'm just asking.
He didn't game you, Shanice. I'm sorry. Like, I can't make excuses anymore for people. That's why I said we got to stop coddling people. Yes, I understand your mother may not have taught you stuff. I get it. Hey, hell, my mama didn't either. I had to learn the hard way. But at the same time, you allowed him to. Stop saying he gamed you. He didn't game you. This wasn't a situation where you were forced, like I said before, with the protests. This wasn't a situation where, oop, here you go. I'm going to snatch your body. I'm going to sexually assault you. This is not that type of situation. Then this would be a different story. You consented. That's the point of this damn live stream. Consent. And then you want to act surprised. You manipulated me. You allowed it. He asked you. He told you, hey, I want another baby. You didn't listen. And then you want us to feel bad for you. The general public.
Saying when a man really sees a woman that he likes and it's a baddie, that be
And not only that, you know, I might give the first baby mama a pass. Usually the first one is the only one I'll give a pass to because there's no historical documentation. You just have to go off of what ifs in your mind. This man literally had a whole reality show with his ex-baby mama, Tiffany Cambridge. She gave him 2 children. He didn't even marry her. This man has been going his whole life operating in the same way that he has. She has the internet. She has a phone. She could have easily Googled his name. None of this information is private. His sexual that was a few years ago. 2025 is when they're trying to seize his home. She has the same access to Google that we all have. This is not even hidden records where she has to pay for criminal record. She doesn't have to pay for none of that. She could see it in real time. And yet, you're saying that he manifested the kid, so she's not even taking any accountability whatsoever. And that he's the one who kind of manipulated her, or he kind of, whatever word she used. She's victimizing herself. But she's not seeing that she had a role to play in this too, by spreading it wide. Okay! Stop it! Just like them people who voted for the orange man. You voted for him. It's not like he plopped out of earth and you guys had to deal with him and his crazy ass ways. There was a whole history. Whole documentation from when he was in New York he was causing problems and chaos in New York City. When he went bankrupt, he had a whole TV show called The Apprentice. And then he even gave y'all a taste of what his term would look like around the time before he left 4 years of the first term. And then y'all want to act surprised that he's actually following through with what he said during the campaign. He literally said it word by word. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. He's doing it. And then all of a sudden you want to cry and act like, oh, well, we got to help everybody.
First thought, we be thinking damn,
the year of accountability. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, I'm manifested.
I'm happy that you're here, but I have a bone.
Okay, here we go. Second video. We got 2 more videos of them. It's very short, and then we wrapping this right up tonight. Oh, there's more proof. Here, it's worse than you think it is. Let's keep going.
We talked about kids.
Yeah, true. But just so you guys know, because you guys are, beautiful women. You guys are still like women, right? But men, right? Men see a baddie, we think
I saw that already. Let's fast forward.
That's what men think when they woman that is there the highway, which is something, and trying to figure it out. And I don't think in the early stages.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sean. What have you learned? Because co-parenting sometimes, obviously, it's not easy. Co-parenting with someone's not easy, no matter what the situation is.
We had a few months of fire with fire,
Yeah.
Well, thank you for saying that you didn't give me enough grace, because I do agree with you. And I think a lot of my anger came from you not delivering what the expectations were.
But Shanice, why would you think he would? He never did before. You got 2 women ahead of you who he didn't deliver anything to. He takes care of his children. I can't say that he doesn't. He does that well. But he's not going to commit to you if that's what you were hoping. You should have just entered and been like, I would have understood it better if you said, look, my time was ticking, my clock was ticking. I didn't want to get a sperm donor. He's a close friend of my mom's, so why not? I would have respected that more. Be like, okay, you just wanted a baby. Okay. You'll never hear me talking about it when women say, oh yeah, I just wanted to have a baby and I just chose him. Okay, cool. That's your decision. Stop acting like you didn't know who this man was. Red flag. It's all over the internet.
Yeah.
So we'll leave that there. But I think that I had to learn how to, when I'm done with someone, I'm done with them. And because you share a child, you can't necessarily be done with them.
Yeah.
So I think I had to learn how to wrap my mind around the fact that this is for life.
You didn't know that before you had a baby? This is why I can't take none of this seriously, y'all. A lot of us already knew that. That's why we don't have kids. We know. There are so many women out there who have never had children before and who don't plan on doing so. There are women out there who have chosen, who have selected, who have looked at the patterns, who have looked at men and be like, no, it's too much of a responsibility. It's too much of a gamble, especially with a serial baby daddy. Like I said, if you were the first, then I would have a little bit more sympathy for you. But you're not. You're the third.
Because otherwise, I would have been like, like would we be sitting here today if we didn't have Blaze? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I can see that.
Because otherwise, it would have been like, all right.
Yeah, because when you start talking to somebody, you're like, okay, whatever. But when you do share,
I feel like I would have still been on Drop the Low. So I would have been.
But maybe for different reasons, right? Because I also do feel like we were meant to cross paths in whatever capacity we were meant to cross paths in. And we were having this conversation the other day by like, well, in my opinion, the universe and God doesn't make mistakes.
She's trying to rationalize this. And again, like, I feel the only reason I feel a little bad for her is because she got a mama like Evelyn. So she had no chance. I feel so bad for her. She was all types of confused. But that still doesn't take away from the fact that you're an adult. You're 30 plus when you had a baby. So at that point, I have to say that, you just got to take your L and do better next time. Do not become a 2-time baby mama. Now you got your example right here. And listen to her. She's just really shocked that it happened to me. I can't believe it. I'm supposed to be preferred. My mom told me that I'm the preference. I'm not. I'm smart. She's very beautiful. Very, she seems like she's calm. I don't know what she's doing with this degenerate of a man. I don't get it. But hell, I don't know. She's out of his league, y'all. She could have of all the men she could have been with, she chose this one. And she's shocked. Because her mama told her, hey, you're the pick of the litter, sis. Like, baby girl, I raised you to be like this. So a man's going to be lucky to have you. You're going to be different. You're younger, beautiful. You're calm. You're not rah-rah reptar like his ex, Tiffany. Tiffany was rowdy. Even though she was educated, she was a little rowdy. I remember when she got on his face like this. She went like, wait, what she did? She did like this. I was like, oh, shit, Tiffany is hood. But anyways, point is that, here you go. Don't be shocked, sis. He did it to 2 other women. He could do it to you.
So Blaze was supposed to be here. You were supposed to be Blaze's dad. We were chosen to be his parents. So
you see, again, removing accountability. You chose it. Why is she acting like this was some decision where she just, I don't know what happened. I was forced. No, this is not one of those cases. It's not. He did not hold you against your will. And you chose it. Why is she trying to, again, she's removing, it's like she's removing any type of blame. Now it's God's fault. Because he orchestrated this. I had no choice but to be Blaze's mom. This is like the Mary and Joseph story. Okay? Is that's what we're running from. First he manifested it. No, what she said, oh yeah, remember, she said, oh yeah, he manifested this. And then now she's saying God and the universe brought us together. And so I guess this was a mission I had to accomplish, is to be your 3rd baby mama. That's the best God had for me. Because even with Jesus, God didn't make her a baby mama. She was already married to Joseph. Hello.
So I think that I just had to learn how to grasp with the fact of okay, this is a situation in which you have to stick around. Me.
Right.
That's not my thing. That's not my dating life. We talked about kids.
Yeah, true. But just
okay.
So, you guys know, because you guys are, beautiful women.
Okay. 3rd video, last video, y'all. We wrapping this right up. Shanice is making me have a headache. But then, Lord, she had no chance with this mama of hers. Bird brain. This is what happens when you have a male-centered mama. Notice how in the beginning, everything was about her. Oh my God, I'm going to be a grandmama. Oh my God, I'm going to be a grandmama. That's all she was thinking about. And then when he said that, when I look at baddies, listen to her cackling and laughing. He talking about her daughter. He basically said, oh, your daughter was dumb enough to get pregnant by my ass. When I see 2 baddies, I just instantly think I'm going to impregnate them. He called me a baddie. Not even thinking about her daughter. Being in a lifetime, this is a life sentence. Listen, when you have a baby with a man like that, that's life in prison with no parole. You ain't never getting out of this sentence. That baby is tethered to y'all forever. Till the day you die, he's always going to be your baby daddy. Even if whatever happens, this will always be you. You are forever connected to him by DNA. Your generations, all the future generations coming after, he's still their forefather. Life without parole. That's actually a death sentence in my opinion. But hell, I ain't want to be too strong. But hell, I might as well say it. That's the execution right there. Death sentence. You for life. Life to death. You just gonna, no, actually it's life. Life without parole. You just gonna wither away. This is a jail sentence with a man like him.
You surprised that they weaponized the fact that you two had a baby against me on the show? Like, I had a feeling it would happen, but like, how did you feel about
You had a baby against me? She's a grown-ass woman. She ain't gotta ask you for permission. That's number one. And number two, you see, she's absolving herself of guilt. This is craziness. There's no type of accountability, but she's learning it from her mama. Oh yeah, you know, you had the baby against me. Let's keep it real. I didn't even know that she was going to be pregnant by you, even though she was talking to you and dating you. And first of all, to be honest with you, she's a grown-ass woman, so she can make decisions. Why are they acting like she's a child? She's 32. She's not 20.
out there? Because
They called you a felon.
Yeah. I mean, true.
Are you a felon?
I am.
Red flag. She didn't even know he was a felon. Oh my goodness. Shanice, you know what? Her head was in the clouds. Sometimes you see her mother raised her to be beauty but no brains. There's no smart here because her mother didn't prioritize that. She's like, hey, my daughter's just as good looking as me, so she's gonna do even better than me. Go put yourself out there. You gotta look sexy, look good. Where's the brain? You didn't know he was a felon. His whole history is out there. Girl, I'm tired of this. We wrapping this right up. Here. Do we not see this? Here, 2007, 2015. And then we had that whole case with Sis. That's not even part of this. That's here. Here we go, 2017. His legal history got him kicked out of Australia. 3 felony charges. Listen, y'all want to read this? He was ordered to stand trial on 3 felony charges after he allegedly pulled a pew-pew during a pickup basketball game. Red flag. He can't even emotionally control himself. So, remember when he said, when she first told me she was pregnant, I was shocked and, I said some things. Yeah. Popped off, even though you raw dogged her. Nobody's taking accountability, and I feel bad for the child. That's who I really feel bad for, because this is who she chose to be her baby daddy.
So I don't feel slighted by someone trying to throw my past at me. Yeah, I'm a felon. My mama know I'm a felon. My kids know I'm a felon. My fans know I'm a felon, and that's just what it is. I don't try to duck who I am as a person. You know what I'm saying? Am I in jail? Absolutely not. Made some mistakes in the past. Yes, I have. I was young, a little misguided. My father died a long time ago.
You weren't young. 2007. In 2015, 2017. How old is he again? 19. Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. We gonna get out of here. Sorry, guys. I kept some of you guys. I'm so sorry. I try not to, but today's topics were way too... This is craziness. 1979, 2007. That's the one that's recorded. We don't even know what he did prior to him being famous. Let's just keep it at that. He was 28 years old. He was young. He had no guidance. 8 years old.
I didn't really lean on him for advice the way I should have, the way my children can to me. So yeah, I made some mistakes. I'm not like one of those who's going to hide or, mask my face because I have a fear of somebody being judgmental about who I was at one point in time.
One thing I will say though is I like the fact that he's admitting he was a felon. I do like the accountability. But I don't like the deflection, but I do like the accountability. And he did mention he didn't have a father in his life. So again, I will feel bad for him on that because he didn't have any guidance. So he's right. But then the problem is that you still not paying the sexual assault victim patterns. So maybe I can excuse your 2007. Okay, we're going to let that ride. What about the other ones? You're still a felon now. That's a problem.
Life. What I do know for a fact is anybody that's speaking my name, right, will not say that and if they see me. Because one or two things. Number one, I am a felon. And number two, I'm gonna get off in your ass in person. Like I'm gonna get off in your ass. So you're not gonna even come at me like that. So do it for the show, do it on the internet. It's all cute, it's all cool. I can't really.
He's talking about women, y'all. He said, I'm going to get off on your ass in real time. Do it for the show. He's talking about women on Basketball Wives. I believe, sis, with the battery charges.
Snatch my TV off the wall and break it across my knee because I'm mad at you. But when I see you in person, and one day I will, have that same energy. It's all that I ask. I'm not doing the back and forth on the internet. And 10 out of 10 times, when people see me in person, they don't have the same energy. So, cool. Have at it.
He's talking about women.
How many felonies do you have?
Oh, you know.
Shanice. I'm wrapping you right up right now. They didn't talk about nothing, y'all. They just had a situationship. I don't think this was even a relationship, to be quite honest with you. Look at him. You didn't talk about, you were talking about having babies with somebody who you didn't even really know, and you didn't know his criminal history.
Blaze is going to ask one day.
Yeah.
Blaze is going to ask, like, as if you guys don't you guys have public records in the United States of America? She has money to look that up. She doesn't even know how to do that. You know what? Wrap this up.
Think like on the record, 2 on record.
On record 2. He knows he did a lot more.
Are you surprised that they weaponized?
Okay, good night. Good night. I'm done with these folks. I'm gonna read a few comments. We out of here tonight. I'm so sorry if I kept some of y'all late. I'm out of here. It's over with. Y'all snowed in? I didn't know that. Yay! Okay, good for you. Good. Last week I didn't know y'all had MLK Day, man. I would have stayed longer. I was here trying to be nice and be like, courteous. Of course, I'm not gonna take y'all time. I understand. People gotta sleep. Religious psychosis is a thing. 100%. 100%. Mary, you said, I think Evelyn set her daughter up. She seems to resent how much better Shaw is than Evelyn. They were kikiing like she's a fool for treating a baby with kindness. I agree with you on that. I think she did set her daughter up. Because the thing is, if anyone knows, it's Evelyn. Like, why? In my mind, I'm trying to put myself in that situation. If I have a daughter who could do way better than me, I would want her to do better. I don't even have daughters, y'all, and I'm wanting y'all to do better. I try to say as much as I can, try to give advice as much as I can, because I would never want you to go down the wrong path, because I know how destructive that can be. Having a baby with a man like The Game is torture. He's horrible. Horrible. He's not the man I would want anyone to have a baby with. And the fact that her mother has seen these kind of men in the industry, and he's around her mama's age, y'all. So the rumor is, word on the street is that he was trying to get at her mother, but he actually got with the daughter, because y'all saw how they were sitting next to each other. So she set her daughter up to be a baby mama. I don't know if it was consciously, but it looks like it's subconscious behavior, so they can be together forever and be baby mamas. Because if her daughter accomplished, some mothers, they're competing with their daughters, especially when they had them very young. She had her daughter super young, so her daughter is more like a sister to her, but she can see her as a competitor. Competition. Why would you want your daughter with a man like The Game? And why wouldn't you teach her to avoid being with a man like The Game? I would not even be on a podcast co-signing this. It's very disturbing, y'all. And the fact that she was laughing when he said, well, I look at baddies and want to impregnate them. Thinking about her damn self. If God didn't want it, it could not have been done so. But yeah, listen. I mean, at the end of the day, you all have free will, y'all. It's decisions. Decisions. It's all decisions, y'all. You have autonomy to make decisions. Now, the only time I will say that if somebody takes the choice from you, then that wasn't your choice. But You actually can choose. That's why, okay, if we're going to talk about God a little bit, I'm going to say something real quick and then I'm going to read a few comments and I'm out. When you look at the Bible and you look at when Jesus asked people, like he would talk to people and he would say, whoever follows me, who doesn't, doesn't. The perfect example would be the Pharisees. If that was the case that God wanted it to happen, like I feel like people have, you still have a choice. You're not forced to do anything. Like you have a choice. Like right now, I could choose to turn off my camera right now. God's not going to be like a robot like this, right? So I do feel like God has grace for every decision you make, because some people make good choices and some people make bad choices. And yes, he knows, he's all knowing. But that doesn't mean that you're forced to make a decision. Like even in the beginning, if you read the Garden of Eden, it was, you had a choice. You could choose the good or tree of life or the tree of knowledge. He didn't force them. He gave them a choice. Now, does he know the answer? According to the biblical text, yes. Does he know your behavior? Yes. But he's looking at patterns as well. And now, Shanice, yes. She actually had a choice. It's not like God put them in a room and they had to have sex with each other. She chose to be with him. She had a choice, y'all. Like, I want to make it very clear. There's always a decision. Every decision is your decision to make. Now, can situations be made in a certain way? Like, I get it. Yeah, they had a chance to meet. So, yes, that could have been divine timing. So, yes, they met each other. But that doesn't mean that she had to say yes. That's my point. There was no force. Like, for example, when I met Dom, there's a possibility that I could have just been like, no, you know what? I don't want to date anybody in Korea. I don't believe him. But I made the decision to continue to go. And I was like, hey, okay, maybe I should go. Maybe I should talk to him. But I could have easily said no. I could have easily shut my phone and be like, no, I don't want to talk to that Dusty. I mean, if I thought I didn't know him at the time. Because I could have been like, all Korean men are Dusty. I ain't talking to his ass. I could have easily shut my phone off and then boom, you guys would have never, like, the trajectory would have been different. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't think that, like, again, you have a choice, guys. Like, there's a lot of choices. Trust me, there are a lot of choices I've made. I've regretted them, but hell, I made them choices. I can't even say anything. Evelyn removed all agency from her daughter, making her feel like she can't make good decisions. And here we are. That I agree with. I think that her daughter doesn't know anything. I'm sorry. She sounds very clueless. She didn't even know how to look up a criminal record. Like, how many records do you have? You could easily Google, girl. Like, you ain't had to ask him that. That's weird behavior. Weird. You said she can't even pretend not being a narcissist. I can't. Oh my God. That is Evelyn's child. She didn't raise her as a kid. She's raising a kid now as a grown woman. Arrested Development. Yup. It's a sad situation because, like I said, with a mom like Evelyn, you were never going, this was always going to end up like more chances than not, unfortunately. Y'all snowed in. Y'all lucky, man. Damn, I got to go to work tomorrow. What songs has he made again? Oh, he made Hate It or Love It. Baby, you'll love it, the underdogs on top. And I'm going to shine, homie, till my heart stops. What he said, don't wear something, I'm the MVP, whatever. Hate It or Love It. And then he made This Is How We Do. That's all I know. I don't know none of his songs, y'all. But you know, the white folks love him, though. They love him. Every time you go to his concerts, you see a whole bunch of white folks. They love the game. Rosa, you said Evelyn failed her daughter 100%. All right, I'm going to read two more comments. Hey, sis. No, you're not late. We ending the stream right now. I'm late to class, but I'll start in the beginning and catch up. Oh, thanks. Replay game. Facts. At least act like you knew on screen, right? Doesn't ring a bell, child. Well, good luck, y'all, whoever snowed in. And I really hope that you guys have a great week. Yeah, there's a lot going on with the weather, y'all. So stay safe out there. Please make sure that you are stocked up on your items, because that's the worst thing, is to be stuck in the snow and not have groceries. Always make sure you're stocked up on food. Please stay safe out there, y'all. Take care of yourselves. Do not try to go outside at this time, because I know some people will still try to go outside and stuff. Like, try to stay in and protected. Anyways, have a good night, y'all, and I shall see you in the midweek. All right, see ya. Bye. You said they love Waka too. Yeah, they sure do, child. All them rappers. All right.